Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was born a dangerous Mistborn hero? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Awakening. Izuku was always different from other children. He didn't run out in the yard and play with the animals or bugs. He didn't get invited to birthday parties, since he didn't really have any good friends. That was probably for the best, though. They'd probably be afraid of what he could do anyways. 15 years ago, Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Hisashi found a small bundle on their porch, wrapped up in black and gray cloth. It was like a scene straight out of a movie. Wrapped in the tassels was a small child, a boy, and a note. May you take care of him here, somewhere far away from that other place. It was simple, short, and to the point, the implications obvious. Some stranger had left their unwanted child on the Midoriya's doorstep. Following the discovery, Hisashi and Inko broke out into a nasty fight. They both knew how bad the foster care system in Japan was, considering that most of the time, the weaklings just got left behind to deal with everything from malnourishment to abandonment. Inko wanted to keep the child. She'd always wanted a son, but hadn't quite been ready to brave Urgency. But at the same time, Hisashi didn't want children at all. The fight ended with Hisashi screaming his way out of the house, leaving Inko alone with the babe. She'd been forced to sell the house and move into a small apartment in the middle of town. She worked long, strong hours while also trying her best to provide for the child. She'd named him Izuku. Growing up was a lonely thing for Izuku. Inko was out working from early in the morning to late at night, so he was left to the daycare for most of the day. While there, he didn't interact much with the other children, preferring solitude to social interaction, which labeled him as the outcast. Maybe it was because all the other kids made fun of Izuku. His skin was extraordinarily pale and his hair color didn't even match his mother's. Her dark green hair contrasted with his dark brown, and most people asked if he was even her son. He knew he wasn't. Izuku eventually asked for his mother to dye his hair green. In kindergarten, everyone started to get their quirks. It started with the blonde-haired kid, the loud one. Izuku was the only kid in the class that didn't fawn over the sparks emanating from his palms. Instead, he turned back to his books. More and more kids got their quirks as time went on. Some were relatively useless, some were flashy, and some were actually useful, although the majority fell into the first two categories. Ironically, even as he saw the variety of powers each of his classmates manifested, Izuku found himself hoping he didn't even get one for himself. Getting a quirk would make him stand out even more. Without some flashy superpower, he could blend into the background better. He could get ignored easier. The bullies would pick on him less. Coming home with bruises wasn't an uncommon occurrence. After the first couple of times, Izuku's mother had contacted the school and made a complaint about the bullying, but it didn't stop anything. The bullies just got smarter about where they hit him, bruising spots that were normally unexposed, knowing he wouldn't actively show off his injuries to his mother. To their credit, they were right. Izuku turned 4 and didn't have a quirk yet, so his mother took him to the quirk doctor. They did a variety of tests on him, and Izuku did as told without complaint. Even when they had to draw BLD, he didn't cry and scream like a normal child would. He and his mother waited in the waiting room for at least an hour, which was odd, as the doctor mentioned that the results should be out in a few simple minutes. When the nurse finally came out and called their last name, Izuku heard his mother breathe out a sigh of relief. The doctor was sitting behind his desk, an unholy amount of papers sprawled out across his desk to the point that the tabletop underneath wasn't even visible when Izuku and Inko walked in. "Miss Midoriya, how do I say this?" The doctor paused. "Your son is the biggest anomaly I've ever seen." Izuku perked up. He'd been expecting the doctor to say that he was just quirkless. Inko tilted her head as well at the doctor's statement, attention likewise held. "Look here," he slid over an X-ray. "This is a scan of a child with a quirk's foot and your son's foot. Notice any difference?" Izuku looked at the paper as well, and after a moment, his mother shook her head. "No." The doctor pointed to an empty space by the pinky toe. "Exactly. If your son were quirkless, there would be an extra toe joint. It has to do with how we evolved, getting rid of the unneeded gene. So he's going to get a quirk? Inko asked. Izuku sat back in his chair, unsure how to feel. Whether he got a quirk or not by this point, word would probably spread of his situation, which would once again mark him as unordinary. Not so fast. The doctor brought up another piece of paper. This is the results of the BLD test I had taken after I noticed the toe joint. This is a visualization of a specific part of a genome, what's called a quirk factor. Simply put, it's the part of the genome that harbors the data for developing a quirk. You don't see a person with a quirk without one, and you don't see a quirkless person with one. Now this, he pulled out another paper, is what we got back when we tried to run your son's genome. The data on the paper was very similar to the one he'd shown a moment before, with a variety of lines and letters, but the new one had one key difference. There was an entire section of Izuku's genome that was blank. There is no quirk factor. He doesn't have one, which can only mean that he's quirkless. The doctor sat back. It conflicts with the toe joint, but it's the only conclusion I can safely come to. Izuku let out a breath. Quirkless after all. Maybe the kids at school would stop asking him when his quirk would come in and finally leave him alone. He and Inko thanked the doctor and left the hospital shortly after. Izuku and Inko were on the way back from the doctor's appointment when it happened. Everything had been going so smoothly on the light rail. Nobody was giving Izuku weird looks, and his mother was holding his hand tightly. Out of all the things Izuku wished to hide from in the world, his mother was his one safe haven. She was the only person that he truly felt safe around, the only person that he could let himself relax with. She knew him better than anyone and he really did love her, and the fact that she wasn't his biological mother did nothing to change that fact. She'd sacrificed so much for him and he just wanted to find a way to repay her. He knew the story of how she'd brought him in. It was inevitable, considering how differently he looked from her. He knew how much hardship she'd faced because of him, especially after her husband walked out. She was his anchor, his guiding light. That's why Izuku clung onto her leg for support when the tram came to a screeching halt mid-transit. Everyone on board looked around in confusion as the doors to the train car were pried open and a few men burst through, all wearing some sort of face mask with the exception of the one in the middle, a tall, blonde man with massive, exposed muscles covering his entire body. It was a massacre. The muscled man attacked indiscriminately and with lethal force. There was BLD on the walls, BLD pooling on the floor. Inko cowered to the corner, holding Izuku tightly while the boy sat, frozen in what could only be described as sheer terror. The men were killing everyone for no reason. Bodies slumped to the cold ground one by one, nobody able to leave the tram, nobody able to fight back against the men. Inko covered his eyes, but it didn't stop him from catching a glimpse of one of the other passengers having their head slammed into the wall with an explosion of brain matter and BLD. The blonde man Izuku had noticed earlier finally spotted him and Inko in the corner. He locked eyes with Izuku and liked his lips, walking over with a nightmarish, sadistic grin plastered on his face. Inko screamed as the punch came, but it was cut short as she fell limp a moment later. She didn't get back up. Izuku looked down at the body of his mother and all went blank. Something snapped. Izuku fell to his knees and gazed up at the large man in front of him. He readied himself for the finishing blow that never came. All the rustling around the cabin of the tram car ceased as the men looked to each other, then to the carnage they just produced. As if coming to their senses, many of the men dropped their weapons, gasping in horror. They all fled the scene mere moments later. That left Izuku alone in the train car, a lone child in a graveyard. Izuku cried for the first time in his memory. Izuku was barely cognizant for the next few weeks. The police and heroes had arrived at the scene a few minutes later, and he had been taken back to the hospital with the rest of the victims. A few survived, but his mother wasn't one of them. Izuku was kept in the hospital for a while after the attack. It could have been a few weeks, it could have been a couple months, he didn't really know, nor did he really care. All that dominated his mind was the day-to-day routine. The doctors would come in and feed him and do some tests throughout the day. Some days he'd go to therapy, and some he'd go stay in his little hospital bed. Over time, Izuku realized that there were other children at the hospital as well. Some were afflicted with quirk problems, while others had more traditionally medical-related issues. The nurses tried to get him to interact with the other children, saying it would help with his recovery, but Izuku refused every time. They just bully and make fun of him for being different, and this time his mother wouldn't be there to stop them from going for the face. Things hardly got better with time. Izuku started to become more aware of the world around him, starting to focus on more than just his inner dread. He got out of his room a bit more, and he started actually talking to the therapist, not that it helped much. He heard the doctor's whispers. He wasn't getting any better, and soon they'd give up, just pawn him off to some childcare facility. The last thing he wanted was to learn what those were like. Still, every time he tried to find the motivation to do anything, he failed. He just thought about how useless it would all be if he'd be hopeless against a villain attack, just like his mother. He was quirkless after all. Everything changed when a very specific video came on the television one day. It depicted a massive man with pointy, blonde hair, holding up over 20 victims with ease, carrying them away from a massive fire that lit up the background. Someone talked over the video about how he'd already saved 3 times as many people. When Izuku asked the nurse who his was, she just nodded. "Oh, that old video? That's All Might's debut," she said with a hand wave. Then she froze, noticing the look in the young boy's eyes. "Do you want me to rewind it?" Izuku didn't know what had him so mesmerized about the video as he watched it again. And again. And again and again and again. He watched the video over at least 20 times before the nurse said it was enough. Even after the television was off, he kept replaying it in his mind, imagining the booming words from the hero as he carried entire families to safety. It was like a sense of hope. An impression that, despite everything, things would turn out all right. Despite everything that had happened to his mother, he'd turn out okay if he just fought. Then it clicked. Everything fell into place. That hero had saved those people, they'd have died without his help. They'd be like his mother, buried in the ground somewhere, cold and alone, and Izuku realized in that moment something that changed his life. If he could become a hero, he could fight for those people. People like his mother, who died because there wasn't a hero there to save her. He could save them. Naturally, heroes become an obsession for Izuku. It wasn't like other kids' passions, where they'd play a game of soccer outside a couple of times a week. No, every moment Izuku was able to, he was researching heroes, noting their quirks and their abilities, extrapolating their areas of strengths and weaknesses, and taking note on what kind of crime they fought. He started making notebooks, filling them with information on heroes. It gave him something to do other than wallow in despair. It was like a coping mechanism. He'd wake up, look at hero news on the hospital TV, go through the rest of the day, and take notes again before bed. The doctors must have noticed the progress, because in just 2 weeks, they released him from the hospital into foster care. 9 years later, Izuku stretched carefully as he woke up. His space was very limited, and while his room was private, which was better than most of the other foster children got, it was very minimalistic. The foster home didn't have very much space for too many kids to have their own rooms, but after being there for as many years as he had, he got some extra liberties. He sat up, brushing the covers off of his lap. He could smell the simple breakfast downstairs, and he needed to at least eat before he headed to school, so he threw on his uniform, grabbed his most recent notebook, volume 15, and stuffed it in his backpack along with his laptop. He could copy down the hero news after he showed up to class early. Izuku was the first to class, as per usual. He didn't like to spend too much at the foster home, so he tended to arrive at school a little bit earlier than most students who weren't part of a club. It wasn't that he felt unwelcome at the house, far from it. Everyone was nice and welcoming, and many of the children looked up to him as an older brother. It was just that he felt like there were better things to be doing, always somewhere else to be. He frequently didn't return home until late at night, taking walks around the local area or working on homework at the park. Izuku was looking at news articles on his laptop when the rest of the class started to funnel in. Some regarded him, most didn't. He had a habit of trying to melt into the background whenever his classmates glanced in his direction, a leftover habit from his elementary school years. Most didn't even care about him anymore, but old habits die strong. The class started and Izuku put his laptop away. All of his subjects were a breeze, since he was a good student in every single subject. Of course, That was because G needed to be if he was going to get into Yui. The day was long, but it wasn't any different than others. What Izuku really cared about was getting it all over with so he could go out into town and see if he could catch some hero action firsthand. Finally, homeroom came around, the last class before release. "All right, class, settle down," the teacher called. "I have an important announcement. Your high school application forms are due by tomorrow. Many of you have turned in your decisions, but a few of you have yet to turn it in." Izuku had turned his in on the day that he'd gotten it. He was going for the Yui Hero course, and it never hurt to be ahead of the game. He needed any advantage he could get, especially since his official file labeled him as Quirkless. Not that his file was wrong, of course. "Bakugo, you're going to Yui, right?" the teacher asked. Izuku rolled his eyes as the blonde snickered, sitting up a little taller. Izuku hated it every time the teacher fed into the boy's ego. It was big enough as is. "Of course I am, teach. Who do you think I am, some extra?" The teacher nodded. "Midoriya, you as well?" Izuku's gut dropped as all the eyes in the room turned towards him. In the blink of an eye, he'd gone from pleasantly invisible to the center of attention. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to go. "Yes," he said softly. Izuku was aware of Bakugo's angry eyes on him. He shut his own, hoping that everyone would get the clue and back off. "Well," the teacher interrupted, clearing his throat and the awkward air that had fallen upon the classroom along with it. "That's it for today. You are dismissed." Izuku waited for most of the class to leave before putting his things away. He'd just gotten his laptop into his bag when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the teacher leave the room. As if on cue, Bakugo's hand came crashing down onto Izuku's desk with an explosion, and Izuku jumped out of it at the very same moment, narrowly avoiding getting blasted by the other boy's fit of rage. A moment later, Izuku's shirt was wrapped up in a tight, sizzling fist. "What are you on, thinking you'll be a hero?" Bakugo snapped. "I'm the only one in this piece of shit school worth anything. I'll be the only one to get into Yui. You don't even have a quirk, you useless piece of shit." "You don't have a quirk. You're a freak, something different. Inko shouldn't have ever taken you in." A voice told him in the back of his mind. Izuku shoved aside the thoughts in favor of putting his energy into getting out of the altercation with a minimal amount of burn marks. Bakugo must have noticed his long pause, because he continued. "Listen here, you twerp. You're not going to apply to Yui. Find somewhere else, freak." Bakugo's other hand, the one not pulling at Izuku's shirt, cackled with sparks right next to the pale boy's face. With an internal sigh, Izuku caved to the temptation. He knew he shouldn't, he'd just perpetuate the rumors, but he'd been through this song and dance already. Without some encouragement, the next thing Bakugo would do would be to use his quirk on Izuku, leaving yet another irritating blemish that would take a week to heal. Izuku used his luck. It was a tiny reserve, but it was enough. He tapped into the small well inside his consciousness, directing it towards Bakugo as unnoticeably as possible. Bakugo eyed Izuku for a moment. Before dropping him, his anger seemingly subsided, just like every other time Izuku used his luck. "Do yourself a favor," the explosion aficionado said on his way out, tone only slightly more neutral. "Toss yourself off the building and hope you're born with a quirk next time. Worst case scenario, you join your mom in the ground." Izuku grimaced. The jab hurt, but it wasn't something he couldn't take. Only once Bakugo was gone did Izuku let up his pressure with the luck. He gathered his bag and headed towards the exit. Izuku discovered his luck a little while after living at the foster home. At first, everyone at school had given him space, respecting his loss. Then, as things do, everything returned to normal. People started picking on him again. And when that happened, Izuku learned something. Sometimes, he had something to fight back. It was only there every so often, and it was shoddy at best, but it was better than nothing. It was luck. When he used it, the people around him seemed to get less angry. As time went on, Izuku realized they became less everything. All their emotions were softer, and they were more open to listening to him. Then came the confusion. What was this power? What was this luck? He was quirkless, so he couldn't have a quirk. He didn't even have a quirk factor. The ability to develop a quirk was quite literally not a part of his genetics. It had to be something else. some other type of power. Another thing to make him different. Perhaps he should just start calling it a quirk. It would make everything easier on everyone else and himself. Yet, despite the fact that it was most logical to do so, he couldn't bring himself to lie like that. After all, he'd been registered as Quirkless for years now. He couldn't just go back on it so far along without raising questions. So, he just left it as it was. He didn't even try to figure out anything about his luck, just used it when he needed to. Izuku sighed, passing under the bridge that he went under every day on the way back from school. It had a little river running by it and a man cover that led to the sewers. Some days, there'd be some koi fish in the sewer, which was odd and also a bit concerning, considering that sewage was most likely far from the healthiest environment for fish to be living in. Just as Izuku was about to leave the underpass, he heard the grinding sound of metal scraping against concrete. He whipped around, just in time to see something come crawling out of the manhole cover he'd just walked over. "Oh, perfect! A disguise," a voice said, and the blob that had just emerged from the hole started to rush at Izuku. Izuku's fight-or-flight instincts kicked in. He'd been a part of villain attack before, he wouldn't have it happen again. Izuku turned heel and ran as fast as his feet would take him. "Hey, get back here!" The thing called after him, but Izuku didn't look back. There would be heroes on the main road, if only he could just get there. The villain, its body a blob of sludge, was right on Izuku's heels. It was going to catch him if he didn't speed up. Izuku gritted his teeth and willed his legs to move faster. "Get away, you'll die." Like reacting to a command, his body responded by moving faster. His legs felt less tired, bounding further with each step, and he felt more balanced, his legs didn't wobbling less as he ran. The power of adrenaline, Izuku thought as he frantically fled from the monster. He was gaining ground now, and soon enough they'd be on the main road. Izuku kept running like his life depended on it, because it did, in all likelihood. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if the sludge caught up to him. Eventually, he burst out into the middle of an open street bustling with activity. He was in a crowded area now, so even if the sludge monster caught him, there would be heroes there to stop it. Then, everything slowed down. His rush, his extra boost, seemed to have just run out. Izuku stumbled as he lost his balance, falling to the ground. A few pedestrians noticed him skirting around him ungracefully. Then, a moment later, they noticed the slime villain and ran away with a chorus of screams for help. Izuku tried to get up, but found his arms and legs to be extraordinarily tired, like he'd overexerted his body, as if he'd pushed himself beyond his breaking point. The sludge monster was on him in an instant. Slime covered Izuku's body and forced itself down his throat. The sludge smelled just like sewage, and the slimy texture made his skin crawl. He tried to claw at his captor, but his hands sunk straight through the liquidy body. Helplessly. He tried to scream, but no noise came out and he couldn't breathe. "Finally caught you, twerp," the villain sneered. "Now be a good kid and sit still so this can be over quickly." He tried to scrape the sludge away from his mouth again, but he found his arms and legs becoming weak as his body ran out of oxygen. As time went on, his limbs became too tired to do anything but sit uselessly under the slime. Izuku looked around the area frantically, searching for something, anything to come help him, even as black spots started to fill his vision and he ran out of air. Then, just as Izuku was about to give up hope, a figure came running out of the crowd. Izuku recognized him immediately as the professional hero Death Arms, marked by his signature metal arm braces that resembled construction tape. The hero ran forwards, straight towards the slime villain. He roared, throwing his arms forward to strike the sludge, only for his body to sink uselessly into the viscous liquid. The sludge villain turned, throwing Death Arms off with one powerful strike. Izuku watched as his help flew across the street like a discarded doll. Izuku couldn't fight back, the heroes couldn't get to him, and he was going to die. Oh God, he was going to die. He was going to die to a villain attack, just like his mother had. Izuku could feel his grip on consciousness slipping away and he can't even move his body anymore. He frantically reached inside, searching for one last boost. One last drop of luck. But his luck had run out. He was out of luck, having used it all on Bakugo earlier. He couldn't do anything. Izuku felt even deeper in the confines of his mind, searching. He grasped at thin air, nothing coming. He pleaded into the metaphorical void, calling for anyone to help him. Then he felt it. Another well of power. It was familiar, like his luck, but also different in its own way. Izuku seemed to gravitate towards it, and with one frantic leap, he grabbed a hold of the source. Translucent blue lines shot out from Izuku's isti, springing out towards around him seemingly at random. Not knowing what he was doing, Izuku grasped at them, hoping something would help. Suddenly, he felt a force run through him, like he was being compressed from 1,000 different directions. He screamed despite the sludge in his throat as everything around him distorted. The lamp posts bent, street signs were blown from their bases, nails that held together merchant stands tore out of the wood, and the steel rebar in the concrete tried to shoot away, causing the pavement to crack. With one last effort, Izuku reversed his endeavor, reflexively pulling on all the blue lines instead of pushing. Everything stopped for a lasting moment before it all started to come right back. Thousands of pieces of metal shot directly towards Izuku and the sludge villain. Whatever power he'd drawn upon disappeared and the blue lines went with it, as did the tension pulling his body apart. The power was gone, but the damage had already been dealt. A spare nail sword, striking the sludge villain through the eye, and the monster recoiled, dropping Izuku on reflex. The boy barely had time to hit the ground before giant masses of debris shot through the air to where he'd been just a moment before. A street sign tore through the sludge villain's liquid body just as hundreds of tiny pieces of debris shot through the form. The villain was reduced to tiny globules of slime in a mere moment. The last thing Izuku saw before he lost consciousness was a figure running through the crowd towards him. Everything went black. When Izuku awoke, he was laying down on some kind of soft bed. He opened his eyes, searching for clues as to what had happened. Only then did he realize he was in the back of an ambulance on a stretcher. He tried to sit up, only for his entire right side to flare up in an intense pain, and with a gasp, Izuku laid back down on the stretcher. "Oh, he's awake," a voice called from somewhere nearby. Izuku heard the sound of footsteps, quiet at first but gaining volume as their owner approached. Someone stopped right behind him, and a couple seconds later he was sitting upright, pushed up by the stretcher. Izuku's side burned slightly, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it had been when he tried to sit up on his own. "What happened?" Izuku said groggily, rubbing a hand through his hair. He had a horrible headache. The man that had sat him up smiled, his parade mic uniform glistening in the artificial light of the ambulance. "You passed out after the fight with the villain. You've only been out for a few minutes. I missed the fight, but, judging by the aftermath, you did a good job, kid." The paramedic said it with a hint of awe in his voice. No, that couldn't be right. Izuku vaguely remembered the incident. He'd been acting on instinct the entire time, just trying to get away from his attacker. He remembered getting caught, then blue lines, then nothing. Suddenly, Izuku realized something frightening. Something far more frightening than even the villain had seemed. The foster home can't afford a medical bill like this. Izuku thought frantically, forcing himself to sit all the way up. His side screamed in protest, but he ignored it. "I have to get out." The paramedic placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Whoa there, slow down, bud. You've got a couple of cracked ribs." Izuku shook his head, getting onto his wobbly feet. "I'm fine really," he said through gritted teeth. It hurt, but another medical bill was not something the foster home could afford. "I'll be going. Thanks for all the help." The paramedic moved to stop Izuku, but he didn't have to do very much. As soon as Izuku opened the back door, he was met with the form of a very familiar hero, and he froze on the spot when he noticed the telltale blonde spikes of hair. "All Might?" Izuku blurted out, all of his worries trumped by the sheer power of shock. The hero seemed to have been in the middle of conversation with a detective, but he turned towards Izuku as soon as he heard his voice. All Might turned away, facing Izuku fully. "You're up." "He shouldn't be." The paramedic grumbled behind Izuku. Izuku, however, was completely flabbergasted. Why is, he sputtered. Why is All Might here? He'd hoped to one day meet his hero. It was his dream to work with All Might as a hero one day, but still, the last place he'd expected to see him was, well, here. All Might boomed with laughter, and even that simple action seemed to resonate throughout the entire area. Izuku didn't even need to be pushed back into a sitting position by the paramedic. He fell down on his own, rather ungracefully. "You did a good job dispelling that villain, young man," All Might said. "By the time I arrived on the scene, he'd already been taken care of. Though, I caution you to be more careful about the surroundings in the future. Quite the damage you caused." At this, All Might boomed with laughter again. Izuku tilted his head, slightly recovered from the shock of seeing his hero. "Damage?" All Might gestured for Izuku to stand, and he followed, ignoring the pain in his side. He stepped out of the metal confines of the ambulance and onto the very same street that the slime villain had caught up to him on. The good news is that it looked like everyone had cleaned up the sludge. The bad news is that the entire area was in shambles. Entire street lamps were bent sideways, street signs were torn from the ground, and all the merchant stands had either been knocked over or broken, the nails scattered throughout the entire street. The concrete was cracked, and in places, the steel rebar stuck out of the ground like a broken bone poking out of someone's leg. Izuku stared at the carnage in a mix of horror and awe. Did this? It didn't make sense. All he'd been able to do up until now was push a little bit on people's emotions, making them less likely to hurt him. Where did all this power come from? He was quirkless. He had to be quirkless. None of this made sense. "That is some power, young." All Might paused. Izuku tore his gaze away from the street, looking up at the great hero. The older man was looking at Izuku expectantly. "My name. He's asking for my name." He realized. "Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku," he said. He kept his mother's last name after she died. It wasn't like he knew who his real parents were anyways. "Well, young Midoriya, this is an impressive display of power, if I've ever seen one. Are you trying to enroll in any hero programs?" Izuku nodded nervously. "The one sir." All Might smiled. "I believe you'll do fantastic." Izuku's heart almost stopped. All Might, the symbol of peace, was telling him he could make it. He didn't know what to say, so he just stared back at the hero with a blank expression. All Might boomed with laugh once again. "Well, I believe the ambulance can give you a ride home." All Might patted Izuku's shoulder. "I need to be going." Izuku panicked. He couldn't get on the ambulance. They'd just charge him the medical bill. He'd never be able to pay it off. "No, it's fine, I can walk." "Nonsense. You've been injured, the least we can do is help you out a little," All Might said, nudging Izuku towards the ambulance. "No, seriously, I'm fine," Izuku said, trying to sidestep the large hero. When All Might didn't let him go by, Izuku felt for his luck. There was a tiny bit left which didn't make sense considering he'd been out when the Silmi villain attacked, but he had some now, which is what mattered. Izuku nudged the last of his luck onto All Might. Izuku saw the change in his facial features as they grew softer, less determined. "I really can make my own way home." Izuku tried to push past All Might just as his luck ran out. All Might, to Izuku's surprise, still didn't let him go. Despite the emotional push, All Might hadn't been convinced. "My boy, there's no harm in taking the easy way home," All Might said, his voice softer. He crouched down a little bit so that he was on eye level with Izuku. Izuku let out a defeated sigh. He was too emotionally unstable for this. He just wanted to get away, to crawl back to his room and hide. "I can't afford it," Izuku whispered, voice barely carrying to All Might's ears. The hero looked between Izuku and the ambulance, realization dawning on his face. The hero stood, waving the paramedic over. "If there is any charge for his treatment, pull it directly from my pay for stopping this incident. The boy was the one that really did the work, and he needs it more than I," All Might said. The paramedic nodded in understanding. Izuku gaped at All Might. Nobody was that generous. Nobody would give up that, especially for someone like Izuku. Nobody except for All Might. "Now, I really must be going," All Might said, crouching. When he left the ground, a burst of wind followed him and Izuku watched the hero fly away for a few moments before turning to the paramedic. "We'll get you bandaged up and back home, buddy." The paramedic waved Izuku forwards. This time he followed. As soon as Izuku walked in the doors of the orphanage, There were at least 3 pairs of arms wrapping around him affectionately. Aizu! One of the foster children screamed, grabbing onto his left leg. Her name was Akira, only 4 years old. Almost the same age Izuku was when he first came to the orphanage. Izuku! I saw you on TV. Another child screamed from the couch. You were saved by All Might. Izuku let out a breath. Apparently the news had arrived on scene only after Izuku had destroyed the area, and they all presumed it had been All Might who caused the carnage. Izuku set down his bag, sitting down at the table. Akira was still attached to his leg, and seemed to be refusing to let go. Good evening, Izuku, said Miss Sakura, the caretaker of the foster home. I'm glad you're okay. She walked over and set down a bowl of rice and chicken. Seems I missed dinner. Izuku gave her a smile back. I'm glad I'm okay too. Didn't come away without some damage though. He lifted his shirt, revealing the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Miss Sakura gazed at the bandages before letting out a sigh. Izuku, are you really planning on going for the hero course? Miss Sakura asked, blunt as ever. She didn't sugarcoat anything she said, not even to spare a child's feelings. With raising over 10 children at a time, she didn't have time to play with formalities. They'd also had this conversation before. Yes, Miss Sakura, Izuku said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. One would think it harsh not to comfort Izuku after the villain attack, but Miss Sakura wasn't that type of person. She was more practical than that. She probably saw that he'd been the victim of a villain attack and thought to use it as a tool to pressure him into staying away from the hero course. Little did she know, this night had done the opposite of discourage him. He was more encouraged than ever to get into Yui's hero course. Not only did All Might have faith in him, but he'd personally defeated a villain. Most importantly, he'd figured out that there was far more to his abilities than he'd originally thought. That was the most urgent thing to figure out. He needed to find out how his abilities worked, what he could do with them, and most importantly, how he could keep it secret. Izuku, are you sure? Sakura pressed, her tone sharp but filled with concern. After today, and with your quirklessness, she trailed off. My quirklessness won't stop me from trying, Izuku said, taking his bowl of food from the table. Thank you for the food. Izuku patted Akira on the head and she released herself from his leg, at which point he walked up the stairs to his room, spooning the rice and chicken into his mouth as he walked. The silverware was old, used for years, and considering its age, it wouldn't be far-fetched that it was pewter or steel. They used to make silverware utensils out of those metals before the world switched over to aluminum. Izuku shrugged the thought as he turned around and shut his door behind him, heading to his desk and pulling out his laptop from his backpack. Even though he had hoped otherwise, the computer was completely broken, the screen shattered. If his sudden manipulation of the metal in the area hadn't broken it, him being thrown around like a rag doll did. Izuku scowled. That laptop had been not only expensive, but he'd been lucky to get it in the first place. It was his main source of hero research, and now it was completely useless. With a heavy sigh, he placed the broken computer on his desk and sunk into his chair. He knew he should be getting to sleep. He'd had a long and strong day and he needed to rest. Yet he couldn't find the motivation to crawl in bed and sleep. Not with so much on his mind, and definitely not with so much to do. He needed to understand his power. That was the first step. Whatever his power was, it was dangerous. That much was evident. It could also be his ticket into Yui. He needed to figure out how his abilities worked and quickly. Honestly, I'm stupid for ignoring it for so long. Still, he had no idea how to start, and he did need sleep. With a sigh, Izuku took off his clothes, being careful not to stretch his side unnecessarily, and clambered into bed. With one last attempt before closing his eyes, Izuku felt for his luck once again. As he suspected, he found nothing, but that didn't stop him from getting disappointed. Izuku let out a huff and rolled over onto his uninjured side. He drifted into sleep quickly, his tired body needing the rest. Chapter 2, Metal. Izuku woke with a start, sitting bolt upright in his bed. He tried to breathe, but the air came in shallow, quick bursts and his hands were clammy, all of his extremities feeling exceptionally cold. Izuku swung his feet out from under his covers, sensing that something was very wrong. As soon as he tried to stand, a sudden wave of dizziness caused him to fall to his knees, the loose wooden floor resounding with a bang from his fall. The world spun around Izuku as he tried to calm himself down. Eventually, the dizziness went away and his vision cleared, only for a piercing headache to come in its stead. Izuku heard rustling from outside of his room, and a moment later, the door burst open, revealing Miss Sakura in her nightgown. Izuku tried to use his bedstand to pull himself off of the floor, but his legs felt exceptionally weak and were unable to support his weight. "Izuku, are you okay?" "I heard a bang," Miss Sakura said, taking a step further into his dark room. Izuku grunted, attempting to pull himself into a standing position. "I'm okay. I just fell out of bed." His body betrayed his words as another wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he lost his grip on the bedpost. Izuku leaned over on the ground, head spinning. He barely registered Miss Sakura hurrying towards him in a panic before his vision faded to black. When Izuku woke up, he was in the hospital, the one place he'd not wanted to be the day previous. Now, he was stuck in a familiar set of white sheets and baby blue hospital gown. Izuku tried to sit up, but stopped as soon as he noticed the 4 hooked up to his forearm. They had him on a saline drip. "Oh, look, just in time," a voice called, the door to his room sliding open. A tall man walked in, wearing a white coat, smiling broadly. He'd said it like it had been convenient timing, but Izuku had a feeling he'd been waiting outside of Izuku's room for a while, just waiting for the right moment to walk in. "How are we feeling?" Izuku groaned. "Tired," he said truthfully. Whatever had happened, he felt exceptionally exhausted, like he could just lay down for a few hours and take a long nap, even though he'd just woken up. The doctor laughed. "It's to be expected from a person with iron deficiency anemia." Izuku frowned, tilting his head. He'd expected it to be something to do with how his powers had acted up earlier that day, not something so mundane. The doctor must have read the look in Izuku's eyes, because he continued, "Iron deficiency anemia is what happens when you don't have enough iron in your body. Without iron, your body can't make the hemoglobin required to move oxygen in the BLD, Izuku finished. The doctor nodded, seemingly glossing over Izuku's interruption. Some people would have taken it as rude, cutting off an expert like that, but to his credit, the man appeared unfazed. "We found that your body was almost completely out of iron. The only amount that existed within your body was that which was already contained within hemoglobin. This is especially odd, as you would have felt some sort of effect from a lack of iron far before it got to this point. So, tell me, in the last few days, perhaps weeks, have you regularly had headaches, shortness of breath, abnormal fevers, or exhaustion that doesn't seem to go away?" Izuku thought for a moment. None of the symptoms sounded familiar, so he shook his head. "I've been feeling pretty good, actually." The doctor frowned in response, scribbling something on his clipboard. "The only other thing that I can think of is that it could be a side effect of a quirk. Do you have a quirk that may be responsible for using up the iron in your body?" Izuku's mind flashed to the run-in with the Sludge villain, how all the metal on the entire street had been displaced with enough force to crack concrete, drawn towards a singular point. He remembered how everything the street had been destroyed, just by a few mere moments of power. "I'm Quirkless," Izuku said. However all of this related, however it all fit together, he needed to figure it out himself. His luck, the Sludge villain incident, and now the fact that he was completely out of iron in his body, they were all related. They had to be. The doctor sighed. "Well, we're going to keep you for 24 hours in order to ensure that there aren't any lasting effects. We've given you some emergency iron supplements for the moment, and you'll need to continue taking iron supplements for the next few weeks," the doctor said. Izuku frowned this time. He didn't like the idea of staying in a hospital for so long. He'd had enough time in a hospital for a lifetime, not to mention missing school, but it couldn't be helped. The doctor turned to leave, nodding to Izuku as he did so. "There will be a nurse around to check on you every couple of hours. For now, it's the middle of the night and I'm in dire need of sleep." The doctor slid open the glass door to Izuku's hospital room. "Wait," Izuku said, realizing something. The doctor stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at Izuku, who picked at his fingernails nervously. Finally, he spoke softly, "I don't have the money to pay for this hospital visit." The doctor looked at him for a moment, before breaking into laughter. You didn't know? A few hours ago, the hospital received word that a local hero agency would be paying for your hospital bills in the case that you needed to come in within a day or two. I don't know what you did to get a hero agency's eye, kid, but someone's got you covered. With that the doctor left, sliding the door shut. All Might, Izuku remembered. He'd said that he'd be paying for Izuku's hospital bills related to the incident, but was the iron deficiency related to the slime villain attack, or was it some sort of crazy coincidence? Either way, Izuku needed to thank All Might the next time he saw him. If I ever see him again, he reminded himself, slouching back into his hospital bed. It wasn't very long before he let the alluring pull of sleep take him over and all faded to black. The next day in the hospital went by without a problem. Miss Sakura brought nearly the entirety of the foster home to visit him, the onslaught of children nearly knocking Izuku's 4 out of his arm when they'd attacked him with their hugs, but he appreciated it. They practically idolized Izuku, even though he sometimes felt he didn't deserve it. He was quirkless and never did anything of note, but they looked up for him for the simple fact that he was the oldest. That was also another reason that he hated going to the hospital. If the children who looked up to him saw him in such a feeble state, they might realize how normal he really was. The children stayed around for a little while before Miss Sakura had to take them to school, but in that time, Izuku got to read them a couple of storybooks, as well as tell them about the previous day's hero news. Usually, he talked about the most recent happenings of the hero world, but he hadn't gotten around to catching up. Since, well, the Sludge villain incident. Luckily, Miss Sakura had concluded that his anemia was completely separate from the villain attack. Of course, she wouldn't have any reason to see them as related to begin with, but Izuku was a bit paranoid. Nobody knew about his luck, and up until yesterday, nobody else had known that he was anything but quirkless. Now, the only people that knew he was something else were the people on that street when the villain attacked. Eventually, Izuku was discharged early after showing no signs of his condition worsening. They'd said originally that he was going to be kept around for a day, but he wasn't complaining about being out early. As Izuku walked out of the hospital, he glanced at the clock on the receptionist's desk, who waved him farewell with a smile. It's noon. I've already missed school, and there's no point in showing up late, so I may as well use this time to my advantage, Izuku thought. He didn't have a smartphone to call Miss Sakura, so he'd have to make do with what he had, which, to be fair, was practically nothing. He had his wallet, his clothes, and knowledge of the Mizutafu streets and public transportation. With a sigh, Izuku set off at a brisk walk towards the nearest bus stop. While the buses were good enough, the light rail would have been a significantly faster way to head straight home. Izuku didn't take the light rail. The first place he went was to the nearest appliance store. If he was going to figure out what exactly his power was, he was going to need access to the internet. Since going to a public library wasn't exactly an option, that meant he was going to need a laptop. Walking into the electronics store was almost a surreal experience for Izuku. Seeing all of the different computers and computer accessories, most of which were vastly out of his price range, was overwhelming, but at least the staff were helpful and accommodating, so less than half an hour later, Izuku walked out with a refurbished, bare-bones laptop. All in all it had costed him was about 10,000 yen. Izuku barely even gave Miss Sakura a greeting as he ran straight to his room as soon as he got back home. He crashed into his desk chair and pulled out his new computer and a hero notebook. Okay, Izuku thought to himself, what's the first step to figuring out how this power works when I barely have a lead? It seemed overwhelming at first. There were so many things that quirks depended upon that narrowing it down to one simple thing could be next to impossible. People often went through most of their lives without knowing exactly how their quirk functioned. So far, he'd seen a pattern with his powers. Whenever he used his luck, he tapped into some sort of reserve. It didn't feel like a part of his mind, rather, more like another muscle. Much ilk how you don't have to actively think about moving your arm to pick something up. He didn't have to actively think about tapping into the well of power. He just did it. The thing about his luck is that while he would only sometimes actually have any to use, the reserve was always there. Even if it was empty, he could always sense it in the back of his mind. So it's only sometimes there, but I can feel the reserve all the time, Izuku muttered as he scribbled notes in his notebook. It sounds like an engine. Izuku bit onto the end of his pencil, nibbling on the brass cap that held the eraser to the wooden pencil itself. It was a bad habit he'd fallen into. Engines worked off of fuel. When the gasoline was there, the engine could run, and when the gasoline ran out, the engine would shut off, but the tank that held the fuel still existed. When the tank was filled up again, the engine could run again. But if it's based off of fuel, then what's the fuel? How do I refuel? Izuku shook his head. So many questions. Izuku wrote down a list of possible things that could work, and began gathering the materials needed to test each theory. He tried all sorts of things with water and food first. A lot of quirks that work off of a fuel system are based in some sort of food or water consumption, so he ran through all the possibilities: eating food, drinking water, taking a shower to cover himself in water, seeing if it was somehow related to the lipids in his body, but all to no avail. Nothing seemed to refuel his luck. So Izuku kept testing. Everything from eating salt to eating sugar to eating copious amounts of fruits. He tried everything he could think of that would be fuel, but nothing seemed to work. Defeated, Izuku crashed back into his desk chair, disappointedly crossing out his most recent list of ideas. He was running out of leads at this point. Perhaps he was mistaken and it wasn't based off of fuel? Maybe his stock was regenerated by something else? Izuku leaned back in his chair, nibbling on the end of his pencil once again, thinking. Ideas, ideas, ideas. What else could it be? Izuku thought back on all the times he'd used his luck. At school to get Kaken off of me, sometimes with Miss Sakura, sometimes with the children to make them calm down. Then Izuku stopped. How could I forget? He berated himself, slapping his own wrist. I'm so stupid. He picked up his pen and flipped to a new page. The Sludge villain incident and aftermath had one thing in common. One thing he'd completely glossed over in his initial search: metal. Somehow, metal had to be involved. Between the metal being attracted to him during the villain attack itself and Izuku's entire visit to the hospital for iron deficiency anemia right after, it all had something to do with metal. Izuku ran through an entire new list of ideas. Maybe he could only activate it when he was touching metal. Maybe it had to do with how much metal was nearby. Smiling, Izuku set to work, all of his new ideas renewing his vigor. Of course, that made it all the more disheartening when he got stumped a few hours later, every single lead turning up dead. With a frustrated grunt, Izuku crashed into his seat for the third time in the last few hours, completely out of ideas. He raised the pencil to his mouth and began biting on it once again, this time more out of anger than anything else. He groaned, leaning back. All of his leads were dead and he had no idea where to go next. He couldn't exactly go to a quirk expert, as they'd just take one look at his file and tell him he's quirkless. He couldn't ask for help without accidentally revealing his powers that he wanted to remain as secret, and he couldn't figure it out on his own. He was stuck in a corner with nowhere to go. In a bout of childish anger, Izuku bit down as strong as he could. The brass end of the pencil snapped off from the force of his bite, disconnecting from the rest of the pencil inside of Izuku's mouth. The little metal tip must have had at least a little launch velocity, as it went sailing directly down his throat. Izuku sat up, hacking and coughing at the sudden surprise of accidentally swallowing a penal end. Luckily, he hadn't inhaled it. He didn't need another hospital visit. Even as he coughed, he heard Miss Sakura's footsteps coming closer, and mere moments before the door came slamming open. Izuku, are you all right? Izuku nodded, giving her a thumbs up. Water just went down the wrong pipe, he said, gesturing to the half-filled-up cup on his desk from one of his earlier tests. Miss Sakura eyed him and then the cup. Are you sure? It's not related to the hospital? She said suspiciously. Izuku just shook his head in response. I'm fine, I swear, Izuku said again, a bit exasperated. Instinctually, Izuku reached for his luck to give Miss Sakura the nudge she needed to leave him alone again. He reached to tap into the reserve before he even knew if it was there or not. Miss Sakura turned away just in time to miss Izuku's expression of pure shock. His reserve of luck.it was massive. Hundreds of times bigger than anything he'd ever used before. Somehow, he'd filled up his stock, and he'd filled it up a lot. Izuku frantically searched within his mind for what had elapsed in the last couple of minutes that could possibly give him a hint. I sat back down, wrote in my notebook a bit off the end of my pencil and swallowed. Izuku stopped, and everything clicked. The fuel source, the metal, it all made sense. Metal was the fuel source. He'd accidentally swallowed the end of his pencil, and the cap had been made out of brass. The brass was the fuel source for his luck, which meant that in order to power his abilities, he needed to swallow metal. Izuku looked around the room, searching for another pencil to test his hypothesis. He grabbed an extra writing utensil and removed the eraser cap from the end, leaving only the brass fashion to connect eraser to pencil. He eyed the little chunk, compressing it into as small of a ball as he could get it. Moment of truth, he thought, popping it into his mouth. With some effort, Izuku swallowed the brass bit and reached for his reserve of luck again. Sure enough, the reserve was even larger. A massive grin grew on Izuku's face. He'd done it. He'd solved his abilities. He could eat metal and use it as a fuel source for his powers. The more metal, the more fuel he had. Yes. Izuku cheered, jumping up into the air. All it had taken was a few hours of blind testing until a random coincidence had solved it all for him. He'd taken the first step towards his goal of understanding his powers. Now, the only step left was to figure out all of the rest. Izuku wrote down a plethora of ideas about the possible implications of his discovery. What he'd been calling luck was actually brass. He'd gotten a little bit of brass at a time from the metal shavings from chewing on the ends of his pencils, or at least, that was his running theory. The next step was to get a grasp of his powers. He knew that there must be other metals than brass out there he could use, evidenced by the carnage he'd caused on the street. Though the idea of figuring out what metals produced what effects was tempting, it was probably a better idea to get a grasp of what he knew worked first, get a feel for the basics, then move on to others. So, Izuku procedurally removed the caps of an entire pack of pencils and stuffed them into his pocket, just in case he ran out of metal with the 2 brass pencil caps already in his stomach. Izuku grabbed his backpack and headed downstairs to initiate the first step of his plan, get some spending money. He'd need to buy some metals to try out, and he'd used up almost all of his spare change on buying a new laptop. Good afternoon, Izuku chirped, strutting into the kitchen and to sit at the kitchen table. Miss Sakura looked over at him from the couch, a look of mild surprise on her face. You look like you're feeling better, she said with a grunt, turning back to the TV. She was probably watching some old soap opera with horrendous acting, a fact she seemed to be especially interested in. I think, Izuku said. Those iron pills finally set in. Miss Sakura snorted. You'd better be feeling better, you ate just about half of my pantry. I'll need to go to the store because of you. Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. Sorry, I was hungry. It wasn't entirely a lie, he had been hungry at the time. He just ate far more than he normally would in pursuit of finding the fuel source for his powers, not that it mattered in the end because it turned out that he was a human scrap metal recycler. Silence fell between Izuku and Miss Sakura for a few moments. Miss Sakura on watching her show and Izuku trepidatious about using his powers properly for the first time. He'd used brass in tiny amounts before, but this was going to be the first time that he really used brass. So, Izuku said, breaking the silence. I was wondering, could I get some spending money? He tapped into the massive reserve, using the tiniest amounts of brass, about the same amount he would have used when his reserve was a mere fraction of what it was now. Miss Sakura looked over at Izuku again. Don't you have your own money? At least she didn't outright deny me, Izuku thought. That's a start. I had to use it to buy a new laptop. Mine broke yesterday, Izuku said, pushing a little harder. He knew that he wasn't very refined with his manipulation, but he'd become more adept with time. He felt a warm feeling from in his eye, and he noticed Miss Sakura's posture slump a little, as if she was becoming more relaxed. Izuku urged for her to become more believing, less skeptical. Well, she put her hand to her chin. What do you need to use it for? Izuku stopped. He hadn't thought up a lie to tell her if she asked. Still, he was getting somewhere. Izuku had asked for money many times in his years living at the foster home, and he'd never actually been successful. He'd never even really made it this far. Usually the response was a quick and finite no. He tried pushing a bit harder with brass. He felt his reserve shrinking quicker, probably due to the intensity at which he was using it, and the warm feeling in his eyes spread a little. "I suppose it doesn't matter," Miss Sakura finally said, shifting on the couch and grabbing her purse. Izuku didn't let up on the brass until Miss Sakura produced a few 1,000 yen bills and handed them to him, at which point the boy frantically shoved them into his pocket, grabbing his bag and heading for the door. "Thank you," he called, cutting off the flow of brass. "You're welcome." Miss Sakura trailed off as Izuku shut the door behind him, walking off in an excited hurry. It worked. He practically yelled, skipping down the street. He drew eyes from other people, but for once in his life, he didn't care that other people were looking at him. He headed straight for the nearest hardware shop. Izuku checked his brass. In that one short encounter, he'd used up nearly 3/4 of his storage. So, the more intense of an effect I want to produce, the more metal it uses. Interesting. Izuku grabbed another 2 pencil caps from his pocket and pressed them into as small of ball as possible. Then, with a little mental preparation, he put the pieces in his mouth and swallowed. They were a bit strong to get down, but he felt his reserve replenish to a comfortable amount. "I'm going to need something to help those go down easier. Water, maybe?" Izuku thought, continuing his walk to the bus stop. Izuku needed to figure out exactly what the limitations of brass were. He suspected it had something to do with emotions, but that didn't quite make sense. While anger, what he typically suppressed with Bakugo, was an emotion, suspiciousness was more of a state of mind. He hadn't made Miss Sakura less angry, he just made her less weary and more open to his suggestions. Did that mean he could suppress anything? He needed to test his theories. The problem was, it wasn't exactly easy to tell how someone was feeling or thinking without outright asking them, and he suspected walking up to someone and saying, "So, just wondering, are you feeling any less sad at the moment?" wouldn't go over well. So, he needed another way to test, some way that he could see the results of his quirk in real time, all while also maintaining secrecy. The squealing sound of a bus rolling to a halt and the sounds of air compressors releasing drew Izuku from his thoughts. He climbed on board, scanning his transit pass and sitting down in the seat just adjacent to the door. Izuku looked over the other passengers, each occupied in their own ways. A woman was reading a book a few seats over, and a man stared out of the window on the other side aisle, a few seats in front of and a small family with 3 rowdy children. Suddenly an idea came to mind. He could test each of his theories by discreetly observing the other passengers as he used brass. Izuku sat a little straighter in his seat. It was probably an invasion of privacy to use brass like this, but at this point he didn't care. He needed answers. Okay, first theory, can I target specific emotions or feelings? Izuku looked over the passengers of the bus once more. Eventually, Izuku chose a target, one of the children of the family on the other side of the bus. This one was particularly rowdy, unable to sit still in their seat and constantly nagging their mother. If this works, then I might be helping her out, Izuku thought, chuckling to himself. Hesitantly, he turned on his brass, letting it simmer slightly as he felt his eye get a little warm. Hesitantly, he reached out towards the child. Usually when children were rowdy, it was because they're bored, so the most likely reason the little boy was attempting to climb on his mother's shoulders was simply that he wanted something to do. Izuku directed his brass towards the kid, thinking specifically about getting rid of the kid's sense of boredom. He started off softly, and when the child didn't seem to react much, Izuku doubled his efforts, pushing a little harder. If brass could be compared to the gas pedal on a car, he wasn't exactly flooring it, but he also wasn't letting it coast. Izuku saw the fruits of his LBR when the kid eventually stopped squirming. He just sank down in his chair, staring at the ground. Izuku smiled. Now time for the second theory. If I use brass on someone, does it stay, or do they just go back to how they were feeling beforehand? Izuku let up and he felt the warmth in his hissy retreat. The child didn't move for a bit, but when he finally did, it was to begin swing his legs back and forth in the seat. A few minutes later, the kid was back to squirming. Izuku leaned back in thought. That could mean 2 different things. Either he no longer felt bored but went back to being bored, or brass's effect faded with time. Either way, the kid didn't seem to be acting suspicious of anything, or at the very least, that's what Izuku thought. You could only tell so much with a child. Izuku decided to move on from the kid to test his third and final theory for brass. Izuku was torn from his thoughts by the bus screeching to a halt. He looked up at the stop number, only to realize that it was his time to get off. With a sigh, he stood up. Next time, I suppose? Izuku walked into the hardware store and the bell attached to the door rang to signal his entrance, its high-pitched ring echoing around the empty store. Welcome, how may I help you? The man behind the counter greeted with a large smile. He was tall, had blonde hair, and looked to be in his mid-30s. Izuku suppressed the urge to turn right back around and leave because he knew that the man was only trying to help. Hi. Izuku paused. I'm looking for metal. The man tilted his head. Metal, he eventually prompted when Izuku didn't elaborate. Oh, small ingots maybe? Anything I can turn into small bits, really, Izuku said. He probably could have found it all on his own, but backing out now would only make him seem even more socially awkward. Well, the employee said, scrolling through the computer, you may find something on aisle 6. Otherwise, we might need to work something else out. We've been a bit stripped for resources lately. A nod. Thank you. Izuku walked down aisle 6, looking at the contents of the shelves. It had various tools that he presumed were typically used for woodworking, saw blades, sandpaper, the like, on one side, and on the other, there seemed to be different assorted screws and bolts. At the very end of the aisle, however, was exactly what Izuku was looking for. Pouches of shaved metal filings, or at least, that was what he thought was supposed to be there. The entire rack was cleared out except for a few pouches stacked on top of each other. Izuku grabbed one of them, reading the label. It was just a bags of tin flakes. Izuku looked down the aisle, seeing if there was some sort of mistake. Well, I suppose he did say they've been stripped for resources lately? Izuku thought, taking 3 pouches of the tin. Izuku got to the front of the store with the bags, slightly disappointed. He'd come to try to get a variety of metals to try and test, but all he was going to walk out was a single type. Begrudgingly, Izuku set the pouches down on the counter. So, what are all these for? The cashier asked as he scanned each of the pouches. Izuku paused. School project, he said simply. The cashier raised an eyebrow. What kind of school project? Izuku snapped his mouth shut. He didn't have a good explanation in mind, so instead he reached out with brass, targeting the man's suspicion. He pushed on the emotion, suppressing it as much as possible. Izuku felt the warmth in his easy well up. Well, the man said sighed, I suppose it doesn't matter, now does it? He smiled, and Izuku smiled in return, letting up a little. He didn't want to run through all of his reserve before he was back home. Say, what's your name? He asked. Izuku normally wouldn't have responded, he would have just looked down at the floor and dodged the question. Yet, for some reason, he suddenly felt especially trustworthy of this person. They were just a store clerk, what was the harm in letting him know? My name is Midoriya Izuku, he said, and as soon as he did, he felt an itch to bite his tongue to keep himself from talking again. Are you interested in chemistry and metallurgy? The clerk asked. Something like that, Izuku nodded. It wasn't exactly far off from the truth. The man gave Izuku the bag, smiling. Well, Izuku, here you go. Izuku frowned. The man was friendly, sure, but most people didn't just jump straight to using first names. Izuku shook his head, brushing it off. The man didn't exactly look Japanese. His skin was too pale and his eyes were too big, much like Izuku's own. He probably just wasn't fluent with the culture, though his Japanese seemed as practiced as could be despite his thick accent. As Izuku grabbed the bag, he noticed something odd. The man was wearing long sleeves, with the shirt tucked into white gloves, completely covering his forearms. Normally that wouldn't be very peculiar, but it was summertime. Nobody in their right mind wore long sleeves when it was so hot outside unless they were begging sweat their ball off. Shaking his thoughts, Izuku reached for his wallet. So, Izuku said as he handed the man his money, do you know when the store is going to get more of those types of metal shavings? I'm looking for as many different types as possible so I can do tests for my dot project. Well, I don't know when exactly, but I could have the store send you a notice when they're back in if you'd like. Izuku nodded, and the man began typing on the computer. After a few moments, however, he stopped. Say, the man said, turning his attention back to Izuku, I work a side job at a metal processing plant. We get a lot of scraps and shavings that we normally just throw away. I could just send them to you if you want. Izuku would normally never actually accept the offer. He didn't like taking handouts, especially from strangers. Yet, for some reason, he felt abnormally calm when the man asked him. He even felt compelled to take the offer immediately. Well, would it cost me anything? The man shook his head. Free of charge. All I'd need to know is where to send it to. It could solve my metals problem. Izuku reasoned. And it would save me money. Well, if you're offering, he said eventually, deciding to trust the man. He smiled. Great. Izuku gave the man the address to the foster home. Oddly, he didn't actually write it down anywhere. How was he going to remember the address? Izuku shook his thoughts clear, deciding that part didn't matter. The clerk gave Izuku his change and a big smile, at which point the boy turned to leave. Before you head out? Izuku heard the clerk call, so he stopped and looked over his shoulder. Try to smile a bit more, okay? Izuku blinked. What an odd thing to say. In response, Izuku flashed the man a smile before turning to leave. As Izuku walked from the bus stop back to the foster home, he realized something. For some reason, turning on his brass didn't seem to fit as a phrase to describe his powers, as it didn't really feel like actually turning it on. It wasn't like flicking a light switch, but rather more like using a muscle. He could change the amount that he wanted to use and how much of an effect he wanted to draw out. Izuku let his brass simmer softly and the warm feeling returned. He reveled in the feeling because it just felt right, like he finally had a part of him that he'd been missing for a long time. He smiled, letting himself sink into the warmth. It wasn't actually warming him up, that's not how thermodynamics worked, it just gave him an impression of heat. Izuku ran through possible ideas for how to refer to it, at least for his own sake. Use it? No, that's too generic. Flex it? No, that doesn't make sense. Izuku trailed off, watching one of the cars go by on the street. What was it he'd compared his abilities to? An engine? Engines burned gasoline for fuel. If Izuku's power was an engine, and metal was his fuel source, did that mean he was burning metals? That actually has a nice ring to it, Izuku realized. It also helped serve to explain the warm feeling he had whenever he had a metal on. Burning metals, I like it. Chapter 3, Tin. As Izuku made the trek back to the foster home, he made an executive decision. Brass may be relatively harmless, but he knew from experience that some metal, had destroyed an entire city street. He needed to make sure that when he burned any metal for the first time that he wasn't anywhere that he could accidentally hurt somebody, which included the tin he carried in his pocket. Even if it turned out to be a dud, it was worth being safe. Izuku turned down the street and saw the foster home down the road. It was a small townhouse squished between a few other houses that looked nearly identical. The first thing he did when he got inside wasn't actually to go straight to his room. Before he did that, he needed to test his last theory regarding brass. Can people that I use brass on know that their emotions had been tampered with? Izuku walked into the kitchen, noting that Miss Sakura was sitting in the same spot that she'd been when he left a few hours prior, the only difference being, this time, there were a swarm of other foster children running around. They were so loud that they could rival even the loudest of metal bands in terms of sheer sound volume. Doesn't Bakugo listen to metal? He seems like the type to, Izuku thought absent-mindedly as he shut the door behind him. With a sigh, he took a seat on the table, leaving his bag of metals stashed in his coat pocket. You didn't go straight to your room, I'm surprised, Miss Sakura said, not looking away from the television. Izuku sat quietly for a moment, pondering how to approach the conversation. He cleared his throat. I was just wondering, why did you lend me money today? You've never done that before, he asked. Miss Sakura actually snorted. I was just feeling a little generous is all. It's probably because of all this hospital business, don't think too strong about it. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. She didn't seem to be suspicious of her emotions being tampered with, so he got up, making his leave. As soon as he got to his room, Izuku crashed onto his bed, completely mentally exhausted. With a groan, he rolled over in place, noticing but not caring that the blankets were getting twisted around his legs. He let his hand rest on the pouches of tin stuffed in his pocket as he stared at the ceiling. As bad as he wanted to take a glass of water and send the tin down the hatch, he knew that he needed to wait. One of the metals that he could burn, had the firepower to decimate a public street. Tin was that metal? Izuku's mind flashed to the image of the metal rebar sticking out of the concrete, then all the other foster children. I need to make sure that I don't put anyone else in danger. I need to figure these things out somewhere else. So long as he was unsure about any portion of a metal's function, he refused to endanger anyone else. Turning over in his bed, Izuku closed his eyes. Izuku woke up from his short nap to the sound of his alarm going off. He'd made the decision to sleep until midnight, just to get in a few extra hours of sleep. He still had school the next day after all, and if he was going to be out all night, he didn't want to come in the next day with bags under his eyes. He slipped on sweatpants, some shoes, and then a hoodie after checking the weather and discovering that it was going to be on the chillier side, despite being summertime. While he was grabbing his sweatshirt, his eyes lingered on a cloak that hung from a hanger inside his closet. The cloak was a black cloth at the top, adorned with a hood and a drawstring. As the article got longer, it split off into numerous black and gray tassels, all of which faded to a light gray, foggy color at the bottom. It was one of the few things he kept from his childhood. It was the very cloak that he'd been wrapped in when his parents had found him on their doorstep all those years ago. Not a blanket, not a towel, but a cloak, and a very odd-looking one at that. Izuku had no idea who'd left him on that step, but whoever it was, it seemed like that particular choice was significant in some way, which was why Izuku couldn't find it within himself to get rid of it. It was important to at least someone. Izuku shut his closet door and made for the staircase that led downstairs. As he crept down, he put extra effort into avoiding the creaky spots, many of which he'd become familiar with after few midnight escapades to the kitchen for a drink of water, so he made it to the bottom floor without a sound. Then he slowly creaked the door open, and the moment he did, a thin white fog flowed inside, evaporating as it reached the light. Izuku frowned. It was the middle of the summer, sure, but he hadn't seen anything in the forecast about it being foggy. Izuku stuck his head out the door and looked out onto the street outside, only able to see the soft yellow light of street lamps shining through the fog and the occasional passing of a car's headlights. He felt a foreboding chill run down his spine as he stepped outside, softly closing the door behind him. It's just water vapor, he reminded himself. By all rights, he shouldn't have a problem with, but for some reason, as the white fog coiled off of his skin, Izuku couldn't help but feel like it was sort of alive. Izuku shook his thoughts clear, straightening out his hoodie. Now, where do I go? He thought. I need somewhere that I won't need to worry about accidentally hurting someone. It didn't take long for the area to come to mind. The location in question wasn't very far away. In fact, he'd walked there many times before, as it was a good place to go when he wanted to be alone. If not for the mist obscuring his vision, Izuku knew the mounds of trash would have been visible from blocks away. The Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, once a clean, open waterside lounging area, was one of the ugliest parts of town. Over time, it had accumulated piles upon piles of trash, rendered into an illegal dumping zone and home to its fair share of drag dealers. It was a shame that such appealing public space had been rendered useless, but it also meant something good for Izuku. He had a place to practice his quirk where he wouldn't be in danger of hurting anyone else. When he finally got to the beach, he hopped over the wall, working his way over the piles of trash. Eventually, he found the spot he was looking for, a small clearing of clean sand in the midst of mounds of trash. The mountains of rubbish would hide him from any onlookers, so there was a low chance of being found, especially considering how the thick fog obscured anybody's sight for any distance further than a few meters, and the valley was just big enough that he could comfortably move around. All right, here we go, he said, sitting down and taking the tin and his water bottle out of his pocket, setting them down in the sand. Izuku looked up and down at the materials, then around himself to check that he was alone, then back at the materials again. What are you waiting for? He scolded himself, grabbing the tin and taking a pinch of it. He put the metal flakes on his tongue, then washed it down with a big gulp of water. Reaching inside, Izuku looked for any other sources of Izuku thought. When he'd swallowed the pencil tips, there'd been one distinct power source inside of him, of which there were now two. One was the brass from the pencil caps he'd swallowed earlier. The other was completely unfamiliar to him. Closing his eyes, he focused on the new well of power, feeling that it was sharper than brass, in a way. Here goes nothing, Izuku thought. The instant he started burning the tin, everything around him seemed to erupt. The soft sound of the waves on the beach rolling in was elevated to a roaring noise in his ears, and the soft glow of moonlight became almost blindingly bright, shining through the mist like a second sun. In a panic, Izuku cut off the metal and everything went back to normal. What the hell was that? He mumbled to himself, trying to clear his head. Of all the things he'd anticipated to happen, blow one of the mountains of scrap away, maybe, whatever that had been wasn't on his list. Once he got his thoughts back in order again, he prepared himself to begin burning the tin again, and this time, instead of burning it at a full blast, he instead brought it to a low simmer. The world exploded into action again, though not nearly as drastic of a change as it had been the first time. Izuku could still clearly hear the waves in the distance, and the starlight lit up his vision, even through the mist. Izuku could taste the simple dinner of fried rice on his tongue, the sensitivity of his taste buds skyrocketing. Reaching down, Izuku took a handful of sand, letting it roll out of his palm, and he could make out individual grains sliding against his skin. So, this metal enhances senses. Izuku realized, nodding. He took off his shoes and socks, going barefoot on the soft sand before bringing the metal to a bit heavier of a burn. The starlight got brighter and he could make out details from a further distance. If he listened carefully, he could hear the sounds of cars driving on the road that ran by the beach. I could get used to this, Izuku thought. Having acute senses, that was a powerful enough ability in and of itself. There were heroes out there that had sense-enhancing quirks, and they tended to be very successful, especially in the underground. The first example that came to mind was Stethoscanner, a hero whose sense of hearing was so acute that he could hear heartbeats, even from hundreds of meters away. He checked on his supply, recalling how a few minutes of constant burning had halved his brass supply, only to realize that it had barely gone down. The amount of the metal he'd swallowed was pretty minuscule, but he could probably burn it at this rate for at least a few hours without a problem. Izuku was amazed. He could feel the water from the mists on his skin, a refreshing chill against the ocean's warm breeze. He could see well into the distance, even despite the fog. It wasn't like the mist had gone away, it just seemed more translucent. Izuku bent down to get a drink from his water bottle. This is dash. Suddenly, a deafening screech came from behind him and Izuku whipped around, throwing his hands to his ears to block out the unholy noise of metal scraping against metal as an old microwave came tumbling down from the top of a trash pile. In a panic, Izuku extinguished his tin just as the microwave crashed into the sand, the grating sound ringing in his ears. Everything has consequences. The words echoed in Izuku's mind. They were something that his mom had told him, way back when he was younger. If you touch a hot pan, it will burn you. If you eat too much, you'll feel sick. The advice seemed oddly fitting. If I see something bright, or hear something loud while burning tin, it will be significantly worse than if I hadn't been burning it. It was something he'd need to be keeping in mind going forwards. The biggest challenge with the new metal wouldn't be figuring out what he can hear, see, or feel, it would be getting good at tuning unnecessary information out. Well, he mumbled, grabbing his water bottle and bringing tin to a soft burn once more. I came all this way for nothing. Even his voice was loud in his ears. Turning around and slipping on his shoes, Izuku headed back towards the foster home. He'd need to catch up on some sleep before he went to school. Katsuki woke up to the sound of his mother hollering at him to come eat breakfast. I'm up, Katsuki screamed, just so that she would shut the hell up. He threw on his school uniform haphazardly, not even caring to button it up all the way before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and waltzing out of his room and down the stairs. Good, I thought I was going to have to drag your butt out of bed again, his mother said as Katsuki emerged from the staircase. He frowned, clenching his fists. Can't you wait for me to get down the stairs before you go complaining, old hag? Katsuki sneered. He tossed his bag on the floor next to the table before walking to the kitchen and grabbing a plate of food, crashing into one of the chairs. Slow the F down, you're going to break those things? He snorted. They haven't broken yet. Katsuki brought the plate to his mouth, scarfing down 2 pieces of bacon. Oi, turn on the news. Katsuki's father didn't say a word and didn't even look up from his newspaper at the table. He simply picked up the remote and pressed the button to turn on the TV. Katsuki smiled. Just another normal day, he thought. Katsuki only half paid attention to the news as he ate. He didn't study the articles intently like Deku. He didn't need that sheet. It was just good to get a scope of hero activity in the area. Do you think Inko's son is going to come to school today? Mitsuki asked as she cleaned off a spot on the table and sat down. If I know, Katsuki said, shoving another spoonful of eggs in his mouth. I don't care what that shitty Deku does. It's his fault for getting overpowered so easily by a no-name villain anyways. Katsuki turned his attention back to the TV. Local hardware store attack was the headline. Katsuki snarled and grabbed the remote, turning up the volume until the reporter's voice soon became audible. An employee was found unconscious in the back of the store by one of their coworkers. Their uniform had been stolen and items in the store were rearranged. All security camera footage was wiped and most of the merchandise had been taken off the shelves. Investigation by police is underway, but it is unlikely the culprit will be found with such little evidence to go off. Boring. Katsuki changed the channel. Who cares about some random hardware shop? He flipped through the news channels until he found the one that covered hero news, setting the remote down. As soon as Katsuki finished his breakfast, he put on his shoes and grabbed his bag, not even bothering with a farewell as he left for school. Izuka didn't sleep very well. Turns out that waking up in the middle of the night for a few hours kinda puts a wrench in your sleep schedule. In fact, when his alarm clock went off in the morning, he'd been awake for some time, staring at the ceiling. With a groan, he heaved himself out of bed and got ready, throwing on his school uniform and running a brush his hair before grabbing his bag to leave. Before he did, though, Izuku stopped at his desk, looking at his water bottle. Can't hurt to have some reserves, he mumbled, snatching the pouch of tin and a few crumbled pencil caps off of his desk. Just to be safe, before he went to bed the previous night, he'd burned off what remained of his reserves, wanting to avoid metal poisoning if at all possible. Down the hatch, he breathed, putting 2 of the pencil caps on his tongue as well as a fair-sized pinch of tin, washing it all down with a big gulp of water. He cringed, recoiling at the metallic aftertaste in his mouth. That's going to be awkward to get used to. Izuku started burning the tin on a soft simmer and his room immediately became brighter, the sound of the air conditioning unit got louder, and the disgusting metal aftertaste became even more profound. Although he knew what tin did now, it was going to take a lot of time to get used to the intense sensory input. Thus, he'd made the resolution that until he could function normally with tin on, he'd keep it burning whenever he was awake. His breakfast of simple oatmeal was one of the most intense experiences of his life. He could taste the nuanced blend of different species, along with the smooth, yet crunchy feel of the oats rolling over his tongue. It was easily the best oatmeal he'd ever had. Similarly, the walk to school was short but overwhelming. With tin burning, the light that reflected off the concrete was almost blinding, the sound of cars and passing people deafening. The feel of the breeze over his skin sent shivers down his spine. I was just wondering if, he heard a woman talk into her phone from across the street. Did you do the homework form today? One of the kids that went to his school talking to a friend almost half of a block away. It was overwhelming, but it was also wonderful. He'd never felt like this before and it was indescribable. Is this what having a quirk, a real, actual quirk feels like? Izuku couldn't help but smile widely the entire rest of the way to school, even as his ears were assaulted by a cacophony. Deku was sitting in his seat when Katsuki got to the classroom, just like normal. Grimacing, Katsuki walked over towards his own seat, barely throwing the other boy more than a glance, though in that small window of time, Katsuki noticed something odd. A wide, massive grin was planted on the BSDRD's face. Katsuki sneered, clenching his fists. He hated that smug look. What did he have to be smiling about? Oi Deku! Katsuki shouted, and he saw the other boy jump in surprise, looking up. He was still smiling. What are you smiling for? You got your butt handed to you by a villain the other day. Katsuki expected him to just look down in shame, or to apologize and try to slide into his seat, just like he normally did. I woke up feeling good this morning. Deku shrugged, looking back down at his desk, running his finger up and down along the wooden top. Katsuki froze, anger welling up from the bottom of his eye. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." Katsuki dropped his bag, speed walking across the room, explosions cracking at his fingertips. He only got halfway there before he stopped in his tracks. "Why do I care?" he thought, the anger fading and general annoyance rising up in its place. "This kid isn't worth my time. Whatever. I could have beat that villain without breaking a sweat." Katsuki turned back around, throwing himself into his seat. "I'm sure you could have." Deku responded, his voice hardly a whisper. Katsuki leaned against his arm, waiting for the teacher to come in. Izuku could hear the sound of the chalk running against the board clearly from his seat all the way in the back of the classroom, almost to the point where it was distracting. He could take the whispered conversations and he could tune out the sound of pencils scratching on paper. What he could not stand, however, was the unnerving rasp of chalk on the chalkboard. He almost stopped burning tin, and the only thing that stopped him from doing so was constantly telling himself that he needed to get used to it. Class came and a similar fashion. Izuku spent his time getting used to Tin's enhanced senses, and the people in his class ignored him like normal. They didn't even approach him about the villain attack, something he was thankful for. Days passed as Izuku trained with his Tin. He started getting used to tuning out distractions and singling out only what mattered. Additionally, on the brass side of things, he continued to practice singling out certain feelings from others and how to vary the strength as needed. He slowly got a hang of turning off Tin when he anticipated things like bright lights or loud booms coming, and he got used to flaring it when he wanted to focus on something in particular. He still was far from string it, however. He had a feeling that there were some ways that he could be abusing the quirk, so he had to keep telling himself that they'd come with time. Despite that, he was still impressed by his own progress. He also noticed some other things about the metal. As he got used to the enhanced senses, when he spent up all his Tin to go to bed for the night, he felt oddly empty. Where the louder sounds and brighter lights had been overwhelming before, going back to normal senses was jarring. How did I live like this for years? Izuku found himself asking as he strolled through the new hero news on his laptop. He'd brought the brightness down to as low as it could go, a comfortable level for his Tin-enhanced eyes. The world feels so much more alive like this. I can see things I never saw before, hear things other people could never hear, Izuku thought as he scrolled past an article about Kamui Woods and his suspected love affair with MT Lady. This is help. Someone. Izuku froze. It was faint, barely audible to his ears. And I'm burning tin. He immediately started flaring his metal and the world erupted around him. He shut his laptop, the light becoming like a floodlight to his vision, and he closed his eyes, just focusing on listening. He heard Miss Sakura cooking downstairs, and one of the kids in the house playing with their toys. Concentrating, Izuku tried his best to tune those out. Then he heard it. Crying. It was soft and muffled, as if it were traveling through a lot of material. A voice. Are you going to listen to me now? Their words slurred together, as if other person who'd said them was intoxicated. Izuku stood up immediately, trying to pinpoint the noise, slightly reclining when his chair slid backwards, causing an ugly sound. It sounded like it was coming from his left, so he walked to that end of the room, pressing an ear up against the wall. Why's? A woman's voice came through as a sob. Just don't hurt me, don't hit me again. She faded back into soft sobbing. Izuku grabbed his arm to stop himself from shaking. It was coming from the building next to the foster home. Izuku clenched his fists, not able to move, trying to think. The building on the left of them was unoccupied, so it had. The sound of glass shattering and a scream from the woman filled his ears. Izuku started running before he knew what was going on. He threw open his door and bounded down the wooden staircase, skipping 5 steps at a time. He wheeled around in the kitchen, throwing open the front door, ignoring Miss Sakura's confused call after him, but Izuku didn't stop to turn around. He ran down the sidewalk, keeping his tin flared. The bottoms of his feet screamed in protest as he ran across the rough concrete, but he ignored it. He ran in the direction of where he'd heard the disturbance. Izuku's suspicions were confirmed as he ran straight by the abandoned house directly adjacent to the foster home, continuing to the one on the other side of it. As he sprinted to the door of the second house, he heard the sobbing get louder. This was the right one. He ran to the door, throwing his weight against it and slamming his hand down on the door handle with all the strength he could muster. The door gave in, blowing open with a blast of wooden splinters. Inside, there were 3 people. One was a woman, cowering in the corner with her hands above her head protectively. Tears were streaming down her face and she was bleeding from her temple. Standing over her was a man, half of a beer bottle in one hand, the floor below his feet bespeckled with liquid and glass shards. In the corner of the room, there was another person, a girl that seemed his age, pushed up into the corner and cowering, as if she were trying to hide. Izuku didn't have time to think. He sprinted forwards, throwing all of his weight into a tackle. He slammed into the man with his shoulder, putting all of the strength he could into the tackle, blowing the older man off of his feet. Izuku reached out to everyone around him, flaring his brass. "Call the police!" Izuku screamed as he and the man hit the ground. He put all of his weight into the small of the man's back while also making sure to grab the man's arms. He let his knee push down between the man's shoulder blades, using the rest of his weight to keep the arms pinned. The man was bigger than Izuku, but not so much that he couldn't hold him down with some effort. Izuku didn't have time to discriminate what emotions to soothe away. Instead, he just smothered everyone in the room with an emotional blanket, pushing as strong as he possibly could. The man below him just groaned drunkenly, squirming under Izuku's hold. He focused his brass on the man in particular, pushing as strong as he could, harder than he'd ever pushed before. The man just stopped moving, docile under Izuku's combined hold of brass and weight. The woman in the corner, the one who was injured, was still cowering, unmoving, sobbing uncontrollably. Izuku heard a girl's voice, the girl his age, quivering as she talked into the phone. He flared tin and listened to the conversation, making sure to keep the man down. Luckily, either due to his drunkenness or the brass, most likely a combination of both, the man didn't try to fight back. Izuku held the man down until the police pried him off. "So, let me make sure I have all of this right. You heard someone call for help while you were walking by the house on the street and took it upon yourself to try to help," the police officer asked. He had the head of a cat, some side effect of a quirk, although it might have been his quirk itself. He thought back on one of his classmates whose entire quirk was that his arms were replaced by a bear's. Izuku flushed, scratching the back of his head nervously. "Yes, that's right." The police officer frowned in response. After the police had gotten to the residence, they'd taken the man into custody and separated everyone out for questioning. You know how dangerous that could have been? It's best to get professionals involved, especially when it comes to breaking into someone's house like that. "Sorry." Izuku tapped his heel against his calf, looking down at the ground. "My legs moved on their own." The officer eyed Izuku. Eventually, he just sighed. "We can pass this off as being a good Samaritan, so you're free to go. If something new comes up regarding the situation, we'll contact you. You might need to testify as a witness in court," the man said, turning around and writing something on his notepad. "Try to be more careful, kid. There's a lot of dangerous people out there, especially for quirkless people." Izuku grimaced. He didn't have any of his medals on at the moment. A lot of police forces had someone with them that could either suppress quirks or detect when one was being used, and he didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. Izuku looked around the area, getting ready to head back to the foster home. A few meters down the road, Miss Sakura was waiting, her arms crossed with an eyebrow raised. "Great," Izuku gulped. "I am so getting scolded." He turned to leave, but something caught his attention first, the sound of a car pulling away. Looking over his shoulder, he saw one of the police cars pulling away from the scene, a figure sitting in the back. Next to where the car had just been, standing barefoot on the concrete, was the girl who had called the police, the teenage girl his age. He hadn't actually gotten a good look at her in the heat of the moment. She was tall, taller than Izuku himself by at least a few centimeters, and she was wearing what seemed to be a simple nightgown, which was understandable, seeing as it was already a few hours past sunset. The most notable, however, was her hair, set up in a large ponytail. It was almost stiff-looking and frayed out towards the ends, a bit spiky. She was talking to another officer, though she seemed on the verge of tears. Izuku was just far enough away that he couldn't hear what she was saying. But with tin, Izuku reached out towards his reserve of tin, prodding the big well. He still had much of the tin he'd swallowed earlier despite flaring it for a solid minute straight to find where the cries for help had been coming from. Izuku was just about to burn it and listen in on the conversation when he stopped. No, he told himself. That's their private business. I have no reason or right to intrude. He pulled away, looking forwards again towards Miss Sakura. Izuku was barely able to keep his concentration in class the next day. He didn't get a lick of sleep and it was coming back to bite him in the butt. Though, not sleeping had been less of a choice and more of a side effect of his own overbearing thoughts. After some vicious ear-tugging and scolding from Miss Sakura for getting involved with the police again, he'd gone up to his room to lay on his bed and think, mostly about why the hell he got involved. Domestic abuse is a sensitive issue. A lot of the time when families struggle with it, it's an issue tied up in a whole nest of other issues and pulling out a single straw could cause the entire thing to collapse. Abusers frequently make excuses for their abusers and it wouldn't be that much of a stretch for the family to actually blame Izuku for breaking into their home. He'd thrown himself into an issue that he had no business being a part of, and by doing so, he'd made his life just that much more complicated. Yet, the mere thought of hearing that cry for help and doing nothing made his stomach turn. The idea of hearing someone in need and deliberately doing nothing to help, especially when he was in a position where he could help, made his insides boil. Izuku ran his finger up and down the wooden desk again, feeling the grain of the wood on his tin-enhanced fingertips. Midoriya, would you answer this question? The teacher asked, and Izuku drew his attention away from the desk, standing up in a hurry. Izuku looked at the board, then to the teacher. Could you repeat it? The teacher sighed. What does this sentence mean in English? He pointed to the line of kanji on the board. Izuku nodded, flaring tin. He noticed that it helped him concentrate, or at the very least, it supplied his mind with enough sensory input to push back his tiredness. It was an odd side effect, but useful. Izuku translated the sentence then sat back down. Izuku opened the door to the foster home after school, wanting nothing more than to just crash onto his bed and pass out for a few hours. I'm home, he sighed as he walked in, making a line straight for the staircase. Before you disappear for the night, you have a package? Miss Sakura said, pointing to the table. Izuku frowned, turning around. Package? Sure enough, sitting on the kitchen table was a little cardboard box, haphazardly taped shut with the address written on in Sharpie. A man came by today and dropped it off, saying it was for you. Miss Sakura turned back on her TV, looking away from Izuku. He went over, grabbing the box and hefting it. It was fairly heavy. He got to his room and set the box down on his desk, flicking the switch on the desk lamp. With tin, that was more than enough to illuminate the entire room. He took the box, which literally only had his address and first name written on it in Sharpie, and popped it open. Inside, there was a note, as well as 3 distinct ingots of metal and a file. The clerk, Izuku remembered. It had been at least a week since that encounter, so he'd nearly forgotten. Izuku, here's some metal like I promised you. This one has pewter, a metal used for old kitchen utensils, and it's an alloy of tin and copper. There's also a bar of iron and a bar of steel. I also included a file in case you needed to have smaller samples for your experiments. The letter wasn't signed, which was a bit odd. But Izuku hefted the 3 bars, looking at them. He hadn't been expecting the clerk to actually follow through on his promise to provide Izuku with free metal, but he wasn't going to complain. It was a free way to test out different possibilities, and he was going to need all the help he could get considering he still had no idea what metal yielded the carnage that he'd caused on the street. Well, he mumbled. If I'm going to be out again tonight to test these, I'm going to need to get some sleep. He put down the bars on his desk and rolled onto his bed, not even bothering to change out of his clothes. He extinguished tin and closed his eyes, waiting for sleep to draw him in. Izuku, you have a visitor? Miss Sakura's voice called. You've got to be kidding me, he said, sitting back up and burning tin again. He threw open his door and ran down the stairs, and at the bottom, Miss Sakura was standing in front of the door, talking with someone outside. I'm here, Izuku said, grabbing the door and opening it all the way so he could see who was there to visit him. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. The tall girl with the black ponytail from last night, the one who'd called the police. Hello, Izuku said, suddenly nervous. Hello, the girl said. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and I was wondering if we could talk? Steel and iron. Hello everyone. Just a quick note before the chapter starts here. Sorry that this took a few extra days. It was supposed to go up on Wednesday, but I rewrote half of this chapter 3 times cause I didn't like how it turned out. On that note, one of my friends over on the Azucha Discord server made a comic for this chapter, and it's great. I'll put it in at the end of the chapter, so for now, enjoy. Hello, the girl said. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and I was wondering if we could talk? Izuku froze, looking at her for a moment. This could be bad. Sure thing, sweetie. Miss Sakura opened the door, gesturing for Yaoyorozu to step inside. Only then did Izuku recover from his shock to move out of the way. Thank you. Yaoyorozu stepped inside, stepping past Izuku, who was just awkwardly standing to the side, unmoving. Any exhaustion that he had from the day had faded, only to be replaced by a subtle feeling of utter dread. Yaoyorozu stood next to the table for a moment. She didn't make any moves to start anything, and neither did Izuku. The tension in the air was so tight that if it were tangible, he could have cut it with a butter knife. Finally, Miss Sakura spoke, "You two can have a seat at the table, I'll make some tea." Izuku took the opportunity to rush over to the table, taking the seat opposite Yaoyorozu. They sat in silence while Miss Sakura waited for the water to boil before pouring it into 2 separate mugs with a couple of tea bags each. Milk or sugar? She asked, setting down both of the mugs. The question was directed at Yaoyorozu, since Miss Sakura knew already that Izuku liked his tea bitter. This is fine. Thank you, Yaoyorozu responded kindly. Izuku could tell that she was tired just by the sound of her voice. Miss Sakura nodded curtly, leaving the room. Izuku stared down at his mug, watching the tea seep in, unsure of how to start the conversation. I mean, how do you start a conversation like this? Do I just say, hey, sorry that I may or may not have thrown a wrench into your entire home life? Izuku breathed out, taking the tea bag out after only about 30 seconds and raising the mug to his lips. He sipped it, and the flavor rushed over his tongue, each individual spice acute to his senses. He could taste the savory cinnamon and the sweet plum distinctly. It was a bit hot, but it was refreshing. You hardly let it seep in, I'd be surprised if it tasted like more than flavored water. Izuku looked up, mildly surprised by the sudden comment. Yaoyorozu was looking between him and his mug, so he just raised it again, taking a sip. I don't like it to be strong, he said simply. More like if it were any stronger, it would be overwhelming. Yaoyorozu just looked at him for a moment, before letting out a little snort. The snort turned into a giggle, and the giggle devolved into a light laugh. Izuku couldn't help but crack a smile as well. Well, I'm Yaoyorozu Momo, it's nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku, and same. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu said between laughs, you're just not what I expected. Izuku started, a bit taken off guard, I don't really know how to respond to that. It's just, I didn't expect the person that broke in my door yesterday to tackle my stepdad to the ground would be an awkward teenager who looked uncomfortable in his own shoes. Now, I get that a lot. The second part, the part about being an awkward teenager and stuff. Izuku said with a laugh. The awkward silence returned a moment later. Well, Yaoyorozu started, I probably owe you an explanation. She took a deep breath to steady herself before beginning, so, first off, I'm sorry about last night. Things got out of hand, and you had to get involved and… I'm sorry. The words flew out of his mouth before he could stop them. I threw myself into a situation that I had no right getting into. I should have just called the police, or gotten a hero involved or something. I probably caused a bunch of problems for you and your family, so I'm sorry. Yaoyorozu looked at him for a moment, a little shocked. Finally, if I'm being completely honest, I don't know if I should thank you or not. It's really a complicated situation, isn't it? A sigh. I'll try my best to explain, and we'll see how I'm feeling at the end of the conversation. Izuku gulped, nodding. With that, Yaoyorozu began again. Well, I'll start from the beginning. My family name, Yaoyorozu, might be familiar to you. My father is the head of the Yaoyorozu Foundation, a big name in the international trade business. I'll spare you the details, but a number of years ago my father and my mother went through a rough divorce and my mom won custody. We were poor for the first time since I could remember, but with my mom to lean on, I got through it. Yaoyorozu took a deep breath, steadying herself. A year or so ago, my mom married my stepdad. I didn't see him a lot when they were dating, but I thought he was a nice enough guy. When we moved in with him, things were okay for a while. That was until he got fired from his job. He started going to the bars more, and he'd come back drunk nearly every night. When he got drunk, he got angry, and when he got angry, she trailed off, taking a shaking breath. He really wasn't a good man, was he? Izuku heard her breathing quicken, and her breathing was raspy, rather than the calm, controlled breaths of before. Looking up, he saw a single tear roll down her cheek. Hey! Izuku tried to interrupt her, but she kept talking. When he hit Mom, she told me to not get involved. She got good at covering up her bruises. One night I tried to stop him, but he just hit me instead. I should have called the police a long time ago, but Mom wanted to work things out. I think she really did love the good side of him, and if she was happy, then we could push through the bad parts, right? She's getting really worked up? You don't have to tell me all of this. Izuku mumbled into his shirt. Yaoyorozu just shook her head. I think, Yaoyorozu started again, that I'd wanted to call the police for a very long time. I'd tricked myself into thinking that what we had could get better, that we could be happy again. If he got a job, he'd stop going to the bar, so he'd stop getting drunk and he'd stop getting mad. I thought that for months. Yet, when you came in last night, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I couldn't let that BSTRD hurt anyone else. They sat in silence for a moment, Izuku trying to take everything in. It wasn't exactly too out of the ordinary for cases like this. All of the domestic abuse cases he'd read about online usually were based on the victims thinking that things could get better. Yaoyorozu let out a sigh and a sniffle. Well, there's my life story, I guess. Izuku said, I don't know how to respond to that. Yaoyorozu raised her hand to her mouth, stifling a giggle. I wouldn't either, don't worry. I'm still sorry for messing everything up. If I had handled things better, then we might have been able to fix things the easy way. Yaoyorozu shook her head. I made my decision on whether I should thank you or not. She took a deep breath. While things might be a little strong for a little while, it won't ever be as bad as it was for these last few months. So, thank you Midoriya, for putting that BSRD behind bars. Something flared up inside Izuku's. Not the kind of flare that came with burning metals, but rather, a surge of emotion. A surge of pride? Self-worth? Whatever it was, it felt good. Well, maybe I should leave before things get awkward again. Yaoyorozu said, standing up. I'll see you to the door. Izuku said, standing up as well, holding his mug. Izuku sniffed at the drink, flaring his tin and taking in the scents. Instinctually he checked his reserves. Tin is okay, but brass is a bit low, he thought, reaching for his pocket, where he had a few balled-up pencil caps stored. Without a second thought, he put the ball of metal on his tongue and raised his tea, taking a big drink to wash down the brass. Instantly he felt his reserves swell. Looking up from his mug, he made to walk Yaoyorozu to the door. Only to see her looking at him, a mix of complete confusion on her face. Did you just eat a ball of metal? Well, you see, Izuku sputtered, it's I need it for my quirk. I see. Yaoyorozu slowly nodded, getting ready to turn around before. The police officer yesterday told me you were quirkless, though. But very bad. Izuku thought, mind racing. Very, very bad. On his last option, Izuku burned brass, not bothering to be specific about what emotions to target. Izuku just hit Yaoyorozu with a soft blast of soothing. It's a long story. Let's just leave it, he said hopefully. To his relief, Yaoyorozu started to nod. Then, to his dismay, she frowned again. I knew it, she said, taking a couple of steps away, startling Izuku. You have a manipulation-type quirk. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku said. I just felt you try to make me less suspicious. Izuku thought, how can she know? Everyone else I used brass on couldn't tell. Let's sit back down? Izuku said, turning off his brass entirely. He returned to the very same seat that he'd been at a moment before, and Yaoyorozu walked over, taking a seat, but he could tell by her posture that she was still wary of him. I feel like the one that's on stage now. A moment before, Yaoyorozu had been the one spilling her guts to him. I know you have an emotional manipulation quirk. Yaoyorozu spoke first. How? My stepdad has one too. His amplifies the emotions of those around him when he uses it. It's part of how he kept my mom and I in line, so I know what it's like to have your emotions tampered with. Yaoyorozu said, I had a hunch after last night. The sudden shift in emotions could have been from either his quirk stopping or from someone else. It seems that the latter was correct. Izuku sighed, defeated. Caught between a rock and a strong place. You basically told me your life story. I guess I owe you this one. Izuku said. Tud really? Haven't told anyone else about this, not even Miss Sakura. Ironic that the first person that will know about my quirk is someone I just met today. Izuku took a deep breath. The quirk registry still has me down as Quirkless. That's because, up until about a week and a half ago, I thought I was. It wasn't until recently, when some extraneous circumstances brought to light the true nature of my quirk. He still wasn't entirely sure what was up with the medals, and whether or not it could really be called a quirk, but she didn't need to know that part. Izuku pulled a pencil cap out of his pocket, before popping it into his mouth and swallowing it dry. He was getting better at that part, at least. I can swallow metal and use it up to do certain things. Brass lets me suppress emotions. He hit Yaoyorozu with a little push of it to emphasize his point, and tin enhances my senses, which is why I could hear your mom's call for help last night. It's also why I kept my tea weak. Izuku took a deep breath, realizing that he'd said basically all of that without as much as a breath in the middle. He'd spewed it all out in a matter of seconds thanks to his nervousness. Yaoyorozu looked at him for a moment, before raising her hand to her mouth again with a giggle. You sure are nervous. I don't see why you are so concerned about keeping it a secret. It's just a quirk, I'm sure everyone will understand. And you should go get your quirk registry updated. It's illegal to have one that is deliberately incorrect, I think. But if you want to keep it a secret, I won't tell anyone. Izuku sunk into his chair in relief. I won't tell anyone about your family stuff either. Deal? Yaoyorozu said, though if I may ask, what circumstances came to light that led to you eating a piece of metal? Izuku let out a chuckle. Well, you see, it wasn't actually that started it. There was an incident, and my quirk must have activated on instinct. Except, instead of using up the metal in my stomach as I didn't have any, it actually used up all the iron in my body, and iron in his body, consumed. Blue lines. A destroyed city street. It clicked. Midoriya? Yaoyorozu said when Izuku suddenly stopped talking, looking up at her for a moment in shock. Yaoyorozu waved her hand in front of his face, as if to check if he was spaced out. Sorry, he yelled, bolting for the staircase. I think I just realized something. Wait right there. As soon as Izuku was in his room, he threw open his desk drawer, grabbing his most recent volume of Hero Analysis for the Future. He didn't even bother to shut the drawer before running back out of his room, skipping steps on his frantic flight down the staircase. If it uses metal content in my body as the fuel, then when I first used my quirk, it consumed all the iron in my body. That must mean... Izuku mumbled, sitting down in one of the chairs at the table, throwing his notebook open to the page that he'd began to build on his own quirk. If it used up the iron, that means that it has to be a metal that I can burn. But I hadn't eaten any iron, so that must mean that it can use up metals located elsewhere in my body, like my bloodstream. Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked, confused by the sudden outburst. Izuku, however, was too consumed in his own mumblings to notice. Does that mean that metal just has to be somewhere inside of my body for it to be used? Isn't iron usually stored as atoms within molecules inside of the bloodstream? Does that mean that I can use up metals that are bonded? If so, where does the leftover molecule go? Could I accidentally poison myself by making a compound that's poisonous? Izuku stopped for a moment. I need iron. Izuku stood back up in an instant, knocking over his chair in his hurry. He ran to the drawers and cabinets around the kitchen, throwing them all open. Silverware is made out of silver and pewter. He shut the utensil drawer, opening another. Is this made of iron? Iron, I need iron. Something small enough to swallow? Izuku mumbled, opening drawer after drawer after drawer. Midoriya! Yaoyorozu practically yelled. Izuku's head snapped up, looking over to where she was standing. In her hand, there was a small gray bead. He tilted his head, walking over. You said you needed some iron? She smiled, gesturing to her hand. Izuku took the bead, rolling it over in his palm. Where'd you get this? He asked. It certainly looked like iron. I made it with my quirk, she said. Izuku looked up at her in awe. With your quirk? Yaoyorozu nodded. It's called creation. I can make anything so long as I know the chemical structure. As if to demonstrate, in the palm of her hand, an assortment of blue and pink particles came into existence, and a moment later, another bead of iron was sitting in her hand. Oh! Izuku breathed in shock. That's not so cool. Completely forgetting about the iron bead in his hand, Izuku threw open a new page of his notebook, writing down Yaoyorozu's name and the name of her quirk at the top. That's so versatile, you could make so many different things, it's practically built for hero work. You could learn to make a bunch of different weapons, or even dangerous compounds to use as weapons against villains. How does it work? What does it use as a fuel source? Can you make an unlimited amount of stuff, or do you need to take breaks? So many options. Well, it uses my lipid cells as Yaoyorozu cut herself off. Hey, weren't you just freaking out about needing to have iron for something? Why are we on my quirk now? Izuku froze mid-sentence, looking up. Oops. He stood upright once more, awkwardly shutting his notebook, reaching up with one hand and scratching the back of his head. Sorry, I get a bit excited sometimes when it comes to new quirks. Yaoyorozu let out a little laugh. I can tell. Anyhow, you were going to do something with iron. Izuku jumped, as if just realizing how off-topic he'd gotten in a matter of a few seconds. He took the iron bead in his hand, looking it over. Here goes nothing, he said, popping the bead into his mouth, swallowing it dry. He'd gotten used to dry swallowing metals recently. Reaching inside, he felt for anything odd. Sure, just like with tin before it, there was a new reserve sitting there, ready to be used. Whoa, despite the bead he swallowed having been tiny, the reserve of iron was massive in comparison to what it should have been. He almost felt inclined to start theory crafting on why, as the other metals seemed to be replenished by similar amounts in relativity to the amount of metal swallowed. Later, he told himself, okay, here we go. He steeled himself, perfectly aware of Yaoyorozu standing next to him. Reaching towards the new reserve, Izuku started to burn iron. Immediately, blue lines shot out from his ST, seemingly in all directions. What the hell? Izuku breathed, looking around the room. The blue lines were mostly transparent, non-obtrusive to his vision, yet they're enough that he could clearly see them. They spanned out in every direction, only disappearing when they hit something like one of the cabinets or a wall. Can you see this? Izuku asked, gesturing around him. Yaoyorozu just tilted her head in confusion. See what? These lines. Blue lines, going everywhere. Yaoyorozu just shook her head. No, I can't see anything. Izuku frowned. Checking his iron reserve, he saw that the metal seemed to burn relatively slowly. Not as slowly as tin, but he'd last a while on this amount. Let's see where this goes. Izuku singled out one of the blue lines, moving around the room. As he walked, one end of the line stayed attached to his ST, wherever the end of the other line was seemed to stay put as well, just the angle of the line changing to adjust for his movement. Frowning, Izuku followed the line, tracing it to its source. He walked over to the counter, looking at where the line ended. A spoon? He mumbled, picking up the utensil that had been setting on the counter. Even in his hand, a line shot from his ST towards the spoon. Looking around the rest of the room, Izuku searched for the other ends of lines. Forks, the stove, the teapot, the buttons on his school uniform, the refrigerator. All of them had lines attached to them. What did all of those things have in common that something like the table, which didn't have any lines oriented towards it, didn't? Metal, that they're all made of metal, Izuku said, so iron points out sources of metal? Is that it? His mind flashed back to the carnage on the street, the metal rebar ripped from its foundation, merchant stands torn apart by having their nails removed. No, there's more to it. Izuku looked up at the spoon in his hand, holding it up to the light above him and focusing on the blue line. Izuku felt as if there was something important about the line, almost like he could. Izuku pulled on the blue line. Suddenly, the spoon was ripped from his fingers and sent flying directly downwards towards him by some force. Izuku yelped, trying to duck, but the spoon curved in midair, pulled directly into his face. Ow! Izuku yelped, extinguishing iron. The spoon fell limply to the floor as all the blue lines disappeared from around him. Midoriya, are you okay? He heard Yaoyorozu call, her footsteps loud to his ears. Izuku sat up, rubbing his forehead where he'd been struck. That spoon that IT attacked me, Izuku said, getting on his feet, leaving the spoon on the ground. He looked up, trying to piece together what the hell had just happened. He looked at Yaoyorozu, who just looked at him for a moment, her expression unwavering. She snorted, beginning to laugh. There's a red mark on your forehead. Izuku flushed, throwing a hand up to his forehead, trying to cover it up. That only made Yaoyorozu laugh even more. Eventually, Izuku couldn't keep himself from laughing, and found himself chuckling at himself. Yaoyorozu said between laughs, you hit yourself with a spoon. She let out an ugly wheeze, which just served to make Izuku break out into uncontrollable laughter. I swear, it came alive and attacked me. It was a solid few minutes before either of them were able to gather their composure again. Even then, they were both left smiling like a bunch of idiots. Well, I'll leave you to attacking yourself with spoons then. Yeah, Izuku said, I'll let you go do whatever you have to do now. Izuku responded, walking with Yaoyorozu to the door. She grabbed her bag off of the hanger and made for the door. Well, Midoriya, I'll see you at school in a few days then, Yaoyorozu said, grabbing the door handle. Izuku tilted his head, you go to the same school as me? Yaoyorozu shook her head, not yet. I was homeschooled for a long time, but I want to take as much pressure off my mom as possible, so I'm going to start going to public school in a couple of days. Ah, I see, Izuku muttered, then I'll see you then. Yaoyorozu stepped outside. See you around, Spoonkin? Izuku smiled as she left. Izuku tried to sleep while he waited for night to come around. After his sudden revelation as to the nature of iron, he'd realized something that caused his heart to sink. Before, he'd gone to the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park because he had wanted to be sure that he didn't want to endanger anyone around him with the metal that had destroyed the street when the Sludge villain attacked. Then he'd turned right around with tunnel vision and used the very same metal inside of the house. In his excitement, he'd gotten tunnel vision and put everyone else in danger. What if it had done something more than just hit me with a spoon? What if I had caused the building to collapse? Izuku groaned, staring at the ceiling. Izuku looked over at the clock. It's midnight. He sat up, swing his feet off of the bed. He was tired as hell, but the combination of his excitement from iron and his anxiousness from the stupidity of his mistake had kept him up. His eyelids feel heavy, but he powered through. Walking over to his desk, Izuku grabbed the few pouches of metal shavings from earlier. In the hours he'd waited for everyone to go to sleep, he'd taken the ingots of metal supplied by the clerk he'd met, as well as the file, and made pouches full of each individual metal. Stuffing the pouches into his pocket, Izuku slipped on some tennis shoes and went to his closet to get a sweatshirt. He slid open the closet, looking inside. To his surprise, it was completely empty, all save for one article of clothing hanging from the rack. Miss Sakura, you always choose to do my laundry at the worst times? Izuku sighed. He'd checked the forecast on his phone earlier, and it was supposed to be cold. Going out without a sweatshirt would be unpleasant, especially with tin. What can you do? Izuku was about to turn away from the closet when his eyes were drawn to the last remaining piece, hanging on the rack. He grabbed it, pulling the black cloth off the hanger. The black and gray cloak that he'd been delivered to Inko and Hisashi in, 14 years ago. Izuku eyed the odd clothing piece for a moment, strangely drawn to it. He'd kept it as a memory of where he'd come from, a reminder almost. Now, for some reason, he felt drawn to it. The way the many-layered tassels faded to an odd gray color was interesting. He felt the cloth in his hands, basking in how smooth it felt, as if it weren't even made of real cloth. It was absurdly lightweight, and he barely felt it weigh down on his hands. Against his better judgment, Izuku threw the cloak over his shoulders. The tassels reached just above his feet, stopping just short so that it didn't drag against the ground. The solid part around his shoulders comfortably fit his ST, the drawstring in the middle holding each side on. Lastly, he kept the hood down, not caring enough to put it all the way on, letting it sit around his neck, almost like a sweatshirt. "I feel like I'm cosplaying something," Izuku muttered, turning to leave. Still, he kept the cloak on. It felt surprisingly natural and unobtrusive to wear, and for some reason, it just felt right. He couldn't put his finger on why, but some part of him felt attached to the cloak. Izuku turned around, leaving his room and creeping down the stairs. It was another misty night. The oddly thick fog swirled in the dark, obscuring vision. At least, it would obscure the vision of anyone without tin to aid them. Izuku maneuvered over piles of trash, finding the clearing that he'd practiced at with his medals last time. Sure enough, it was still there, a small circle of sand amidst mountains of discarded appliances, bags of garbage, and scrap metal. "Okay," Izuku said. "Now I can only hurt myself." Izuku shifted in the cloak, reaching into his pocket for the pouches of metal and pulling out one of them at random. "Pewter it is, then," Izuku mumbled to himself. He needed to get through all of them eventually, so the order didn't matter. Izuku took a pinch of pewter, putting it into his mouth and washing it down with a big gulp of water. Just like with all the other metals, new reserve sprang to life within him. It was distinct from brass and iron. Though, he did notice something as he inspected it. There seemed to be some sort of connection between tin's reserve and the new well that was pewter, almost like a tie of sorts. Curious, Izuku reached out and began burning pewter. Unlike the immediate reaction he got out of burning tin, Izuku didn't notice anything at first. There was no blast of new sensory input, and he didn't really see any changes to things around him. Unlike with brass, it didn't feel like he could direct the new metal towards something. Confused, Izuku kept burning, flaring the metal. Once again, he didn't really notice any difference. Until he moved. Izuku had reached for his water bottle and drastically overshot the movement, his limbs responding faster than he'd been expecting. Instead of leaning forwards to grab the bottle, he jolted forwards as if on uncontrolled muscles, and he lost his center of balance. Before he could stumble, however, as if his body knew what to do automatically, Izuku regained his footing on the soft ground. Izuku looked down at his body incredulously, like it had moved without his command. Except, the thing was, it had responded to his command, just way quicker than he'd been expecting. Carefully, Izuku took a few steps around. Once again, his muscles reacted far quicker and more precise than they had any right to. He noticed something else as he stood, as well. His sense of balance was impeccable. When he moved around on the beach, the shifting of the sand below didn't even give him pause, and when he'd reached down for his water bottle, there wasn't a single hint of vertigo. He turned around, walking in circles around the clearing, and he felt remarkably good. Just moving around felt more natural than it ever had, if that was even possible. All of his motions felt calculated, fluid. When Izuku grabbed the lid to his water bottle, the cheap plastic was crushed in his fingers. "Ah," Izuku muttered, looking at the crumpled piece of plastic in his hand, and everything clicked into place. "That's why I felt that bond between tin and pewter. They're connected in that one enhances the senses, while the other enhances physical attributes." That didn't solve the problem of his broken water bottle lid, though. Going over to one of the piles of trash, Izuku found a hefty-looking piece of garbage. It was an old car door, broken off at some point and separated from the rest of the car. Izuku extinguished the new metal, checking the weight of the piece of trash. Without the assistance of the metal, he could just barely lift up the car door, much less move around with it. Except, when he tried again with the new metal, it got a lot easier. It wasn't like he could suddenly lift it all with one hand or something like that. He wasn't All Might. It was more like a minor boost. He walked around, hefting the car door. It was still a little bit of a strain on his arms, but nothing more than what, say, a heavy backpack would have been. When he flared the metal, it got even easier, and it felt like carrying something not much heavier than a few kilograms. Then, it all seemed to get a lot heavier. Izuku yelped as gravity tore the door from his hands and all the books spilled across the floor. He hadn't been keeping an eye on his metal levels, and he'd run out without realizing. The weight he'd been able to hold just because of his enhanced muscles was suddenly too much. I just swallowed some. Izuku groaned, checking his reserve. Sure enough, it was completely gone, not a hint of pewter left. The same amount of metal that tin could have lasted for about an hour on was gone in just mere minutes of burning. Irritated, Izuku pulled the pewter flakes out of his pocket, dumping the whole bag into his mouth and swallowing. He began to burn pewter at a soft level, and everything instantly felt better. His balance came back, his sense of exhaustion disappeared, and the biting feeling of the cold on his skin lessened. Pewter didn't just enhance his strength and speed. It enhanced every physical attribute, if only slightly. The strength boost wasn't anything like having an enhancement-type quirk either. It was just enough to be noticeable to himself, yet concealable at the same time. I could not get used to this. It was the same thing he'd said with tin. Granted, he'd need a lot more pewter to keep up the same habit that he had with tin, but it was probably a good idea to keep it burning while he was awake. It was going to take some time to get used to the new movement granted by pewter. Thus, Izuku let the metal simmer alongside his tin. Izuku pulled out the last 2 pouches of metal, one iron, the other steel. In the back of his mind, an idea was forming. Iron and steel were pretty similar to one another. Steel was just carbonized iron after all. On a hunch, Izuku took a pinch of both metals, putting the filings into his mouth and washing them down with water. He immediately felt 2 very similar reserves spring to life. One was the iron that he'd burned earlier. The other reserve felt very similar to the iron, and just like with tin and pewter, there was a tie between iron and steel. Izuku took a deep breath, steeling himself. Tentatively, Izuku reached out and burnt both iron and steel at the same time. Immediately, blue lines shot from Izuku's ST outwards in every direction, connecting themselves to various sources of metal in the area. Earlier, when I hit myself with the spoon, Izuku started to mumble, "It didn't come alive" or something like that. I did that to myself, didn't I? Izuku singled out one of the blue lines, one that was connected to a small metal bar a few feet away. He felt at the line, thinking out his options. He flared iron and the blue lines got brighter, but he also felt an odd urge pull. Trusting his instincts, Izuku mentally reached out and pulled on the line. The metal bar sprung to life, shooting off of its resting place a few meters away. This time, unlike with the spoon, he was ready. He stuck his hand out, and a split second later, snatched the flying metal bar out of the air. "Iron pulls," he said. "What does steel do then?" The answer seemed obvious. Izuku held the bar out in front of him, looking at the blue line. This time, flaring steel, he pushed on the metal bar. Sure enough, the metal sprung into action, shooting out of Izuku's hand quickly, where it sailed for a few meters, before embedding itself in one of the mounds of trash. Then, much to Izuku's surprise, he felt a sudden wave of vertigo as he was thrown off of his feet. Hugh yelped as he was launched into the air and backwards by some invisible force. Gah! Izuku let off the steel, and a moment later he fell back to the sand. Pushing himself onto his knees, he spat sand out of his mouth. What the hell was that? He pulled himself onto his feet, albeit a bit too quickly, causing him to nearly lose his balance again, and looked in the direction that he'd been thrown. "Is somebody here?" he called into the mists. All he was met with was the gentle swirling of the fog. Izuku looked back towards where he'd embedded the metal rod into the pile of trash. He walked over cautiously, searching for any signs as to what might have thrown him into the air like that. "Iron pulls and steel pushes," Izuku said to himself, "but what was that at the end?" "I only fell once I stopped pushing," Izuku realized. That at least meant that steel was somehow involved. Carefully burning steel once more, the blue lines got more vibrant. That's another theory down. Iron and steel can both see lines, and they overlap if I'm burning both, he thought. Iron and steel also both burn slowly, it seems. Okay, so I pulled the bar towards me, Izuku thought, retracing his steps. After that, I pushed it away, where it got stuck against the pile. As soon as that happened, Izuku trailed off, his mind flashing back to something that Inko had told him many years ago, when the kids bullied him at school. A lot of the time, the bigger kid wins. If someone is bigger than you, Izuku, you'll get pushed around easier than if a kid your size is pushing you around. Remember that, so you know when to run away. It clicked. When I pushed on the bar at first, it was smaller, so I could push it around. But when it hit the pile, suddenly it was a part of something bigger than me, so I got pushed around instead. Izuku mumbled. In his excitement, he whipped around looking for where various blue lines connected to. Within the vast piles of trash, it was next to impossible to tell where specific pieces of metal were. Still, he found exactly what he was looking for, a slightly thicker blue line that led to a washing machine. Here we go. Izuku waked over, looking at the large appliance. It was slightly buried underneath garbage bags, but flaring pewter was enough to dig it out, where he placed it in the middle of his little clearing. The bigger boys push harder. The heavier things won't get pushed around. Izuku stood on top of the washing machine. They'll push me around. He burned steel and pushed on the washing machine below him. The mists blew into his face as Izuku shot straight up into the air. Gah! Wind rushed against his face as he shot up like a bullet. Still, he didn't lose his cool. 10 meters, then 20 meters. His pushing slowed as he got further away. 30 meters in the air, and Izuku forced himself not to look down. He could just barely see the blue line that connected him to the washing machine below, but he could still push. He slowed to a stop at what had to be about 40 meters in the sky. Izuku looked around, making sure to keep pushing on the washing machine below with steel. It sure pushed back, all right, Izuku sighed. Looking down, even his tin-enhanced eyes could see nothing but the mists swirling below him, as well as the faint, barely visible blue lines connecting him to sources of metal below. I'm not really high up, Izuku said, trying to stop himself from hyperventilating. Okay, hypothesis true, but that holy shit, I'm stupid. Izuku slowly let off on the push below, and he felt himself slowly sink down, losing altitude as he let off on how strong he was pushing on the washing machine. As he got close enough that he could see the ground once more, he felt his heart slow, the panic retreating. When his feet landed on the sand once more, he collapsed to the ground, wishing that he could hug it. I could have died, Izuku realized. What if the washing machine was off-center and I went flying into the ocean? What if I landed on one of the trash piles and impaled myself? Izuku cursed himself for being so reckless, and once he was done with that, he slapped himself a few times, as if to knock sense into his head. Thinking about it a little, he knew that there was a real reason for why things worked that way. When he pushed on something, he was probably using a force around or equal to his body weight. When he pushed on something smaller than him, it got pushed away. But if he tried to push on something bigger than him, his body weight wasn't enough to move it, and if the thing he was pushing on couldn't move, then he needed to move instead, which is what led to him getting thrown away. The same concept applies to if he's pushing on something smaller than him, but it doesn't have anywhere to go, like if he were to push against a coin on the ground, for example. Izuku knew there was going to be a lot of intricacies to the metal, but the possibilities were already running rampant in his head. The possible uses that pushing and pulling had were nearly endless. Using metal as projectile weapons, using iron and steel to push or pull people out of danger, pushing on the metal on someone's outfit to knock them off balance in a fight, using the blue lines to track enemies with metal on their person, using metal as a means of quick mobility. There were so many implications of iron and steel alone, not to mention in tandem with the other metals he already had at his disposal. There was so much to learn, with so little time before the UE entrance exams to learn it. There were a lot of things he knew that he hadn't even thought of yet. All of those things were indications of one thing for Izuku. He was going to need a lot of practice. Chapter 5. Who are you? All right, here we go, Izuku breathed, looking up at the buildings looming above him. The mists were back again, the mysterious fog swirling silently in the night. With a shake of his head, Izuku forced his mind off to the task at hand with a flare of pewter. 3 days had passed since Yaoyorozu Momo came to talk with him, and 3 days since he'd discovered what iron and steel did. In that time, he'd slept a grand total of 0 hours. He hadn't felt the need to sleep, at least not since he'd started persistently burning pewter. That actually was one of the first things he'd noticed about the metal. Like tin, it enhanced his body, but while tin only affected the senses, pewter gave a boost to all other capabilities of his body, particularly the ones that were on the physical side. Burning pewter was like being attached to a generator, in a way, and had so far allowed him to delay the effects of sleep deprivation. He went to school, barely able to sit still in class, probably due to a mix of excitement to get back to training as well as the energy provided by pewter, headed home, did his homework, scrolled through hero news on his laptop, and waited for the best part of the day, when the sun set and everyone went to bed. When night finally fell, Izuku took his cloak and pouches of metal and disappeared into the mist to train. With 3 days straight of burning pewter, Izuku was already used to the fluid movement, and had begun to fall into the same mindset that he had with tin. Where has this been all my life? The bulk of his training was focused around using iron and steel. Turns out, both of them were very intricate, and he'd spent all 3 of the past days just getting down the basics. He'd learned that the strength of both his steel pushes and his iron pulls were stronger up close, growing weaker the further the distance between him and an object. He also discovered that his range topped out at around 35 meters, and objects had to be of a certain size to be affected by the metals. He couldn't just push on atoms in the air or within objects. He learned, the strong way, that iron and steel weren't just metal control. He could only push or pull things in a straight line from his body. The force acted from center of mass to center of mass, meaning that his point of action was actually around his mid-chest area. He couldn't pull things towards certain points of his body, and aiming things that he pushed was a bit difficult sometimes, since he couldn't aim from eye level. Through trial and error, he'd also found the threshold at which things moved from being pushed by him to instead pushing him around his own weight, and when he thought about it, it made sense. It was just Newton's third law in action. But those things he'd learned had taken 3 days to test out, and he knew he was just scraping the surface. He still had no idea how he'd torn up a city street with the metals, and he hadn't even tried anything with pushing himself off of objects, nor had he attempted pulling himself towards things. His experience was limited to shooting metal scraps around Dagoba Municipal Beach to practice his aim and minor tests he'd performed to find out how the metals exactly worked. Which brings me here, Izuku breathed. Trying to jump onto the roof of a 5-story building. The alleyway was narrow and garbage bags lined the floor, overflowing from the dumpster. As powerful as iron and steel could be just in pushing things away or pulling things towards himself, he knew those were far from the most powerful uses. The real potential was in the mobility. If he could got good at using pushes and pulls to launch himself, he'd be 1 step under flying. Well, not exactly 1 step under, but it's as close as I'm ever going to get. He thought. Now, stop procrastinating. Izuku's hand twitched, and he took a nervous step forwards, looking between the 2 menacingly tall apartment complexes. He reached inside of his tasseled cloak, grabbing for the Eltar coin pouch that sat on his hip. In the last few days of training, he discovered something a bit interesting. 1-yen coins were just big enough that he could affect them with pushes and pulls, allowing him to shoot them at very high velocities as potential weapons, but they were also uniform in size, which allowed them to cut through the air easily. They were also cheaper to use than buying scraps at a hardware store. Izuku took a coin out of the pouch, rolling it over in his palm. He was already burning both iron and steel, so a blue line connected from his ST to the bit of metal. Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Stop psyching yourself out," he muttered. "You suspended yourself in the air above a washing machine the other day. What's a third of that height?" Before he could stop himself again, Izuku flicked the coin onto the ground below, and before it could roll around, Izuku pushed with steel. He felt an invisible force run through him as he shot into the air, propelled directly upwards. He shot up half the distance in less than a second before he noticed what was wrong. He'd pushed at a bit of an odd angle, so once he was in the air, the coin had begun to slide on the ground. That had caused his angle to change, so instead of heading towards the lip of the roof, he was instead shot straight into the wall. "Gah!" Izuku yelped as he smashed into the brick, his shoulder taking the brunt of the impact. He flared pewter, relying on the pain tolerance granted by the metal to steady himself, and with its assistance, the pain was blunted to just a little more than a sting. The coin on the ground slid all the way to the opposite wall, where it came to a stop, stuck between his own push and the other building. In that moment, Izuku was suspended in the air by the force from his push, seemingly perfectly canceling out gravity. Izuku felt the force of the push on his pinning him against the wall. "Don't look down. Don't look down," his mind told him. Izuku looked down. Okay. Izuku breathed. Shouldn't have done that. The ground was somewhere between 10 and 15 meters below him, a drop that would at least break a normal man's legs. If he pushed softer, then he could probably begin a slow descent, but that also ran the risk of scraping his entire back against the brick wall on the way down. Izuku sat for a moment, perplexed. He glanced from side to side, searching for other blue lines to assist him, but all he could detect was the dumpster below, and he knew pushing or pulling on it would send him off in an odd direction. It was only once he looked down and saw the coin pouch on his hip did he come up with a solution. "I'm stupid," he said, taking one hand and reaching into the pouch. Taking one coin in his left hand and the other in his right, Izuku began to hatch a plan. He didn't actually need to stick his arms out dramatically in order to use iron or steel, it was more of a mental push or pull, depending on what metal he wanted to use. As such, he could use his hands while in air without having to worry about losing his anchor. Izuku took one coin and put it up against the wall behind him, positioning it directly behind the small of his back, next to his center of mass, and then lightly pushed on it. Slowly, he moved away from the wall, just pushing enough to counteract the horizontal force from the coin on the ground. As he drifted out onto open air, he took the third coin and dropped it directly below him. He pushed on it as it fell, accelerating its descent. Thankfully, the third coin slammed into the ground directly below him, and the moment struck, Izuku began to ascend straight up, propelled by the third push. Finally, he stopped pushing on the first two coins, only riding on the last coin's push. Izuku shot over the lip of the roof of buildings, thrown by the third coin he had below. Except he'd pushed a bit too strong, which had made him significantly overshoot his goal, soaring a good few meters into the air above the rooftop. To ensure that he landed on the roof, he pulled on one of the air conditioning units that sat above the building, adding a little horizontal velocity. When Izuku landed on his feet on the roof, he suspected that he only landed on his feet due pewter. He immediately fell to his knees, letting out the largest sigh of relief of his life. "That was almost very bad," he breathed. "That is going to take a lot of practice." He waited a while before attempting to stand, and when he finally did, it was on shaky legs. Slowly, he made his way over to the edge of the roof and looked towards the ground below. He'd actually jumped straight onto the roof, a 5-story jump on his first attempt. Granted, he'd had a bump in the road or two, but he'd done it. Izuku let out a victory cheer, letting himself reel in his success. At least, he did until he realized one very daunting fact. How do I get down? A panicked glance around the roof revealed a door. He headed over and gave it a hopeful tug, but to his dismay, it didn't budge. Locked. Izuku mumbled, walking back to the ledge. He looked at the door, then back to the ledge, then back to the door again. Either I can figure out a way down, or I can explain tomorrow morning to the landlord why a kid in a weird cloak without access to the building was on his roof. Izuku thought. I don't really have a choice, do I? Izuku sighed, looking down at the ledge. His eyes were drawn to the thick blue line that connected to the dumpster below, and mind flashed back to the first night he'd trained with iron and steel, how he'd slowed his descent from above the washing machine as if it were second nature. Can't be too strong, can it? Izuku gazed down, looking at the bags of trash uneasily. Izuku looked back at the door, frowned, then sighed. A fall from this high would probably kill a normal man, so if he didn't slow his fall, even pewter wouldn't be able to keep him from breaking his legs. I've done this before, I can do it again. Izuku reminded himself, I've got this. The first step to learning is practice. Before he could psyche himself out again, Izuku took a step off of the roof. Wind rushed past his face, and Izuku began to push softly on the dumpster below. He felt the force of steel run through his body as the wind became quieter and his descent slowed. Soon he found himself coming almost to a stop a few meters above the dumpster, so he let up a little on the push. He fell little by little, centimeter by centimeter, all the way down. At about a meter above the ground, Izuku let go of steel, and he landed nicely on the dumpster's lid. Izuku let out a breath. That was easier than I expected. Izuku took a coin out of his pocket once more. Time to go again. Izuku sat on the edge of the roof, letting his feet dangle off the edge. His ribs hurt from hitting the wall one too many times, and he was pretty sure that pewter was the only thing keeping him going. Yet, despite all of that, he felt remarkably good. He'd gotten his first good session of training with iron and steel done with, and he was actually feeling progress. Now, though, as Izuku sat in the mists, letting the odd vapor swirl around him, he found himself with some time to think. Out of all the things that he could be thinking about, he found himself pondering something that had been on his mind for years now, but only recently at the forefront of his mind. It was just a mere question. For you. Izuku sat on the roof of the school, eating his lunch. The roof was always a nice spot to sit, since hardly anyone ever came up there. He could spend time taking in the sun and thinking to himself without having to worry about someone intruding. 6 days with no sleep, and Izuku still didn't feel tired whatsoever, all thanks to pewter. Not sleeping for so long was probably a bad idea, but he'd gotten so much done. He was able to keep up with all of his schoolwork, continue filling out his hero notebooks, and train with the medals every night. Midoriya, a voice called, "I finally found you." Izuku looked up from his lunch to see a figure emerging from the doors that led to the roof. He only needed to see her black ponytail to immediately recognize who it was. Yaoyorozu? Izuku sat up a little straighter, putting the bento box off to the side so that he could stand up if the need arose. Yaoyorozu smiled and hurried across the roof to where Izuku was sitting, leaning up against one of the railings. Without even a word, she sat down right next to Izuku, leaning up against the railing as well. Izuku just looked at her for a moment in confusion. She just looked at him before turning to her own bag, retrieving her own lunch. She opened it, taking out a pair of chopsticks and beginning to eat. Izuku couldn't think of anything to say. She'd just come up to him, inviting herself into his space, and didn't even start up a conversation. I knew she said she'd be transferring to the school soon, but Izuku had not expected it to be so quick. Yaoyorozu stopped after a bite, looking over at Izuku and raising an eyebrow. What's with that glare? Yaoyorozu stopped, a smirk touching her lips. Oh, I know. She moved to her bag again, digging around. A moment later, she turned back to Izuku, holding an object between the two of them. Yaoyorozu looked Izuku in the eyes and said, completely deadpan, "I brought you a spoon." The air fell dead silent, even to Izuku's tin-enhanced ears. Nothing else existed except for him, Yaoyorozu, and the metal spoon she held between them. Izuku snorted, breaking out into a laugh. Why would you bring me, of all things, a spoon? Yaoyorozu giggled, breaking the serious facade. Her laughter infected Izuku, causing him to begin laughing more. The two of them were only able to reel themselves back in after a good minute or two of laughing, and even then, they were only able to speak in between fits of giggling. Well, Izuku said, you were the last person I expected to see today, in all honesty. Yaoyorozu took a bite of her lunch, putting the spoon on the ground between them. My mom didn't want me to miss out on very much schooling, so despite still being at the hospital, she signed the transfer papers. Today is actually my first day, I'm in class 3-2. Izuku hummed in affirmation and silence fell between them for just a moment. He was in class 3-1. Which explained why he hadn't seen her earlier that day, despite it being halfway over. You know, you were pretty strong to find. I walked down all the hallways at least twice looking for you. Izuku nodded. I'm good at being where people can't find me. Yaoyorozu looked at Izuku for explanation, but he kept his mouth shut. It had been a while since anyone had gone after him for his disposition, outside of Bakugo's occasional flare-ups, but old habits die strong. He'd spent most of his childhood trying to make himself as unnoticeable as possible, and it had carried over to his teenage years. He ate lunch on the roof, got to school just in time, left as soon as possible, the whole 9 yards. Ominous, much? Yaoyorozu took another bite of her lunch. Izuku just hummed in response. Not much of a talker, huh? Izuku shook his head, never have been. Silence fell between them once again. Izuku knew it was his fault. Talking to him was basically like talking to a brick wall sometimes, or at least that's what Miss Sakura told him. There was one question looming over his mind. No. Say, Izuku started. Why did you go searching for me? Yaoyorozu clicked her tongue. She usually had a sort of sassy demeanor to her, but when Izuku looked over, it was gone, replaced by what seemed to be unease. Her shoulders were tensed up, and she looked ahead of her at the ground. I don't really know, Yaoyorozu finally said with a deep exhale. She leaned back up against the railing with a sigh. Maybe it's just because you're the only person that I even know here. Transferring into a new school is kind of strong, especially in the middle of a semester when everyone already has their cliques. I think I just want a friend. Izuku's heart sank, panic rising within him. You don't really even know me, he mumbled, barely above a whisper. Yaoyorozu frowned, but didn't say anything, so Izuku continued. I keep secrets from everyone. I'm not sure if even I know the real me anymore. It's like I've been hiding from everything for my entire life. Izuku breathed, even myself. Izuku closed his lunchbox, stuffing it into his bag. I've lost my appetite. In one fluid movement, Izuku threw his bag over his shoulder and rose to his feet and began to walk away. Just as he was about to turn to leave, he caught a flash in the corner of his eye. A blue line. Izuku moved on instinct, burning steel with a flash and pushing on the line connecting to some item that was flying straight towards him. The object reacted to the push, shooting straight into the ground with a resounding twang. Izuku let off steel before he could throw himself into the sky on accident. Well, that at least got your attention, Yaoyorozu called. You didn't need to abuse my spoon like that, though. Only then did Izuku realize what had happened. Yaoyorozu had thrown the spoon from earlier at him and he'd accidentally spiked it into the concrete with a steel push. Silently, he walked over and picked up the now bent utensil. When Izuku looked up again, Yaoyorozu was on her feet, walking towards him. Yaoyorozu put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Midoriya, you really aren't good with people? Izuku just tightened his jaw. I know. Okay, so when a person says they want a friend, that usually means that they want you to be their friend. Trying to walk away isn't exactly the best course of action. Izuku tensed. I know. Yaoyorozu sighed. Then let's make this simple. Midoriya, would you be my friend? Izuku's throat tightened up. He'd never really had a friend before. Either others pushed him away, or he pushed himself away. Either they hated him for whatever their perception of who he was, or he made sure they stayed away by showing them a different him. Izuku was good at hiding, but he was great at hiding who he really was. He kept his hair dyed and he wore green contacts. He kept his powers, his quirk, a secret from everyone around him, and he didn't talk unless he needed to. Izuku hid who he really was because he didn't even know who he really was. Who had left him on that doorstep nearly 15 years ago? What were his powers? A quirk? Something else? Were the smiles he showed people genuine, or were they fake? What was his real personality, when he wasn't trying to impress someone? Who was Izuku Midoriya? Even he didn't know, and that was scary. Letting someone else in, someone that could get to know him better, someone that could get to who he really was. Now that was terrifying. Izuku flared steel. I'm sorry, he dropped the spoon and pushed, throwing himself off and away from the building. He heard Yaoyorozu call for him as he sailed over the edge. Izuku reached to his belt, grabbing a coin from the pouch and dropping it below him, before pushing against it. He landed on the ground with a short stumble before breaking into a pewter-infused sprint. The mists blew by Izuku's face as he pushed off of the coin below his feet. It sent him up and at an angle such that he landed swiftly on the next building's roof, not breaking his stride, and he kept running, letting the pounding of his feet on the concrete distract him from his thoughts. Izuku reached the edge of the building, the side that overlooked the street below. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped straight off. As he fell, he reached behind him, flaring steel and pushed on one of the building's windows. He changed direction in mid-air, the push stopping his slight downward momentum before pushing him up and out from the building. And just as he was reaching the distance that his push wasn't powerful enough to keep him airborne, Izuku instead reached out with iron, pulling on the metal railing that lined the roof. The force yanked him upwards. Except, he miscalculated the trajectory, so instead of stopping his pull early to launch himself over the railing, he instead had to keep pulling as to not drop onto the street below. That caused him to be yanked more forwards than he'd expected, and he crashed into the railing, tumbling over it and onto the roof. He felt the air fly from his lungs, he hit his arm pretty strong on the concrete, and he was dangerously close to slamming his head into the ground. He flared pewter to stay the pain. "Gah!" Izuku sputtered, pulling himself onto his knees. "This is strong." After a few days of practice, pushing and pulling was beginning to feel more natural. Instead of having to think out where a push would send him, he began to just know instinctively what to do. Still, he was far from proficient with the powers. On numerous occasions, he'd hit walls, or he'd pull on something that wasn't the right weight, causing him to not only crash again, but also hit himself with some random chunk of metal in response. He'd had a few close calls, and suspected that pewter was the only reason that he hadn't broken anything yet. This night also marked a week straight of burning pewter and a week without sleep. Still, he couldn't feel even a hint of exhaustion, but his muscles were beginning to sore. He'd probably need to take a break sometime soon, not to mention the fact that he was burning through his store of pewter pretty quickly. There was only half of the bar left, while the iron and steel ingots he'd received were still practically untouched. Izuku shook his head as he stood up, seeing the blue lines around him shifting with his movements. The mists swirled silently, and Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that they were odd, somehow. He'd never had a summer where deep fog was so persistent, coming every few nights. They danced around him. He noticed, tendrils seemingly liking off of his skin, parting way for his movements. "Nonsense, it's just water vapor, it's probably reacting to your body heat," Izuku blinked, flaring tin to help him concentrate. The mists thinned, and the starlight lit up his vision even more. "For you." Izuku broke off into a sprint once more, his mind echoing the things he very much didn't want to think about. After his conversation with Yaoyorozu on the roof, he hadn't come back to school. It had taken a lot of alone time and tin to clear his thoughts, and afterwards, he just felt like shit and a bit of an a-hole. Yaoyorozu was alone, in an environment that she was unfamiliar with, in a situation that didn't help her in the slightest. Middle schoolers could be cold, that much Izuku knew firsthand, and to make matters worse it was their third year. Everyone already had their groups and high school was just around the corner. Yaoyorozu didn't have any friends, so she'd gone to the closest thing she had, and what had Izuku done? He'd run away. "For you." Izuku threw himself off the ledge once more, pushing off of the railing slightly. The next building wasn't too far, so a small nudge was enough to let him land safely on the other side of the drop. He ran, then flicked a coin and pushed, throwing himself cleanly over the next street onto the next building. Blue lines faded into the distance as new ones appeared, rushing by like a slideshow of fancy lights. "For you." Izuku bit on his tongue, letting the pain bring his focus in. He turned as he jumped off the next building, now falling parallel to the street below. Izuku corrected his trajectory with a small nudge on a door handle across the street, stopping his forwards momentum just as he flicked another coin onto the road. He pushed against it lightly, and he fell onto the asphalt without as much as a stumble, where he broke into a sprint. He didn't know where he was going, he just knew that he needed to do something, anything to keep himself occupied. There were no cars on the road at this hour, and even if there were, Izuku knew that he'd see them coming from far enough away that he could get off the road before they so much as knew he was there. Before long, Izuku gave up on the road, pushing off of a parked car onto the roof of another building. As soon as he landed, he knelt down, breathing heavily. Though pewter enhanced everything physical, including his stamina, he wasn't a machine, he needed rest too. Izuku let himself breathe in the wet air, letting his mind focus on the creaking sound of his breathing. He'd seemed to have taken a pit stop somewhere in the Rezarin ward, an area full of storage warehouses. It wasn't too far from where Izuku lived, but a good few kilometers at the least. Izuku let his breath come back down to a normal level before forcing himself back onto his feet. He reached for his coin pouch. Bang! Izuku froze, spinning around. The sound of metal falling to the ground rang in his ears, and Izuku frantically searched for something in the night, but there was nobody else on the roof. "Who could have guessed that someone like you would be right where you don't belong?" a voice said, but it was faint and muffled, even to Izuku's ears. Only then did he realize the noise was coming from below him, inside of the warehouse. What's going on? Izuku thought, thankful for the distraction. As quietly as he could, as to not have his footsteps echo. Inside the building he walked over to the edge. Most warehouses have some sort of. Izuku grinned as he saw it. Windows. Next to the building, there was a stack of supply crates that conveniently stacked up so that he could stand on them and see inside. Izuku walked over and jumped off, slowing his fall slightly with a light push. Inside, the lights of the warehouse were on, and Izuku could make out at least 4 figures inside. 2 looked to be wearing some sort of middle school uniform, but Izuku didn't recognize it. Probably from some school in this area, Izuku reminded himself. The other 2 were odd though. One looked to be a grown man in a full-blown suit, holding a briefcase at his side. The last looked like a boy with a head full of purple hair and deep bags under his eyes. The 2 kids in the school uniform seemed to be wearily standing facing the purple-haired boy, while the man in the suit stood to the side. You listen here, one of the kids took a step towards the purple-haired boy. We're the ones asking questions here, and don't you dare use that demed quirk of yours. The other boy looked around, looking the suited man in the eyes. Don't respond to any of his questions or comments, that's how his quirk gets you. The purple-haired boy just shoved his hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt, nodding lazily. Izuku frowned as he watched the interaction go on. What were you doing here at this time of night? The purple-haired boy just shrugged. I was taking a walk. Now, I don't want anything to do with whatever this is, so I'll be. Oh no you won't. The other boy pushed against him, shoving him back with enough force to make him stumble to the ground. You aren't going nowhere. Izuku felt a lump rise in his throat. There was something very, very fishy about the entire situation, and it left a bad taste in his mouth. The 2 schoolboys turned to each other and began whispering, and they were far enough away that even flaring tin wasn't enough to hear what they were saying. Eventually, someone spoke up, the suited man. It seems our business has been intruded on. If we cannot come to an arrangement, then I'll be taking my leave. The man straightened his collar and turned towards the exit of the warehouse. Wait! Both of the uniformed boys shouted in unison, taking a step towards the suited man. The man did indeed stop, looking at them through black sunglass lenses. Don't go, we can figure something out, the first kid said. Yeah, we can get him to keep his mouth shut, we promise. Izuku felt his guts sink to the floor. Something was wrong, and every bone in his body screamed at him to run, to jump away from the building and run home and forget everything he'd seen. Yet, for how often his body moved without the will of his mind, no matter how much he wanted to get out and run away, his legs wouldn't move. Look, boys, I'll level with you. The man in the suit put down his briefcase and turned around, taking steps towards the purple-haired boy. I'm running a business here. Now, businesses work off of having customers, and I've got a feeling that you 2 would be very profitable customers. It's a win-win for both of us. The man stopped a few paces from where the purple-haired boy was sitting on the ground. You see, there's this other thing about my business. It's a bit of a secret, and things could go bad if the information fell into the wrong hands. The customers aren't a problem, they don't usually run and tattle. Trigger is very addicting, you see. My problem comes up when there is someone that isn't a customer finds out about my trade. You don't need to do anything rash, the boy on the ground finally spoke, and his voice was full of panic. Izuku could see the fear in his eyes. You can trust me, right? The man in the coat just shook his head solemnly, reaching into his coat. He didn't respond to the boy's question, seemingly heeding the middle schooler's warning. He moved his arm and pulled out a gun. Everything went into slow motion for Izuku. The 2 middle school boys sprung forwards, panic on their faces. The purple-haired boy tried to scramble away, sheer terror falling onto his face as the man in the suit leveled the pistol at him. For you, Izuku flared steel, but no line connected him to the barrel of the gun. He was too far away. For you, he flared pewter. The mist reacted, swirling around his body. For you, Izuku threw his fist forwards as strong as he could possibly manage, and the mist shifted with his arm. For you, I don't know. The window shattered. Chapter 6, Repercussions. So, before this chapter, I owe y'all a quick explanation. I missed an upload, as some of you may have noticed, and so I'm currently 2 weeks late. This chapter took longer than it normally would have because college has been kicking my butt recently, and it's been strong to get the time to write. Hopefully the next update should be on time, but no promises, since finals are coming up. Anyways, with that out of the way, enjoy the chapter. Shinso closed his eyes, trying to prepare himself for the shot. He'd heard things about how your life flashes before your eyes in the moments before you die, but he just felt nothing. Nothing except for the sinking feeling in his gut as he waited for the sound of a gunshot. He let out a breath as he heard the revolver PP. Then, the sound of glass shattering. Shinsu's eyes snapped open, and his head turned in the direction of the noise. Time seemed to slow as shards of glass rained down from the window, a figure falling with it. Shinso watched as the figure landed gracefully on the ground across the warehouse, not even stumbling after what had to be a multiple-story fall. He wore some sort of black and gray cloak that tasseled out at the end, seeming like it faded away into nothingness. The hood of the cloak covered his face, only a tuft of green hair was visible. A thick fog flowed in from the window they'd broken, spilling out onto the ground around them, seemingly flowing around the figure. Menacing. The man in the coat whipped around, turning towards the source of the commotion. He shifted, taking his aim off of Shinso, whipping it around towards the new person. Only for the gun to be ripped out of his hand by some invisible force, shooting across the warehouse and skidding to a stop on the ground a few meters away. Shinso was too shocked to move, a mix of fear and confusion rooting him to the spot. The figure shifted on the spot, seemingly dropping something to the ground. A moment later, they shot forwards, propelled by an invisible force, their cloak flapping behind them. Shinso suddenly felt a wave of ease wash over him. His fear fled, and the shock that had kept him rooted all but disappeared. Everything else seemed to go numb, the only thing left being an overwhelming sense of trust. Whoever this person is, his mind told him, they're here to help. The next few moments passed in a blur, so much so that Shinso could barely keep up with the movements. The cloaked person landed on the ground a few feet away, breaking instantly into a sprint without so much as a stumble. The man in the suit, as if only just taking in the situation, made a move to run for his gun, but his feet failed him. The soles of his shoes slid against the ground, and he stumbled. The stumble was more than enough delay, and the cloaked figure caught up to the man, throwing a punch. Shinso heard the sound of a jaw cracking, and the suited man fell to the ground. He didn't get back up. Just then one of the other two boys, Shinso's classmates, let out a guttural scream of sheer terror before taking off at a dead sprint for the exit. The figure just snapped their head away from the unconscious body and towards the source of the noise. Then they jumped into the air, changing directions and falling towards the boy, feet first. The kick landed right in the small of Shinsu's classmate's back, knocking him to the ground, his head bouncing off the ground. The figure turned to the other boy. "Are you going to run as well?" the figure's voice came. It was a male's voice, though it sounded a bit young. The other boy just gulped and shook his head, even sitting down on the ground and crossing his legs for emphasis. With the suited man unconscious, one classmate possibly concussed, and the other one sitting like a school kid on the ground, the cloaked figure finally turned towards Shinso. "What in the hell just happened?" Shinso basked. In a matter of seconds, the man who'd been about to kill him moments ago was unconscious on the ground, and his two classmates were sitting around like children. "Call the police," the figure's voice came. Shinso typically thought of himself as level-headed, but everything felt off. He felt an unnaturally strong urge to comply to this person's demands, and everything had happened so fast. Still, Shinso was in no place to refuse anything at the moment, so he pulled his phone out and dialed the number. Mist was flowing in from the shattered window, and the thick fog started to fill the warehouse, already pooling at their feet. Shinsu's finger hovered over the button to send through the call. The cloaked boy paced, looking at the ground and muttering. He checked the suited man's limp body 3 separate times, and Shinso was sure he heard a sigh of relief accompanied by a "he's alive." "Make sure they don't go anywhere," the boy said, pointing at Shinsu's classmates, the ones who'd been on the other side of the drag deal. Shinso just gulped and nodded, still a bit shaken. "Who is this person?" The figure looked around the room one last time, before shifting again, pulling something out of a pouch at his side. "Who are you?" Shinso blurted out, still holding his finger over the call button. The cloaked figure looked over, and for the first time, Shinso got a glimpse of his face. Tired eyes not unlike his own looked back under matted green hair. "I don't know." With that, he shot off the ground, flying back up to the window that he'd broken in to save Shinso's life, leaving without turning back. Only then did Shinso press call. Aizawa was only beginning to get back into the sleep schedule of a full-time underground hero. Most of the time, he had to split hero work and teaching, usually only working as a hero for occasional midnight patrols or raids on big villain conglomerates. Except, this year he didn't have any teaching to balance. He'd expelled the entire class for their lack of potential, after all. With the entire bulk of his day essentially free for the next 10 months, he made the shift to full-time hero work, which for him meant sleeping a maximum of 6 hours during the day, patrolling at night, going to any meetings Yui required of him. He was still technically an employee, then going back to sleep. And so, Aizawa sat atop one of the buildings in a nearby ward, keeping an ear and an eye out for any odd behavior. "This demon fog isn't doing me any favors, though," he muttered to himself, kicking a pebble across the roof. The thick fog was irregular, of that much he was certain. Climatologists were baffled as to what was even going on, unable to come up with even a semblance of an idea as to the origins. The fog only came at night, and only came every few days, though Aizawa swore that it was getting to be more and more common. The odd thing was, the fog retreated as soon as dawn came, and it didn't enter buildings. Some of his coworkers had theories that it was the work of some quirk, a villain with some sort of weather manipulation. Others thought that it was due to higher levels of humidity from worsening global climate change. Aizawa hoped it was the latter, but had suspicions about the former. If it was some sort of villain, using the mists as a cover for their crimes, particularly at night, then he would have a lot of work cut out for him. Aizawa didn't jump when his phone buzzed in his pocket, but he was mildly surprised. His agency didn't typically call him while he was on patrol, especially at this hour, not unless it was some sort of emergency. He answered the call with a click. "Eraser head here, what is it?" "Eraser, we've got a situation," the operator said. "Rezarin Ward, Sector 3. Aizawa didn't waste time making for the door that served as the exit from the roof, still holding the phone to his ear. "Details?" A middle schooler was the one that made the emergency call. He'd stumbled in on some sort of drag deal. A couple of his classmates were the buyers. Aizawa skipped a few steps as he made his way down the stairs. "Get to the point." "It was a trigger deal, Eraser." Aizawa stopped in his tracks, barely catching himself on the railing. He felt his breathing halt and a sinking feeling in his gut. Underground heroes around Japan had been on the hunt for the organization behind Trigger for almost 2 years now. 2 years, and all they'd gotten was a few people who had been tricked into buying and using the drag. If there was one thing that was certain about the entire operation, it was that the people behind it were very, very dangerous. When Aizawa started moving again, it was on slightly uneasy feet. "How many died?" The operator paused for a moment, then, "No casualties." "Eraser, you won't believe it, we got the dealer." Aizawa started off at a sprint. The scene of the crime was an abandoned warehouse in the middle of the ward, a place that nobody had any business being at 1 in the morning. Police cars lined the entire street, and at least 3 other underground heroes other than Aizawa himself. "A cleanser," Aizawa repeated, looking at one of the other heroes in disbelief. "He's on his way to the holding cell as we speak, if you don't believe me." The entire situation had turned from a normal incursion to a shitshow at the drop of a hat. One Shinso Hitoshi had been around the area taking a walk, unable to sleep due to insomnia. He'd stumbled across the deal, and things had gone south quick, leading to a pistol being aimed at his head. Then, a person, described as a boy in a cloak, came in through the window, beating down the dealer within seconds, as well as stopping the 2 boys who were supposed to be the buyers from escaping, before fleeing. A drag deal he could handle. A vigilante he could handle. Both of those things at the same time he could handle. What he could not handle was the fact that it was both of those things with the added factor of it being a trigger deal. Trigger was a quirk-enhancing drag, one that could turn a mundane quirk into something menacingly powerful for a short duration. As a side effect, Those who used it would become exceptionally violent while under the influence of the enhancer. Over the last 2 years, he'd had his fair share of run-ins with the drag, but the problem had always been tracking the dealer. Those who were affected frequently had memory loss of the event, and even if they did remember something, it wasn't enough to help track down who was working behind the scenes. They tried everything, moles, fake deals, the whole 9 yards, and they'd come up with nothing. Now, all that was changing. A cleanser, Aizawa repeated to himself. A cleanser was the word that a very certain, very powerful man gave to his underlings. A man who went by Overhaul, full name Chisaki Kai. A cleanser dealing trigger was a very telling sign of who exactly was the one behind the entirety of the trigger operation. A cleanser, Aizawa said again with a sigh, I don't have the energy for this right now. I'll organize a meeting where we can go over the details of that side of this entire thing. For now, he trailed off. He looked up into the misty sky, not even able to see the stars through the fog. The Vigilante, Aizawa realized, something in his mind clicking. There was a very low chance that the Vigilante just happened to be passing by to stop literally one of the most dangerous drag deals there could possibly be. Odds are, this Vigilante, whoever they were, knew about the deal beforehand. Which meant they knew something about the entire situation, information that could prove incredibly useful. Move nightly patrols to the surrounding area. We need to find that Vigilante. Izuku tossed a coin and pushed, launching himself slightly upwards. He stopped his push, landing lightly on the window ledge outside of his room. He lifted up on the lip of the window, pulling it open and stepping outside. He'd left it just open enough such that he could make open it from the outside. The moment he was back inside, he sank to his knees, breathing heavily. The entire way home, he'd been in panic mode, barely able to keep his thoughts on the steel jumps. Even still, he'd hit a few walls and stumbled a few times on the way home. It wasn't until after he stepped in that he'd realized the magnitude of his actions. Not only had he gone up against a person with a gun, but the other crimes he'd committed in a few simple moments could land him weeks of community service at best, jail time at worst. Destruction of property from the window he'd broken, unauthorized quirk use, and if they pressed charges, assault against not only the man with the gun, but the middle schooler he'd knocked down. It took at least a few minutes of manual breathing to calm his nerves enough to think straight. Standing on shaky legs, even with the help of pewter, he walked over to the closet, hanging up the tasseled cloak before collapsing onto his bed. He couldn't sleep, of that much he was certain. The anxiety from what he'd just done was eating him alive, and even if he wasn't burning pewter, he had a feeling that he was going to have problems getting to sleep. So, he just sat on his bed for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling and, for lack of a better term, wanting to curl up and just die. He stayed like that for a while, caught up in his own thoughts. Thinking back, he was reminded of how automatic his reaction was. He'd seen the gun, and the next thing he knew, he was inside, the window behind him shattered. The moment he'd seen somebody else in danger, all of his thoughts, all of his insecurities, all of his unease disappeared. The thing was, despite all the bad parts that came with what he'd just done, if he could go back in time, he'd have done the same thing a million times over. Something inside, something rooted deep down in who he was, couldn't stand the thought of that purple-haired boy with a bullet hole in his skull. Maybe that's just part of who he was. Izuku perked up, sitting up and tearing his eyes off of the ceiling. He looked around, flaring tin. The noise came again, this time to Izuku's right. This time, the noise had a sort of plinking noise to it, like something small tapping against glass. Izuku saw it this time, a small object flying out of the mist and hitting his window, before bouncing off and flying off into the fog. Frowning, Izuku walked over, unlatching the lock and pulling open the window. He flared tin, looking out into the mists. When Izuku looked down, he saw the culprit. "Are you going to come down, or am I going to have to come up there?" Yaoyorozu asked, one hand holding a pile of pebbles. She was wearing what looked to be sweatpants and a way oversized t-shirt. Izuku just looked at her in shock for a moment, trying to process what exactly was happening. Only when Yaoyorozu threw another pebble at him did he sigh and turn around, grabbing his coin pouch off of the table next to him and climbing out the window. He flicked a coin over the edge and jumped, slowing himself and gingerly landing a few seconds later. Izuku stood, brushing some dust off of his shirt, before turning to Yaoyorozu. She was a few feet away, her arms crossed in front of her, and an eyebrow raised. Eventually, she rolled her eyes and gestured to the sidewalk, where there was a bench lying in wait. Izuku followed her over and sat down, feeling the mist lick off of his skin. So, he eventually started, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. "What are you doing throwing pebbles at my window at 3 in the morning?" Momo let out a yawn, leaning back on the bench. "I would have thrown you a spoon, but that probably would have broken the window." "That's not what I asked." "I know," Momo said. "I couldn't sleep, and I saw a very certain someone fly in their window for the 4th night in a row, so I decided to come say hi." Izuku sighed, leaning forwards and resting his elbows on his knees. "Sorry about what happened at lunch." Momo, to Izuku's astonishment, just snorted. "Yeah, you should have heard the excuse that I had to come up with to tell the nurse why you left school early without coming to see her. If I remember correctly, it involved projectile vomiting and spoiled seafood." Izuku blanched. "You covered for me? After I left you hanging like that? That's what a friend would have done, right?" Momo shrugged. Izuku immediately grimaced, looking away. They sat in silence for a few moments, not sure how to continue. Eventually, Momo was the one that piped up. "Tonight is the 4th night in a row that I've seen you come back in early in the morning. Do you even sleep?" Izuku just shook his head. "I don't need to. I could fit my groceries in the bags under your eyes, Midoriya," she deadpanned. "How do you even go for so long without sleeping? Even getting only a couple of hours of sleep a night takes its toll on someone." "Pewter keeps me awake," Izuku said simply. "Plus, I've got to play catch-up. Everyone else had their quirk for years. I've had mine for less than 2 weeks. If I want to even stand a chance at getting into Yui, I've got to practice." "Yui?" Momo sat up a little more. "You want to get into the Yui hero program?" Izuku gulped. "I know it sounds stupid, and I probably won't get in, and everyone else has a better shot at getting in than I do, but it's the hero school that All Might went to, and so it's where the best of the best learned, which means that it's where I need to go." "What a coincidence." Momo said simple. "I also want to go to Yui, so let's get in together." "Kaken won't be happy to hear another person wants to go to Yui," he chuckled, then frowned. His mind flashed back to the warehouse, and he felt the BLD drain from his face. He had to flare pewter to keep himself from wavering. "Midoriya?" Momo asked, seemingly having noticed his sudden distress. "Is something wrong?" "I made a mistake tonight, Yaoyorozu. I made a very big mistake and I don't know what to do," Izuku said, leaning forwards and putting his elbows on his knees. A moment of silence, then, "Do you want to talk about?" It may have been his sleep-deprived brain, or it may have been the vulnerable state that he was in due to the shock, but Izuku could feel himself start to fall apart at the seams. There was so much going on at once, so much stuff to think about, that he just couldn't keep it in anymore. He told Yaoyorozu everything about the night's events. He started from the point where he ran away from her on the school roof to when he stopped the man from shooting the purple-haired boy. "I'm scared," he said. "I'm scared that something will happen, that I'll get found out and my future as a hero will be forever ruined. No hero program will ever accept a person with a vigilantism charge on their record." He let out a little nervous chuckle. Yaoyorozu sat for a few moments, and Izuku just knew that she was judging him. She was going to leave him alone, call him out for his mistakes, and leave him. When Momo's words came, they were soft. "Would you change what you did?" Izuku looked up from where his eyes had been planted on the concrete, looking at Yaoyorozu in confusion. "What?" "I asked if you would do it again. Would you save the boy from the gunshot again, if you were given the chance to redo everything?" "Yes," Izuku said without missing a beat. Yaoyorozu smiled back. "Then I don't see the problem." "But Izuku started, but Momo cut him off. "You did what you thought would be the best, given the situation that you were in. Midoriya, you saved that boy's life. Diamond, what the law says, tonight, you were a hero, even if just for that one person." Hero, the word echoed in Izuku's mind for a moment. It was the word that encompassed everything that he wanted, a profession, a title, and an attribute, wrapped up into one title. There were heroes that were in it for the money, the ones that were heroes by profession, there were those who were saved by a hero, and to those people, they were heroes by title, and lastly, there were those who were heroic by attribute, those who did what was right, because it was right. Izuku wanted to be all three kinds of hero. And so, the word ringing through his mind, it gave rise to an indescribable feeling, originating from deep inside of him. No, he found himself saying, I'm not a hero. Yaoyorozu shifted, but made no move to interrupt her. Heroes don't put on faces, heroes don't lie to those close to them out of fear that they'll be left behind. Heroes don't break the law, and heroes don't change themselves based on who they're talking to. I'm no hero, I'm a fake. You're not. You don't get to tell me what I am. Izuku suddenly shouted, standing up from the bench. His mind was cloudy. How can you know who I am? You met me a week ago? Yaoyorozu had jumped back at his sudden outburst, but otherwise, stayed but on the bench. How can you know who I am? Izuku said again, this time softer as he felt his knees become wobbly under his weight. If I don't even know who I am? He sunk to his knees. 14 years ago, I arrived at Inko Midoriya's doorstep, wrapped up in a weird-looking cloak. I don't know who my biological parents are, they couldn't trace my genes to anyone in the database. I don't know my own birthday, and I don't know where I came from. My hair is naturally black, and my eyes are brown. My skin is paler than most people, and so I stick out in the crowd. I'm not Japanese, that much is certain. Izuku started ranting, listing things off of his fingers. I hide what I really look like. I dye my hair, and I wear contacts, all so that I can look like my dead adopted mother, just so I can look at least a little bit normal. Izuku took a breath. I hide who I am, so much that I don't even really know who I am inside anymore. When I talk to people, I show them the personality that they want to see. If it's a school bully, I'll show them the SBM's SV, useless, powerless Deku that they want. If it's Miss Sakura, I'll show her the completely average, normal middle school kid so that she doesn't have to worry about me. When I'm alone, I distract myself with hero news so that I just have something to obsess over until I have another person to show a personality to. Yaoyorozu was sitting normally again, a look of concern plastered on her face, but unmoving. These powers, Izuku continued, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a coin. He flared steel and shot it from his grasp as strong as he could, where it embedded itself in a nearby tree. I don't think they're a quirk. Actually, I don't know what they are, because I don't have a quirk factor, and I've gotten multiple DNA tests to prove it. I somehow have these special abilities despite all the science we know suggesting otherwise. Izuku finally collapsed, breathing heavily with his hands and knees on the pavement. He sat for a moment, reeling in all the confusing, overwhelming emotions swirling around his head. All that existed was him and the concrete in front of his eyes. Then, a set of arms wrapping around him. Izuku gasped, looking up to see Yaoyorozu pulling him into a hug. Izuku had neither the emotional nor physical energy at the moment to resist. So, instead, he just melted into her arms, feeling the ghosts of tears well up at the edges of his eyes. They just sat there for a moment while Izuku collected himself. Eventually his breathing slowed, and he got a grasp on his wild thoughts, reining them in. Only then did Momo pull away, sitting on her knees on the concrete a couple of feet away. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Before he could try again, Yaoyorozu spoke up. You just looked like you really needed a hug, she said simple, flashing a smile. Izuku snapped his mouth shut, nodding softly, pulling himself to his feet so that he could get back on the bench. Momo did the same, taking a place next to him on the bench, just like she had before his outburst. He had no idea what had caused his emotions to go all over the place like that, and he felt slightly lightheaded. Can I tell you a story? Momo eventually said softly. Izuku turned to her for a moment of confusion, before nodding quickly. Momo took a deep breath, as if to steady herself. I know that I've already told you this part before, but bear with me for a moment. When my parents split, it was rough on both me and my mom. My father seemed to have no emotional attachment whatsoever to the entire ordeal, to the point that he didn't even fight for my custody, he just gave it over. Momo started. The following weeks were strong on my mom. She'd been devastated by the breakup, and for a time, I was the only emotional support she had. As time went on, it got to the point where my entire home life was dedicated to trying to make her feel better. Even when I was struggling on the inside, even when it was strong, I put on a smile for her and acted as her pillar to lean on. She was the only one working, so I made dinner every night, and the nights that she cried, I came to her room to help her out. The reason I was homeschooled was because I didn't have the time to go to school during the day. I self-studied and did everything around the house that needed to be done, just so that my mother wouldn't have to worry very much. Things went on that way for a while, all the way up until she met my stepdad. Momo paused for a moment, and Izuku swore he could see her nails digging into the palms of her hands. Eventually, she continued, I thought that things would get better after that, and they did for a little while. I don't know if the man was someone she truly loved, or if he was just the only person other than me that she even had, but she clung to him like glue to paper. Even when he got violent. You see, my mother wasn't the only one he was violent towards when he got drunk. He yelled at me so many times, I couldn't have counted them, even if I wanted to. He'd get set off on the smallest of things, like the broth in his soup being a bit too salty, or his shoes not being in the right spot when he was about to leave in the morning. He'd get set off if you even looked at him in the wrong way, or if you weren't the perfect daughter, doing what he wanted, when he wanted, and how he wanted it. It was horrible. Izuku frowned, not sure where the story was headed, but he stayed silent. Momo was staring at the ground a few feet in front of them, her expression thoughtful. So, if being myself isn't what he wanted, if it is what got either me or my mother hurt, then I just couldn't be myself. I acted like his perfect daughter, I put on a face, if you will. I did things his way, even when every bone in my body didn't want to listen. Day in and day out, I put on a face, and at some point, the lines between who I was acting like and who I really was blurred. She took a trembling breath. I know what it feels like, Izuku. I know what it feels like to not know who you are when you let down your barriers. It is, and it can get confusing, but that's just life. Things get strong, and things get confusing, and what you need to do is push past it, and make decisions, and sometimes, part of making those decisions is accepting your flaws. Momo looked Izuku in the eyes, her expression dead serious. That man changed me, Midoriya. I put on a face for so long that it changed who I am, and now I've just got to accept it as part of who I am, and move forwards. Let me tell you who I see when I look at you, Midoriya, she said. I see a boy who cares enough about those close to him to not want to worry them with his troubles, so he tells his caretaker that he's okay, when he really isn't. I see someone who is smart enough to realize what the bullies want, and give them what will cause the least damage in the long run. I see someone who, deep down, under all of the fake faces and all of the confusion, still has something so fundamental to who they are that they'd risk their life to save a person in need. It's not putting on faces, Midoriya, it's just part of who you are. Momo finished by putting her hand on Izuku's shoulder and looking him dead in the eyes. Izuku just stared for a moment, trying to take everything in. He eventually broke the silence. I don't know what to say. It was the truth, he could not come up with words to describe the feeling in his It was like he'd been called out, but at the same time, it had been done in a constructive and supportive manner, so much so that it made him think, what have I been doing? Just not think about it for a while, Momo said, standing, letting more people in might help. Being alone tends to make some things difficult. She took a deep breath. Don't worry that you aren't giving people what they want. Give them who you are, and let that be enough. The words echoed in Izuku's mind, inexplicably resonating with him. Give them who you are, and let that be enough. He needed some time to think. Momo walked behind the bench, seemingly heading towards her house. Midoriya, she called, get some sleep too. You look like you really need it. Izuku just nodded in response. She was probably right, he needed sleep. Yet, her words loomed over his mind, and he had the feeling that even if he stopped burning pewter, he wouldn't be able to get a minute of sleep. I'll see you at school tomorrow, she finally said, walking off. Izuku let out a little smile, and for the first time in a long time, he felt like having someone he could call a friend might not be so bad after all. Friendship. Izuku should have gone to bed after he got back into his room. Between more than a week of no sleep and the events of that night, he could feel himself tearing apart at the seams. His heart-to-heart with Momo had mentally drained him, and he wanted nothing more than to lay down and forget all about everything for a few hours. Yet that was exactly why he couldn't lay down and fall asleep. He had too many things to think about, too many things to consider. Going to sleep on Momo's words left a bad taste in his mouth, and he had some serious self-reflection to do. Thus, he refreshed his stock of pewter and reveled in the warm feeling in his stomach. Izuku felt slightly uneasy on his walk to school the next morning. He constantly felt like turning around, as if there were someone watching him. Every time he looked over his shoulder, however, he saw nothing. Shaking off the unease, Izuku continued his walk to school. As he sat alone on the bus, Izuku felt his thoughts drift to his conversation with Yaoyorozu the previous night, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized the truth to her words. The combination of stress and unease had gotten to his head, and he wasn't the only one that was having problems. Everyone had their demons, and he needed to tackle his own, just like everyone else. Still, part of him dreaded facing Yaoyorozu. The conversation they'd had was extremely personal. Not a lot of people talked about those sorts of things, especially with people they hardly knew. Izuku shook his thoughts clear once again, noticing how difficult it was to focus despite the pewter burning in his stomach. While he didn't feel physically tired, all of his mental processes were becoming more and more difficult. He found himself spacing out more, and focusing was an issue, especially when there was a lot going on. He could help himself focus a little at a time by flaring tin, but he couldn't keep that up, since the boost to his senses only served to overwhelm him. Eventually, he made it to school, and he didn't even look up from the ground as he walked to the classroom. Izuku was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice someone sneak up behind him until there was a hand on his shoulder. On instinct, Izuku reached inside his school jacket for his belt, where a pouch of coins was tied to his waist. At the same time, he jumped back, letting his pewter-enhanced legs carry him a couple of meters away, whipping around to face the assailant only to see a very confused Yaoyorozu, her hand held in the air where his shoulder had been moments earlier. Izuku let himself relax, taking his hand out of his jacket and relaxing his posture. She just stared at him for a second before breaking into laughter. "A bit jumpy, huh?" she said. The students that had stopped to watch the whole situation unfold went back to whatever they'd been doing before, seemingly having lost interest. "Sorry," Izuku mumbled, "you scared me." "I can tell," she said. Izuku flushed, but walked over to Yaoyorozu, closing the gap between them. Izuku checked his phone for the time, seeing that they only had a few minutes before class started. "You didn't sleep, did you?" Momo said, turning to walk next to Izuku towards the third-year classrooms. Izuku fell into stride next to her, scratching at the back of his neck nervously. "How can you tell?" "The bags under your eyes are darker than my hair," Momo said simply with a sigh. They walked in relative silence to their classrooms, Izuku unsure how to clear the air about the discussion from the previous night, Yaoyorozu seemingly unbothered. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, and Momo moved to open the door to her classroom. "Wait," Izuku said, and Momo froze, her hand on the handle. "About last night?" Yaoyorozu just shook her head. "What we talked about last night is for you to think about on your own. As for whether you want to be friends or not, well, if your answer is yes, then meet me for lunch on the roof." And with that she opened the door and disappeared into the classroom. Izuku stood in the hall, his mouth open as if he were frozen mid-sentence, looking at the door. Eventually, the warning bell rang, pulling Izuku from his shock. As he speed-walked to his classroom as to avoid being late, Izuku cursed to himself under his breath. She picked the roof on purpose. She knows I eat lunch up there, so she made it so that if I wanted to tell her no, I'd have to go out of my way to find another place to eat. Izuku sighed. "Well, it's not like I have any other plans." Aizawa crashed into his bed for the first time in at least 36 hours. He'd gone straight from one patrol to the situation regarding the Vigilante and Overhaul's cleanser, only to go straight back onto patrol duty until morning to search for the Vigilante. Of course, they hadn't been able to find the culprit in the area, and based on Shinso Hitoshi's report, the Vigilante had some sort of mobility quirk. Pulling one all-nighter wouldn't have been an issue if he hadn't already been awake for nearly a day straight at that point. A patrol, then an entire day of meetings with Yui for what teaching duties he still had, and then right back to patrol. Point was, Aizawa was exhausted. He fell straight onto his bed in his small studio apartment, not even bothering to take off his hero costume. He knew it would be mere moments before he passed out, so he decided to run over all the facts about the case that they knew. The Vigilante had come across a trigger drag deal, and whether it was coincidental or not was yet to be determined. Otherwise, the Vigilante seemed to be a kid, most likely middle school or high school, and they had some sort of quirk that allowed them to move around quickly and easily. The only description they had to go off was their height and general stature, since they'd hidden their face with some sort of cloak. Aizawa's agency was currently running the description through nearby school rosters, while cross-referencing quirks to possibly narrow down the possibilities. Perhaps they'd come up with a few matches, and they'd just bring Shinso Hitoshi in to verify their identity, and things would get squared away nice and quickly. Odds are, though, it wasn't going to be that simple, which meant less sleep for him. With a groan, Aizawa buried his head into his pillow, already feeling himself being pulled towards unconsciousness. This wasn't the first young vigilante that he'd dealt with, and they all tended to be one of three things. First, and most common, were those who, for whatever reason, couldn't quite make it as heroes, yet still wanted to try to do something, not knowing that that something usually threw a wrench in the gears of actual hero work. Those were the easiest to deal with, since usually all it took to correct the behavior was a hit on the knuckles. The second type of vigilante was the most annoying, the kind that got in over their heads, or had some sort of twisted view of justice. These are the ones that take themselves to be the judge, jury, and executioner. The types who use their abilities to act in what they see as right, usually ending up killing villains, or get too deep in an organized criminal organization and stir up shit they shouldn't be. Stendhal, early in his career, was one of these. Then, you had the third kind of vigilante. The kind where they happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and just did what they saw as best in the situation they were dealt. They acted off of instinct, doing what they say as right in the moment. These types of vigilantes were well, Aizawa had a soft spot. Most of them ended up going into the hero industry. It was how he'd started off after all. Sunlight streamed through Aizawa's blinds as he drifted off to sleep. Izuku weaved a coin between his fingers as he waited for the bell that signaled the end of the first half of the day. He wasn't sure if he was looking forward to lunch or dreading it. The more he thought about it, the more he realized it was a bit of both. On one hand, he'd made up his mind about the entire situation. He knew what he needed to do, not only to be fair to Yaoyorozu, but to help himself. On the other, he was worrying about was taking that first step. The first step was always the hardest, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about going to the roof at lunch. Izuku noticed people fidgeting around the room, so he looked up at the clock to check the time, and sure enough, the bell was going to ring any second now. He barely cut off his tin in time to save himself from the sudden deafening noise. Izuku took his time gathering his things and putting them into his bag as the rest of his class funneled out of the room. Then he arduously pushed his way through the hallway to the staircase, heading up to the roof. With Pewter's help, he could have made it up the stairs in moments, but he let himself take the steps slowly, as if he were giving himself time to turn back. Eventually, he made it to the top of the stairwell, to the door that led to the roof of the school. Taking a deep breath, before he convinced himself otherwise, before his arms could shake or his mind froze up, Izuku pushed open the door to the roof. Looking out onto the pavilion, he could see Yaoyorozu leaning up against the railing a few feet away, eating from a bento box. She looked up from her meal, then smiled. For some reason, Izuku felt his unease wash away, and the emotional weight pushing down on him lessened. He even found himself standing up a bit straighter. "You showed up," she said, before turning back to her lunch. Izuku shut the door behind him and started to walk over to where she was standing. "I couldn't exactly leave you hanging," he smirked, "plus, I eat lunch here. As if I'd let the new kid steal my spot." Momo just chuckled in response, reaching into her bento box and pulling something out. A moment later, she threw it right at Izuku. On instinct, Izuku flared steel and reached out, a blue line shooting directly at the object. He hit it with a light push, and all of its forward momentum was nullified, causing whatever the object was to clatter straight to the ground, halfway between Izuku and Momo. Extinguishing steel, Izuku inspected the object. It was a spoon, bent in multiple places, presumably caused by steel pushes on multiple occasions. Momo spoke up. "You're jumpy as always. Can you blame me?" Izuku sighed, leaning over to pick up the spoon. "What am I supposed to do with this? Keep it as a commemoration of the start of our friendship?" Izuku just smiled and shoved the malformed utensil into his pocket, before finally joining Yaoyorozu at the railing, pulling out his own lunch, before sliding to the ground. He picked at the food for a bit, not exactly sure how to continue the conversation. Eventually, Momo slid to the ground as well, sighing. "Thank you," a pause, "for coming up here, I mean. I was worried that you wouldn't show." "I nearly didn't," he said, before pausing, realizing the implications of his words. "Not that I didn't want to or anything, it's just that, well, that I've never really done the friends thing before." Momo just giggled a little bit before settling into a soft hum. Then, for a little while, they just talked. Momo let Izuku rant about a few recent hero fights, and she talked about some of the research she was doing in order to help use quirk better, at which point Izuku promptly pulled out his notebook and started filling out a page for her. "So, why didn't you just make something really expensive like gold and then sell it to help your family when things were rough?" Izuku asked, scribbling down notes on the page as he talked. "Well, first of all, it's illegal. Then, even if I wanted to mess up the economy like that, the quirk registry has me on record. If I even tried pulling a stunt like that, police would be at my door by the end of the day," Momo said. "Even commercial quirk use has to be regulated. I know a guy who runs an ice cream shop, and he had to get a certification saying he was allowed to use his ice quirk to keep the ice cream cold." Izuku paused his writing. "I kind of forgot how strict quirk law is. I've never really had to worry about it." A snort. "Well, you might want to get that quirk of yours registered sometime soon. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to withhold information like that." Izuku just nodded, turning back to the notebook. Before they knew it, the bell rang, signaling the end of the lunch hour. "Already?" Izuku said, slapping his notebook shut and stuffing it in his bag. "You know what they say," Momo said, putting her things away as well. "Time flies when you're having fun." Izuku just hummed, raising his eyebrows a little. He finished packing his bag and sprung to his feet, turning to Momo, who just looked at him in a slight moment of not shock, but mild surprise. "Are you burning something?" she said, resuming packing her bag up. Izuku paused, caught off guard by the use of the term, before nodding. "Why? You stood up with enough gracefulness to make a professional dancer swoon," she said simply, with a shrug. "You shouldn't burn so often, you might get addicted to it or something." Izuku rolled his eyes, walking to the door leading from the roof and opening it. "It's not drags." Momo raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything, stepping inside the door Izuku was holding open. They walked down the stairs, and eventually Izuku came across his classroom. Before he left, he turned to Momo one last time. "I'll meet you by the front gate and we can walk home?" Momo smiled. "I'll see you there." Izuku sat on his bed that night, looking out the window. He wasn't tired, though that was probably Pewter's fault, so he'd kind of just lounged around his room, not sure what to do. Over the last couple of weeks, going out at night had become such a staple to his nightly routine that not going outside felt wrong somehow. He couldn't exactly explain it, but part of him just wanted to throw on the tasseled cloak, throw open the window, and jump out of it with a pouch of coins at his hip and a stomach full of steel. Something about soaring through the mist just felt so natural to him, like it was something that he'd been born to do. Yet, here he sat, inside while the mist swirled outside of the window, as if taunting him, even though he knew it would be a bad idea to go out. "I need to lay low for a few days," he told himself. As important as practicing with his medals was, it hadn't even been a day since his encounter at the warehouse. He knew how hero agencies worked, and so he knew that a variety of heroes, underground and otherwise, would be in the area, looking for a vigilante. The Hero Association took vigilantes very seriously, and the last thing he wanted was to get rolled up with a vigilantism charge. He was sure that would definitely help his chances of getting into any hero program anywhere, especially one as important as Yui. So, he just let out a sigh, falling back into his bed and looking over at the clock. 1 in the morning, he thought, studying his ceiling, I could get some sleep, like what Yaoyorozu suggested. He considered it for a moment, before quickly discarding the idea. He didn't feel tired, and he didn't feel like turning off his pewter, since he'd gotten used to the various benefits it gave him. Maybe it is a little like a drag. Izuku's eyes were drawn to the window once more, and the swirling fog that lied beyond. Once again, he felt a gravitation to it, as if the mists were calling to him. Sitting inside just didn't feel right. Izuku looked over at his closet, pondering. I suppose that a walk could be fine, he thought, pulling himself off of the bed. He threw on a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt. As much as he liked the tasseled cloak, another attachment he couldn't exactly explain, he knew it would be a dead giveaway. It would be much safer to just go in a sweatsuit. Plus, he wasn't steel jumping tonight, he was just out for a leisurely stroll. Despite the fact that he was just out for a walk, he still brought his medals, just to be safe. They sat in pouches, attached to his belt, hidden by his slightly too big sweatshirt, ready to be used at a moment's notice, in the case that he needed to defend himself or something. Otherwise, the moment that he'd stepped out into the misty night, he'd felt better. The cool, damp mist swirled around him, liking off of his clothing, and he felt safer. It was weird, he couldn't exactly explain the feeling, but when he was out in the mists, he felt shrouded from the outside world. The mists hid him, in a way. He'd spent years trying to make himself invisible, easily ignored, mostly due to his general aversion to other people, but also to help stop the bullying. If they couldn't find him, they couldn't pick on him, after all. The mists helped in that regard. To most people, the mist was just a thick fog, limiting their vision to a few meters at best. Yet, with Tin, he could see anyone else before they could see him, which was good for his peace of mind. As he walked, he also noticed a few more things about the mists. He still had no idea what had brought on the phenomenon, as it had meteorologists bewildered, but for some reason, it felt alive. It didn't enter buildings, though that could be due to the heat causing it to evaporate. At the same time, the mists moved. They swirled around him as he walked, as if they were reacting to his presence. Streams sometimes followed him inside after a night out, and it curled around him when he was actually out in it. Despite all the things he still didn't know about the mists, he still felt at home. He'd rather spend a night out in the mist than a night in his own bed. Izuku also liked walks because it gave him time to think. He could just focus on the rhythmic thudding of his feet against the pavement and allow his mind to drift to whatever topic was at hand. Tonight it was the mists, but sometimes it was school, sometimes hero news. Walks also allowed him to be alone, which was another plus. When he took walks, he didn't set a route. He just picked a direction and went. Eventually, when he wanted to go home, he'd just retrace his steps. Tonight was no different, and eventually he found himself at a park that wasn't too far from his house. It was a big open space that had this little path that ran down the center that sat under a giant canopy of trees. The hills that surrounded the grove were popular places to go have a picnic, and it wasn't rare to see couples just lay on the grass and stare up at the skies. In general, a pretty nice area. Izuku headed down the path, rolling a coin over in his hand, threading it between his fingers absent-mindedly. He watched his feet for the most part, keeping mind to check the corner of his vision every once in a while, as well as his ears open. He'd gotten used to using Tin to help him get a better feel for his surroundings. Which is why he was completely caught off guard when he ran into something, falling to the ground. I'm sorry. Izuku started, looking up to see what he'd run into. Only to see nothing. What the hell? Izuku checked behind him, then in front of him again. There was nobody around, it was like he'd run into solid air. Scrambling to his feet, Izuku took a few steps back, flaring Tin and looking around. Only then did he see it. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to see the same thing when he opened them again. It was faint, only a person flaring Tin would be able to see it clearly, but it was distinctly there. An outline of a person in the mists. Izuku could hardly see it, and if he didn't focus on it, it blended into the background. Where most of the time, the mist moved and swirled, inside of the outline, the mist was like a solid object, and the mist swirled around the figure, much like it did for Izuku. Izuku took a startled step back. Who are you? He stammered out. The outline didn't talk. Instead it just stood for a moment, before perfectly mirroring the step back that Izuku had taken. Izuku frowned, tilting his head slightly. Half a second later, the mist outline tilted its head. Izuku, his heart beating slightly less fast, raised his left arm, and sure enough, a moment later, the figure followed suit. Izuku continued to move, and the misty being continued to mirror him. What the hell? Izuku repeated in his head, looking around for any other signs of life. When I ran into it, it was solid. Izuku took a tentative step forwards, putting out his hand. The figure quickly followed suit, still mirroring his movements. Curiosity getting the better of him, Izuku inched forwards, bringing his hand towards the figures. A few inches, then a centimeter, half a centimeter, Izuku's heart was beating up into his throat. Then he touched it just for a moment. It was cold, like the mist around him, but solid, like a person's hand. He only got to touch it for a split second, as a moment later, the figure dissolved into thin air, disappearing back into the mists. Izuku stood, completely dumbfounded as to what had just happened. He knew something had been up with the mists. Normal fog didn't act the way that the mists did, especially not coming so often and only at night. But this brought it to an entirely new level. Izuku knew that he should be completely and utterly terrified at what had just happened. For all he knew, it could have been someone's quirk, an illusion meant to trick him in some way. Yet, just like everything else related to the mists, he felt at ease. He wasn't scared of the apparition as he knew he ought to have been. Curious, yes, but not scared. Even so, there was one thing running through his head, taking up almost all of his thoughts. What the hell was that thing? Chapter 8, Discovery. Well, here we are, I'm finally back. I told you all that I'm not dead, and that the next chapter was coming, and here it is, finally done at a comfortable 6.3k words. If you don't particularly care why it took 2 months to update, feel free to skip the author's note at the end of the chapter. Also, I don't normally do this type of thing, but this story just hit 400 followers a few days ago. It kinda blows my mind how many people read my story and liked it enough to hit that button. The comments I've been getting on this story in general are also so encouraging, it keeps me writing. So, thanks y'all. Keep on commenting and keep on reading, I hope to keep impressing you. Edit. Since it's been a while, someone requested a quick summary of what's happened so far, so here we go. We open up with Izuku as a babe being dropped on Inko Midoriya's doorstep. She wants to keep the baby, Hisashi leaves, Izuku grows up, until he's 4 and told that he doesn't have a quirk factor, an anomaly. On the way home, the train is stopped by villains, and Inko is killed. Izuku recovers from the shock in the hospital, where he finds his one true solace, heroes. Following the incident, Izuku attends school as normal, but over time, he finds that he has some sort of ability to make those around him softer in a way. He calls it his luck. One day, Izuku is attacked by a sludge villain, and in a moment of sheer desperation, he tears apart a city street using some sort of power that he'd never felt before, but was similar in nature to his luck. Following this incident, Izuku looks into things, trying to test out how his luck works. He discovers that he can swallow metal and burn it in his stomach to produce different effects. Tin enhances his senses, pewter enhances his body to be more durable and slightly stronger, iron lets him pull metal towards himself and steel pushes it away, using his body weight as force. He discovers that if he pushes against an object heavier than him, or one that has nowhere to go, the force kicks back and pushes him away instead, or in the case of iron, pulls him towards it. One night, while practicing with tin, Izuku hears a call for help and rushes 2 buildings over to find and stop a case of domestic abuse. The next day, the girl who he saved reveals herself to be Momo Yaoyorozu and is going to be transferring into his school now that she cannot be homeschooled. Momo tells the story of how she was moved from a rather pompous lifestyle following a rough divorce between her parents. Her mother later remarried to an aggressive drunk, and things were bad for a long time until Izuku threw a wrench in the system. Momo starts school, and on the first day insinuates how she wants to become friends with Izuku. He's unnerved by the prospect of letting people in, and freaks out. That night, when he's out practicing steel jumping, he comes across a drag deal gone wrong, and stops it. He gets out, but knows that he's going to be labeled as a vigilante for unauthorized quirk use. He comes back and lets everything out as a vent to Momo, and they have a heart-to-heart, in which Izuku agrees to try the being friends thing. Izuku decides to lay low for a few days to avoid getting caught and labeled as a vigilante, but one night when he's out in the mist for a walk, he encounters a spirit made of the mist, seemingly sentient, and interacts with it for a little while before it disappears, which brings us to where we are now. After his encounter with the figure in the mist, Izuku stumbled to a park bench on shaky legs. He still wasn't sure if what he'd seen had been real, or if it had just been his tired mind playing tricks on him. Despite Pewter's enhancement capabilities, he could feel his exhaustion slowly catching up to him. Fog doesn't just do that, he told himself, it's just water vapor, it can't be alive. This was the absolute last thing he needed right now. With heroes on his tail, searching for a vigilante, he already had enough to worry about, and now he had to be concerned about the fact that he might be going insane. Except, he hadn't simply seen the figure, he'd run into it. Now, of course, it was nowhere to be seen, and the mists swirled like they normally did. For the first time in a while, Izuku felt a rush to get home. For the last few weeks, he'd spent his nights out, the mists present about half the days. Even on the days the mist was absent, he'd been more inclined to stay out and about, rather than sitting alone in his room. Getting up off the park bench, Izuku set off towards home, with a bit of a spring in his step. While the entire situation had thoroughly freaked him out, he couldn't help but be curious as well. What was that mist figure? Had it been real, or just a figment of his imagination? Well, I needed something to do while I lay low, he thought. I guess it's time to catch a ghost. Hey, Izuku said, pulling out his lunch, have you heard any news about that mist that's been coming out recently? He and Yaoyorozu were on the roof, making small talk as they picked at their food. Yaoyorozu frowned. I'm not sure what you mean. Don't you think it's odd how foggy it's been this year? Especially considering the lack of rain? Yaoyorozu stopped for a moment, then shrugged. Some years are like that, I guess. I remember hearing on the news one time about a winter where it snowed every day for exactly 3 months. What about how it never comes in buildings, or that it only comes out at night? Evaporation, she said simply, biting into a sushi roll. Light is a form of heat, and fog is usually just water vapor in the air right around its condensation point. A little bit of heat should cause it to dissipate. Izuku frowned, unconvinced. What about the way that it swirls around you? Normal fog doesn't move around. This time, Yaoyorozu stopped mid-bite. What? You know, when the mist licks off of your skin and kind of spirals around you when you are standing in it? Yaoyorozu slowly continued her bite. I have no idea what you're talking about. She paused for a moment. Maybe you're just tired and your eyes are playing tricks on you. You still haven't slept? Maybe. Izuku muttered, already mentally tabbed out from the conversation. Even if he was going insane, and the figure from the mist was just his mind playing tricks on him, he was sure about the mist. It swirled and moved in the night, dancing off of his skin. I could also be wrong, Yaoyorozu tacked on. You've spent 10 times as much time out in it as I have. Izuku just nodded, lost in his own thoughts. The next night, Izuku threw on a sweatsuit again and headed out into the mists, tin and pewter burning softly in his stomach. It was a little reassuring when it curled around him, just like it always did. Part of him, even if it was unrealistic, thought that his talk with Yaoyorozu at lunch would have made that fact change, as if it had been just a hallucination made by his tired mind, and knowledge of that fact would have caused it to stop. With a deep breath, Izuku set off down the street. His first goal, before anything else, was to find the misty figure he'd run into. He figured that if he could find it again, he might be able to get some information out of the thing, like just what the hell was going on. He also wanted to confirm that he wasn't going insane, from lack of sleep or otherwise. The first step to finding something is to go somewhere associated with that thing. His first and only encounter with the figure in the mist had been at the park. He wasn't sure that he'd find anything there, but it was his only lead for now. The word park wasn't exactly an accurate description. There weren't any playsets for children, nor flat areas to play games like soccer on. Open space was a better description. It was near to the coast, so anyone that wanted to head down to the beach didn't have to go far, as well as having the perk of the ocean breeze to cool things off. Other than that, it was a few hundred meters in each direction of green hills with a concrete path through the middle, covered by a wooden trellis that vines grew on, stretching from the ground and over the top, acting as a source of shade during the day. This would be a good place to take friends or a date, Izuku thought. If he remembered correctly, it was known as a popular first date location, usually for picnics or walks. But that's not important right now, he told himself, shaking his thoughts clear. Retracing his steps from the previous night, Izuku set off down the concrete path in the center. If he remembered correctly, he'd run into the spirit. He really wasn't sure what to call it at this point, about halfway down the path. Izuku walked the path, flaring his tin and looking for disturbances in the mists, only to be met with nothing. He got to the other side of the clearing with not so much as a sign of something living out there. So, he tried again, walking back down the way he came. Again, nothing. He walked the streets nearby, looking for any sign of a humanoid shape made of mist, only to be met with a thick, static fog. Izuku continued searching for another hour or so, only to come up empty-handed. Eventually, he started seeing cars on the roads, and checking the time told him that it was about to be morning, and the cars were people either getting up for early morning work or coming home from graveyard shifts. Begrudgingly, Izuku headed home. Tomorrow night I'll try again, he told himself. Aizawa was tired. Of course, that wasn't saying much considering the fact that he was always tired anyway, but right now he was exceptionally tired. They'd been searching for the Vigilante for 4 days now and hadn't picked up a single lead. They weren't even sure where they worked, because they were at least 50% certain that the Vigilante had taken it upon themselves to disrupt the cleansers and had been in the area solely because of the deal. Most Vigilantes stuck to one zone, typically a ward or 2 radius around where they lived. That made searching for them easier, since all they needed to do to catch them was essentially set up patrols within a range. Vigilantes that were more involved were particularly harder to track down, since they didn't confine themselves to the area near where they lived. One example of this type of vigilante was Stendhal, a particularly nasty one from early in his career. They still weren't sure if they were searching the wrong area, or if the assumptions they'd made were even correct in the first place. Alternatively, their assumptions could be completely irrelevant because the vigilante could just be laying low, waiting for things to blow over before they got back to work. All that aside, over the course of the last 4 days, Aizawa had been working 12-hour night patrols, sleeping for 6, and then dealing with meetings for the remaining 6, split between Yui's staff meetings and his own agency. Speaking of meetings, Aizawa brought his attention away from his own thoughts and back to the topic at hand. And the recommendation exams will be in 2 months, Nizu said. Will there be any staff apprentices this year? A moment of silence passed, and then Snipe cleared his throat. I believe that nobody on staff has time for any apprentices during the school year. Aizawa tightened his lips as Nizu nodded. Then, to his dismay, the principal turned to him. Aizawa, you're the only one without a class. Do you have an apprentice? I'm too busy working a vigilante case at the moment, he stated simply. Nizu frowned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Nizu turned to the rest of the table. While heroes are not required to take apprentices on, it is a very good experience for both the aspiring hero as well as the hero working with them. Aizawa had heard this lecture at least 4 separate times since he expelled his entire class, and a few times before that as well. Nizu had been pressuring him to take on an apprentice for months. In reality, Aizawa wasn't exactly opposed to taking a student on, but he wasn't jumping at the idea either. He wasn't the type of person that wanted to just take on some random middle schooler and help train them. If he took someone on, it would because he saw potential in them and showed that they had what it took to become a hero. There was also the fact that he legitimately did not have the time right now, not with the vigilante hunt in full swing. In other news, Nizu continued, we will be having a new teacher joining us in the spring. Tashinori, would you care to come in and introduce yourself? No luck? Yaoyorozu asked on their walk to school the next morning. Izuku shook his head. There weren't any mists for 2 nights, and I couldn't find a single thing last night. Are you certain that it wasn't just part of your imagination? Izuku pursed his lips. He stopped himself, I don't know. I could have sworn that I saw it, but I'm starting to doubt my own head. Maybe I really do need to get some sleep. I've been saying that for a week. Yaoyorozu muttered. I'm starting to run out of pewter too. I've only got a few days worth left. Unless, he turned and raised an eyebrow at her. There wasn't even a moment of hesitation. I'm not making you more, I refuse to support your bad habits. Izuku let out a dramatic sigh, kicking a rock at his feet off to the side of the sidewalk. They walked for a few more minutes, making small talk on the way to school. Izuku kept his pewter on to keep him awake and alert, but he brought his tin down to barely more than a simmer to help make the noise a bit more manageable. Due to the lack of tin, Izuku didn't even notice someone coming up behind him until he was being shoulder-checked to the side. Out of my way, Deku, Bakugo called as the boy blew past the pair. Izuku had no doubts that without the help of pewter to retain his balance, he'd have fallen to the ground. As Izuku watched the blonde blow by him, something welled up in his eye. As much as he respected Bakugo for his power and drive to become a hero, sometimes he just wanted to punch the blonde in the face. In a fit of petty revenge, Izuku burned iron. Blue lines shot out from his CGST towards different metal sources around him, but he ignored most, instead focusing on a particular set of lines that stretched towards Bakugo's feet, and waited for the right moment. When Bakugo's right foot lifted slightly into the air to take another step forward, Izuku tugged lightly on one of the lines. Izuku guessed it was either a buckle on the shoe or metal aglets. Instead of putting his foot forward to take a step, Bakugo's right leg shot backwards, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground in a little cloud of dust. Izuku let himself have a small smirk of victory, then wiped it from his face before Bakugo could see. Just as fast as he'd fallen, Bakugo shot back up, wheeling around. Who the hell grabbed my leg? Anyone that had been standing behind Bakugo immediately cleared out, not wanting to get involved with the explosive boy. Bakugo turned to Izuku, his face contorted in rage. Was it you, you shitty nerd? Before Izuku could open his mouth to respond, Yaoyorozu took a step forward. You just tripped. I saw it from here. Bakugo slowly turned to Yaoyorozu, tearing his gaze off of Izuku. And who the hell are you? A pause. Better yet, why are you walking with Deku? Izuku saw Yaoyorozu's hand twitch by her side, before turning into a fist. I'm a new student. Now, if you'd please, we want to get to school. On time, preferably. Let me give you a tip, new girl, Bakugo said, not budging. Stay away from Deku. Sticking around a quirkless nobody like him can only end badly. With that, Bakugo turned to walk away, ending the conversation. Or so Izuku thought. Who are you to tell me who I should become friends with? Her voice called after him, a bit of sharpness to her tone. This could end up turning really bad, really fast, Izuku thought. He'd been around Bakugo since he was a kid, so he'd gotten used to the other's aggressive attitude. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, had never even seen the boy before. Bakugo stopped in his tracks, and Izuku could see his shoulders tighten up. What? Was all he said, not turning around. Yaoyorozu faltered for a second, but was quick to regain her composure. I said, who are you to decide who I should be friends with? Bakugo wheeled around, his face contorted. Look, new girl, I'll tell you this once, and only once, so you'd better listen well. I'm the top dog at this shitty school. I'm going to get into UE and become a badass hero. Everyone else here is just extras. Deku is worse than an extra. He's quirkless. I'm trying to do you a favor here by telling you to stay away from him. Don't look down on me, got it? Izuku saw Yaoyorozu clench her fist, and she looked like she wanted to say something, but Izuku knew her self-confidence wasn't exactly the best. Bakugo, on the other hand, was breathing heavily through his nose in rage. To Bakugo, he probably saw himself as doing Yaoyorozu a favor, telling her to stay away from Izuku himself, and the fact that she wasn't accepting it probably irritated him to no end. Alright, it might be time to step in, Izuku thought. Yaoyorozu opened her mouth to retort, but was cut off by Izuku stepping in between the two. He burned brass, soothing both Bakugo and Yaoyorozu. Sorry, Kaken, you must have lost your balance when I bumped into you. Let's get going, we don't want to be late. Blame it on myself, he thought. Izuku had done this plenty of times before. You could get Bakugo to give up if you made it seem like he wasn't at fault, that it was on you. The boy just stared at Izuku for a second, before turning around, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Once he was out of range, Izuku let out a breath he'd held in. Sorry I used brass on you. I didn't want it to get any worse, and that was the quickest way to calm both of you down. Yaoyorozu let out a breath as well. It's fine, she paused. What the hell was that? I'll tell you at lunch. Let's go, or we might actually be late. So, who's the blonde? Yaoyorozu said between bites of salad. Izuku let out a long sigh before launching into the story. He told her about how they'd been friends when they were kids, how Bakugo had gotten a big head once his quirk developed, and where they were now. Yaoyorozu kept quiet for the whole time, but Izuku could see a frown tugging at the corners of her mouth. I don't like him, she said after he finished. He's nothing but a self-obsessed bully. I try to avoid him, but when I can't, I just try to get him to go away as fast as I can, Izuku admitted. Even if I tried to stop him, nothing would happen. Yaoyorozu shifted. Couldn't you get teachers involved or something? Izuku shook his head. Most of them just turn a blind eye to whatever he does. Yaoyorozu let out a huff of displeasure, picking at her salad with her fork, stabbing at the lettuce. If it makes you feel any better, Izuku said, trying to lighten the mood, I've been able to keep him off my back with brass for the last few weeks. It doesn't, she said. Even if he isn't actually going after you anymore, that doesn't mean that he should just be excused. This time, it was Izuku's turn to frown. He'd grown up around Katsuki, as had nearly the entire school. They'd grown up around his, for lack of a better word, explosive personality. They'd learned to either ignore or accept the things he did, even when others wouldn't. Bakugo's parents and peers turned a blind eye to his power. Fantasy and superiority complex, since it had been there ever since his quirk developed. The combination of a powerful, flashy quirk and the constant positive reinforcement from everyone around him had led to exactly that. Then, the teachers turned a blind eye to his bullying tendencies, since the kid was extremely smart, excelling in schoolwork, as well as being competent in every other area. His drive to be a hero was something to be admired, and he had both the skills and the smarts to make it, so letting him get away with a little was okay in the teachers' minds. Of course, Yaoyorozu hadn't grown up around Bakugo. She didn't see the Bakugo then, all she saw was the Bakugo now. Izuku tried to explain that to her, but as he went on, her frown deepened. He's just kinda always been like that, Izuku finished. Yaoyorozu pursed her lips for a moment, before letting out a sigh. I don't like him. Not a lot of people do. Izuku grumbled. They let off a few laughs together before finishing up lunch. As they walked back to class, Izuku could feel a sort of tension in the air, as if Yaoyorozu had wanted to continue the conversation, but thought better of it. I'll have to ask her about it later. He told himself, for now, back to repetitive, boring class. By this point, Izuku didn't even pay attention to the content anymore. The teacher already spent half of his time rambling about some irrelevant topic, and when he actually did teach, it was usually something Izuku already knew. As of late, he'd had a lot more free time on his hands, and getting ahead on his studies wasn't the worst way to spend it. Sitting back in his seat, Izuku pulled out a coin from his pouch and began to roll it around his fingers. To occupy his mind, Izuku burned brass and gently pushed on a classmate here and there, just to get practice using the metal in different ways, though it was mostly just a way to waste away the time. Eventually, the rest of the class filed into their seats, and the bell rang. Izuku didn't exactly rush back home after school. He normally would walk back with Yaoyorozu, but she was visiting her mother at the hospital today, so he was left to make the trek back alone. He wasn't in a rush to get back, since being home just meant more time that he'd spend cooped up in his room, wasting away the time until he could go out. He took the long way home, walking down a few side streets between his house and the school, window shopping. More than anything, he was just people watching, since he wasn't actually planning on buying anything. The only money he had on him was the coins in his pouch that he used for jumping, maybe a few hundred yen in total. As he watched the crowds go by, Izuku let his mind drift. Eventually, he found himself fidgeting with the pouch of coins at his side, itching to just grab one and toss it at his feet. It's been nearly a week since I've really gone out. He thought, I just need to wait a few more days, then I can go jumping again. As if on cue, Izuku rounded a corner to see an empty alleyway. Looking up, he saw the lip of the building above would be the perfect height to jump to. If I could just get up there, I could. Izuku shook his head. No, I'm in broad daylight, someone will see. Izuku looked to his left and then to his right, only to see an empty street. Most people were still at work, at least for the next 10 minutes or so. There were no windows that faced the alley, so he wouldn't have to worry about getting seen that way. I swear this world is just out to tempt me, Izuku thought, giving in. He sped down the alleyway, crouching behind a dumpster. He checked his shoulder just to be sure, before flicking a coin to the ground and burning steel. Familiar blue lines shot from his CST to various metal sources around him. With a final, third look down the alley behind him, Izuku pushed on the coin beneath his feet. The vertigo nearly caught him off guard, after a week without practice, but he was able to steady himself enough to not lose control midair. As he neared the rooftop, he let off on his push, and the leftover momentum carried him over the ledge, allowing him to land softly on the ledge. As soon as he saw nobody was already on the roof, he let out a breath, a mix of contentment and relief. I can't wait until I can get back to jumping, only a few more days and I should be safe. Izuku paced on the roof, running his hand along the railing, looking down at the street below. Looking at the building he was on, he realized it was an apartment complex, one of the older ones in the area. There was a door that led to the rest of the building from the roof, and the top of the building was just a flat pavilion. He guessed it was often used for smoking. Being on top of the building gave Izuku solace almost. He felt safer, in a way. Maybe being on the roof helped because he could be more sure less people were watching him. He liked to stay out of the spotlight as much as possible, and people didn't often look up. Izuku was torn from his thoughts by the sound of a metal door pushing open. Izuku whipped around, instinctively flaring steel. A figure pushed out of the doorway, stepping out onto the roof. It was a man, wearing all black clothing. His long, black hair was unkempt, wavy and long enough to curl slightly around his shoulders. On his chin there was what looked like a week's worth of 5 o'clock shadow, and the bags under his eyes could rival Izuku's own. Apartment complex, Izuku reminded himself, trying to put to rest some of his unease. He's probably just someone who lives here, he's not some enemy or something. Only as the man stepped out from the doorway did he notice Izuku, frozen from across the roof. The man stopped moving for a second, looking at Izuku as if he were a misplaced piece of furniture. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he just shrugged and walked out towards the railing, coming to a stop a fair distance away from Izuku. Izuku thought, I don't have a way down. I could jump off, but that I'd need to wait until he leaves to do that. Izuku forced himself to look away from the man, breaking the awkward stare. Aizawa woke up from his nap and headed towards the roof to help wake himself up, like he normally did. It wasn't like he smoked or anything like that, he just liked to get a breath of fresh air before having to head back to work. The apartment complex he lived in was old, and therefore full of people that either worked day jobs or were shut-ins. That meant that the roof was an easy place for him to go to get some quiet time, maybe watch crowd watching for a few minutes until he was fully awake. So, he was understandably confused when there was a kid on the roof. His tired mind, still not fully present, took a moment to process the out-of-the-ordinary scenario, which led to him giving the kid a blank stare. He had a middle school uniform on, and messy green hair on the top of his head. He stared right back at Aizawa, wide-eyed for a moment, revealing dark bags under his eyes. That's all he was able to take in before the kid looked away and Aizawa's mind caught up with the situation. It's not that unusual, he told himself, it's about that time of day where kids are getting out of school, maybe he lives in the complex and wanted to come up here to relax. With a grunt, Aizawa walked to the other side of the rooftop, leaning up against the railing, making sure to give plenty of distance between him and the boy. He hoped it sent the message that he wasn't interested in interacting. I'll just mind my own business. It's not like I own the roof. Izuku twisted a coin between his fingers nervously, trying to keep as composed as possible. Of course, that wasn't exactly the easiest thing to do when he was stuck on the rooftop until the man, who, frankly, looked kind of like a homeless person, left. So, Izuku just sat there for a while, running a coin between his fingers and trying to dispel some of his nervous energy. He looked over the railing at the crowds passing below. The concentration of people seemingly have increased in the last few minutes. It's rush hour, people are getting off of work, he told himself. Izuku stood there for a while, glancing over every so often. He couldn't see the man's face, but the rest of his body gave the impression of laziness. His shoulders were slouched over, elbows resting on the metal railing. He wasn't smoking or anything, he was simply leaning up against the edge, motionless. Izuku tore his gaze away, trying to quell his uneasiness. Aizawa knew the kid kept glancing over every so often. Odds are, the boy was unnerved by his appearance and how disheveled it looked. His normal attire looked ragged, much less his just-woke-up self. Still, Aizawa thought it was odd that, if he was so unnerved, why he didn't just up and leave. The kid had to live in the building, as it required a key to get onto the roof. Though, it was odd that Aizawa hadn't seen him before. The apartment complex was small and mostly full of elderly. It made sense that he'd have seen a middle schooler around. Aizawa grunted to himself. I'm not around often, I suppose it's not that far-fetched. Just as he shrugged off the thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket, a reminder to head back downstairs. With a huff, he pulled himself away from the balcony and headed towards the exit of the roof. Out of the corner of his eye, though, he swore he saw the boy stop fidgeting and relax. Aizawa pulled the heavy steel door open, the noise of metal scraping on concrete filling the air. He stepped inside, letting the door slam behind him, leaving the boy alone on the roof. The moment the door closed, Izuku let out a breath he'd been holding in. The absolute last thing he'd wanted was to have to explain his way out of a situation. He'd been running through a plan in his head, one involving a lot of brass and lies. Luckily for him, the man had seemed uninterested. He gave it a few more seconds, just in case he decided to come back. When the door stayed shut, Izuku made his way over to the alleyway he'd used to get onto the roof, and hopped the railing. He fell for a few feet before pushing on the dumpster to slow his fall, landing softly on the ground. That's the last time I'll be doing that, he thought. Broad daylight was way too dangerous to be hopping around, considering how easy it would be to get caught, just like he nearly had been moments ago. I just want to go back out into the mists. Yet he still couldn't. It would be too risky to go out when local heroes were looking for a vigilante. With a frown, Izuku adjusted his backpack and turned the corner to leave the alleyway, disappearing into the crowd of people getting off of work. I'm home, Izuku muttered to nobody in particular as he got back to the foster home. He took off his shoes and hung his backpack on a coat hanger, simultaneously removing his laptop. If the mists came again, he'd be going out to look for the mist ghost he'd encountered, but if they didn't, then he'd need a way to occupy himself all night. Izuku was about to head upstairs when he heard rustling from the living room area. The next moment, Miss Sakura's voice called out, "You have a package, sitting on the table?" Izuku wheeled around on the spot, a bit confused. Looking over at the kitchen table, there was a cardboard box, haphazardly closed and marked with his name in big black Sharpie. His suspicions were confirmed when he picked up the box to find it was heavier than it looked. That clerk must have sent more medals, he muttered to himself, taking the box in the arm that wasn't carrying his laptop and heading for the stairs. Once in his room, Izuku set down the box and sliced open the tape with the sharp side of one of a key. Sure enough, there was a bunch of different samples of metal inside the box, alongside a note written in some of the sloppiest handwriting. "Izuku, I got a few more spares at the warehouse this week and thought you could use them. I don't know what from the last shipment you were able to use, but I packed in another ingot of pewter, same ratio as last time. I also threw in a few pouches of tin shavings and brass shavings. As for the new ones, there's a bottle full of zinc nuggets, a bar of bronze, and a bunch of unused copper wiring. The bronze and copper are both relatively soft metals, so if you need to shave them down, that file I gave you last time should work. I don't know when the next set of spares will be, because I'm leaving town for a month or so next week, so don't expect any more anytime soon." At the bottom of the note, there was a little send-off, something that the previous note didn't have. A first initial, maybe? An English character, too. He thought, though, he hadn't exactly looked Japanese, so maybe he's a foreigner. Izuku shook the thoughts. The identity of the cashier wasn't really all that important, at least not now. What mattered was the box sitting in front of him. He'd gotten a resupply of pewter, of which he was quickly running out of, as well as more tin and brass. Then he'd gotten something arguably more important, 3 new metals he hadn't tried before. Zinc, bronze, and copper, All metals that could be hiding powers for him to learn, little keys to unlock his future as a hero. One thought was running through his head. I need to get out and test these. Tonight. He knew it was a really bad idea. The heroes were still looking for a vigilante, and he had no idea if they had his description. He could get in huge trouble if he was found practicing illegally. Maybe I can just keep a low profile, he reasoned. I'll head down to Dagoba Beach and try to keep things as quiet as possible. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Dagoba was in the opposite direction of the warehouse he'd intervened at, and it was a week since the incident. Patrols would be less strict by now, and even if one did come by, he could pass it off as a midnight stroll at the beach, or community service cleaning up the garbage, or something like that. So, Izuku sat down and got to work at filing down the bronze and copper into shavings, making pouches for each like he had for other metals. He also took the time to restock his pewter supplies, ensuring he had enough for the entire night. It was slow, annoying work, but pewter ensured his hands wouldn't get tired from using the file so much, plus, he needed to kill time. Eventually, he finished replenishing all of his metal pouches, tying them to his belt. Pouches of bronze flakes, copper powder, and zinc nuggets sat on his hip. He caught up his notebooks on recent hero activity, and before he knew it, mist was liking at the windows outside. With a huge smile, Izuku downed a new batch of metals, all except for the new 3. He grabbed his water bottle and headed for the window excitedly. Looking out the glass, he saw the thick gray mist, relaxation washing over him. Looking down at himself, he ensured he had everything he needed. Metals? Water? Coins? Phone? Cloak. He stopped. It was probably a really bad idea to bring the cloak. If they had a description of him, the cloak was a defining characteristic. Izuku drew his eyes to the closet where the black tassels hung, not having moved for a week. Looking back down at himself, Izuku realized just how ridiculous the various pouches looked on his belt. He looked like a handyman, but if instead of tools, he had little baggies. It didn't help that his shirt didn't cover them up all the way, so he was left with the choice to either let his baggy belt show partly, or all the way by tucking in his shirt. Either way, he looked stupid. The cloak covers the belt. It was stupid, he knew it. It wasn't just stupid because of the risk it caused for him, it was also stupid that he was getting self-conscious over how he looked when, odds were, nobody was going to be seeing him. Despite it all, he walked over to the closet, tearing the tasseled cloak off of the hanger. He threw it over his shoulders, tying the drawstring and throwing up the hood. Just like it normally did, the tassels stopped right around his feet, seeming to fade into the background. Putting it on felt like a homecoming of sorts, a return to normalcy. Before he could convince himself otherwise, Izuku walked over to the window, pulling it open with a heave. Izuku burned iron and steel, on top of the pewter and tin that he already had at a simmer. Mist poured into his bedroom from the outside as he pulled himself up onto the windowsill. He stepped out into the night, lightly pushing the window nearly shut, just leaving a big enough crack to open it back up when he got home. Quick trip to the beach to test, then right back, he thought to himself, let's make this quick. Breathing in the mist, Izuku tossed a coin down and pushed into the air. Chapter 9. Went too deep. Hello, I am not living. Enjoy the long chapter. Aizawa stood on the roof of his apartment complex, this time with his hero costume on. The capture bands sat comfortably around his neck, a familiar weight to him. Looking at his watch, he saw that he only had a few minutes before he was supposed to start his patrol, yet another night-long search for the vigilante. This med fog, he thought, squinting in an attempt to see. It almost seemed to be getting thicker each time it came, though that could just be his mind playing tricks on him. He was out in it every night, so part of him might just be searching for some sort of change. Either way, it severely limited his vision, making him only able to see maybe 5 to 10 meters in each direction. Anything past that was just gray. With a sigh, Aizawa turned towards the doorway that led off of the roof, getting ready to head to the street to begin his patrol. As he reached for the handle, however, something caught his attention. Ting! The high-pitched, short-ringing noise of metal colliding with metal resounded through the area, and Aizawa froze mid-step. A split second later, he was fully alert, searching for the source of the noise. his eyes flickered about the rooftop until his eye caught it, a coin rolling on its side on the roof. It rolled in circles, slowly spiraling to a stop. Cautiously, Aizawa walked over and picked it up, rolling it over in his hand. What? The coin didn't look anything like he'd ever seen. It definitely wasn't Japanese. The etchings on it depicted what looked like a castle with tall, spiked towers. The characters written on it were symbols like nothing Aizawa had seen before, like hieroglyphics composed of just circles, moon shapes, and dot nails. Looking up from his hand, Aizawa scanned the area, trying to see through the swirling mist. He looked over the rooftops whilst walking up to the railing near where the coin had landed. Running his hand along the ledge, he felt for impurities in the metal, and eventually, his finger ran across a small dent in the bar, presumably from where the coin had struck it. Wherever this came from, it hit with enough force to dent the railing. Something hitting a human with that amount of force would be more than enough to penetrate skin, Aizawa thought, keeping his eyes trained on his surroundings. Then he saw it, a shadow in the corner of his right eye, just barely noticeable. A normal person probably would have missed it. Aizawa was no normal person, though. He was a trained, professional underground hero with years of experience with surveying and using observation skills to find those who didn't want to be seen. The moment he noticed the movement, he whipped around. A silhouette danced across the rooftop across from him, a black figure against the gray backdrop. "Stop!" Aizawa blurted out, breaking into a sprint. He didn't have time to go down to the ground level. He'd lose the person if he did that. His only option was to stay on the rooftops. At a full sprint, he leapt up onto the railing, feet only touching for a split second before he launched himself across the alleyway. Luckily, he made the jump, landing with a roll back onto his feet. Head snapping up, he saw that the figure was still on the roof, running for the ledge opposite from Aizawa himself, who didn't waste any time getting back to a sprint. The other figure neared the edge of the rooftop, not even slowing down, a telltale sign that they were planning on jumping from the roof and across the alley. A moment before they hit the ledge, however, they took a sharp turn to the left. Aizawa pivoted accordingly, not losing pace. Where is he going? Aizawa thought, that side of the roof, that's the street, isn't it? How does he plan on getting down? Just a couple of meters before the other person reached the ledge, Aizawa saw them reach towards their side, pulling something from what seemed to be the inner pocket of their clothing. An amateur would have spent time to wonder what they'd pulled out, or what they might use it for. Aizawa, however, had years of professional hero experience. Running for the street, where normal people could neither get down nor across the gap, pulling something from his pocket, Aizawa knew better than to make guesses. It's a quirk. Aizawa activated his erasure. He felt a tingle go down his spine, just like every other time he activated his quirk, and the hair around his head stood up slightly, seemingly defying gravity. The figure got to the end of the roof, flicking something to the floor a moment before leaping from the roof. Part of Aizawa's heart sunk. The person's plan had obviously revolved around their quirk to either help them jump the distance between buildings or help them safely make it down. Without that, they'd be jumping off a roof like normal, average person. The fall probably wouldn't kill them, but they weren't going to come out without some sort of lasting damage. Then, to Aizawa's surprise, the person didn't fall at all. Their body instead launched into the air, the light of the street highlighting an odd-looking tasseled cloak, before veering in the air, changing direction to head straight down the street. Sheet! Aizawa unwrapped the bands from around his neck, looking down from the roof. With a huff, he jumped from the ledge, simultaneously throwing out his bands towards a nearby street lamp. The thick gray strips wrapped around the top of the street lamp, slowing Aizawa's fall. The second he set foot on the ground, he broke into a sprint in the direction the figure had gone. Why didn't my erasure work? Aizawa thought to himself as he sprinted. A mutant-type quirk, maybe? Those are usually pretty obvious, but this could be a more subtle one. Either way, there was one thing that was certain. The jump he'd just seen the person do, the way they were seemingly able to fly in a sense, it matched the reports they had of the Vigilante's attack on the Trigger deal. This was their guy. Steeling himself, Aizawa continued his sprint. Izuka felt good. He knew he missed jumping in the mists, but he wasn't expecting to feel this relieved. He ran across the rooftops, hopping between buildings as he made his way to Dagoba Beach. Each time he flicked down a coin and launched into the air, he relished in the crisp coolness of the air as it blew by his face. At some point, he'd taken off his shoes, leaving them on the roof of a building near to home, allowing himself to feel the cool pavement against his feet. There was something incredible about being out in the mists, the slightly cool and damp fog surrounding him, with not a single human soul to watch him. Ever since he'd left his room, he hadn't seen so much as a hint of another person, which was the way he liked it. Just him, his metals in his stomach, and the swirling of the mist to comfort him. Haha, he let out a yell of joy as he used a coin jump to cross the street, landing a little bit harder than he meant to on the opposite rooftop. His leg buckled under him as he landed, causing him to trip and fall onto his face. He muttered, his knee stinging. Looking down, he saw that he'd skinned it pretty bad, and it would probably hurt a lot worse if not for the fact that he was burning pewter, which helped mitigate the pain. Guess I'm still a bit rusty, he thought, pushing himself onto his feet. He bent his knee a few times, testing out the maneuverability and range of motion. It stung a bit, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Maybe I'll just go a bit slower from here. Satisfied, Izuku reached inside his cloak, pulling out a coin. Ting! Izuku froze. The sound was quiet, even to his enhanced ears. Spinning to his right, Izuku flared tin and searched for the source of the noise. Across the roof from him, he saw it. A blue line connecting him to a coin that was rolling on its side, moving in a spiral as if it had been thrown. Izuku waited for the coin to stop moving before he walked over and picked it up. It was made out of some black metal, engraved with odd-looking circular characters. I've never seen these symbols before, Izuku muttered. What does that mean? He didn't have time to ponder it any longer, because he was torn from his thoughts by a soft sound from behind him. Turning around in an instant, Izuku saw something he was not expecting to see. A person standing on the opposite side of the roof. Their back was turned towards Izuku, but they were looking over their shoulder, a hood covering most of their face. As Izuku's eyes traveled down, however, he noticed just what they were wearing. It was a tasseled cloak, black fading to gray, seemingly melting into the mists. The same cloak that he himself was wearing. Izuku tightened his lips. What is going on? A moment later, the person moved, stepping up to the edge of the rooftop. Wait! Izuku blurted out, taking a step forward. Who are you? The person didn't answer. Instead, they turned towards the ledge, looking as if they were about to jump off. Suddenly overcome with an overwhelming urge to get answers, Izuku flared iron. The blue lines surrounding him brightened, and Izuku searched for the line that would connect him to any metal the other person had on them. If he could pull on him, stop them from running away, and he might be able to get some answers out of them. Izuku flared iron, and the blue lines solidified. He noticed something odd. There wasn't a single blue line stretching out to the person. Then he realized it. They don't have any metal on them. The person jumped off the roof a moment later. Izuku ran to the edge, instantly concerned. People didn't just jump off of roofs. Just as he got to the edge, he watched as the person shot into the air, sailing towards the other ledge. The second they landed on the building opposite, they broke into a sprint, running across the roof. Izuku thought, dropping the odd coin he'd picked up a few moments earlier. He pushed off of it, launching himself across the gap as well. As soon as he landed, he started running, taking off after the other person. On enhanced legs, crossing the rooftop only took a few seconds. He watched the other person jump across another gap between roofs with only a leap, and a few seconds later, Izuku followed suit, allowing his pewter-enhanced legs to carry him across the gap without needing a coin to push himself. Izuku continued to chase the other person, jumping across rooftop after rooftop. Every time he thought he was gaining ground on them, they sped up, and every time he felt like he was falling behind, they slowed down. It was like they were keeping him at a certain distance on purpose. Actually, how are they still ahead? He thought. Pewter enhanced his speed, so he should be faster. Granted, the boost to his speed wasn't much, maybe the difference between a normal person and a trained athlete, but it was still something to consider. Anyone without some sort of speed-enhancing quirk would fall behind. Eventually, they neared the edge of the block, where the gap between roofs was instead a street, a distance that would be impossible to jump for a normal person. Izuku expected the person to slow down or to turn and head alongside the street. They didn't slow down. Instead, they seemed to speed up. They got to the edge of the roof and Izuku saw something fall to the ground under their feet. A moment later, they were flying through the air as if carried by an invisible force. They landed gracefully on the opposite rooftop, running once again. They just jumped that entire gap. Izuku realized with a start. This person, whoever they were, either had some sort of strength-enhancing quirk that allowed them to outpace Izuku and jump across street-wide gaps, or, no, that's impossible. It had to be a strength-enhancing quirk. That was the only explanation. Dropping a coin at his feet, Izuku pushed off with steel, carrying himself across the gap as well. Dimenit? Aizawa let out between gasps of breath. He'd been sprinting after the Vigilante for a solid 10 minutes now, and as physically fit as he was, he still couldn't run at full speed for that long. Besides, he was pretty sure he'd lost the guy, or rather, the guy had lost him. Aizawa reached for his pocket for his phone. Even though he hadn't been able to catch him, Aizawa still needed to give an update to the rest of the heroes at the very least. This could help them track down the general area that the Vigilante was operating, and it gave them a good overview of what the person's quirk did, and therefore what kind of hero they'd need to catch him. Really good maneuverability, mutant-type quirk, unsure of appearance outside of black and gray tasseled cloak. He ran through the details in his head as he pulled out his phone. He stuck his hand in his pocket, only to be met with a sharp prick of his finger. Aizawa yanked his hand out, seeing a slight cut on his hand. Carefully, he pulled his phone out of his pocket, only to see that it was completely shattered. I must have broken it on the roof, he thought. Well, that makes things more annoying. He had a spare at his apartment. He was just a bit far from that now, and would have to backtrack without any way to call for backup in case the Vigilante caught up with him again. With a groan, Aizawa looked around one more time, just to be sure the Vigilante wasn't hiding around anywhere, and took off at a jog back towards his apartment. Pewter was the only reason Izuku was still going. Without it boosting his stamina, he'd have been down and out a while ago. They'd only been running for a few minutes, 10 at the most, but he'd been at a full sprint the entire time. They'd probably run a few miles across rooftops. Izuku's feet were starting to hurt, the concrete scraping against his bare skin. Even with Pewter's help, his lungs were burning, and his legs were starting to get sore. Still, he kept up the pace, determined to chase down the person with the cloak identical to his. With every jump, Izuku became more and more convinced that the way the other person moved was familiar, in a way. The way that they jumped and changed direction reminded him much of, well, himself. That in addition to the cloak, something was off. Izuku jumped across the gap between buildings for what felt like the 100th time, his eyes trained on the person he was chasing. As Izuku watched them, something about their posture changed, and Izuku's intuition screamed at him that something was off this time. Sure enough, as Izuku landed, the other person reached into their cloak, pulling a small object out into their hand. The hand left the cloak, and a blue line came to life, sprouting from Izuku's yi and reaching out towards the other person. On instinct, Izuku ducked, nearly falling to the ground, barely keeping his balance, and not a moment later, he heard the sound of something whiz through the space that his head had been a moment ago. A quick glance back showed that whatever the man had pulled out of his cloak was now embedded in the brick wall of the building behind him. A bullet? Izuku thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, there was no gunshot. Turning his head back towards the other person, Izuku kept his center of mass low to the ground, in case he needed to dive out of the way of another shot. Whatever the flying object that had been shot at him was, it had penetrated brick, which meant it could cause some serious damage if he was hit. Izuku kept his eye on the other person as he continued the chase, waiting for another movement. It wasn't long before they reached into their cloak once more, and a split second later, a blue line sprung to life. This time, however, Izuku was ready. The second he saw the line, he dove to the side, pushing as strong as he could on the metal. This time, instead of firing in a straight line, the object went flying off into the air, redirected by Izuku's push. Yes. Izuku let out a little holler, before focusing back on running. The more he ran, the better of an idea that he got of how the stranger looked. The cloak was definitely identical to the one Izuku himself was wearing and seemed to conceal any metal held inside of it. In addition, Izuku was pretty sure that the person was a man. He hadn't seen their face, but the stature and build were that of a man's. The man let loose another few shots every couple of rooftops, but Izuku deflected them every single time. Yet, the man continued to run, keeping the distance between himself and Izuku consistent, not too far, not too close. Izuku jumped onto yet another rooftop, this time having to vault over a metal railing. As he landed, another blue line appeared, somehow brighter than the others, and Izuku prepared to push the shot away, just like all the others. A split second after the metal left the man's hand, however, the line split into many, smaller lines. It's not just one, it's an entire handful of shots. Izuku realized, panicking and wildly pushing on every single line. The bursts scattered, all pushed in wildly different directions away from Izuku. All except one, a line that perfectly split itself between Izuku and the man. A force ran through Izuku as he was blown back and off of his feet. He slammed into the railing he just jumped over, feeling it bend slightly from the force. He felt his breath fly from his lungs as pain exploded across his back, his head slamming against the bar, causing his ears to ring. He knew for a fact that a person without pewter would have passed out on the spot, either from the blow to the head or the pain, or both. Izuku let out a silent yell of pain, his vocal cords unable to work without any air. His vision flashed with black spots and he felt himself start to get lightheaded as immense pressure pushed against his ear, forcing him harder and harder into the railing. Izuku watched in a combination of horror and amazement as the metal object, which he now recognized as another of those odd-looking coins, sat, suspended in the air, slowly being crushed into a ball. Izuku's eyes shot to the man, seeing him walk towards Izuku slowly, as if his steps were bread. Izuku's breath came in short, gasping bursts, the pressure on his ears making his lungs feel as if they were about to explode. The man got closer and closer, and Izuku felt fear start to rise inside of him. He tried to push himself up to get away, but a shock of pain ran through his entire back as the railing dug into his spine. Gah! Izuku let out a groan, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He tried to push himself up to his feet, but he couldn't even get his upper body up and off of the railing. He's pushing on the coin as well. Izuku finally realized he's using steel. He had so many questions. Who was this person? Why could he use the same powers as him? What was with their cloak? Why was he fighting Izuku? Yet, every time he tried to open his mouth to talk, his lungs burned, and he had to focus on breathing again. You shouldn't get into a pushing match if you aren't sure you're heavier than the opponent, the man said simply, stopping a few feet away from Izuku. His voice was charismatic in a way, the kind of voice that would make you more inclined to like them right away. It would work if you weren't trying to kill me right now. The man's voice sounded familiar as well. Izuku tried to raise his head to see the man's face, but his neck was so heavy. When you get into a pushing match with another Mistborn, the man continued, taking another few steps towards where the coin was suspended in midair, reduced to a tiny ball of metal, you use your body weight to push. The coin acts as a medium for the force to travel through, and then the heavier person wins. I'm heavier, so all I've got is your body force pushing against me, which just makes it a little harder to walk, but you've got both my body force and your own body force weighing you down, pinning you here. Izuku was trying to process what the man was saying, using terms Izuku had never heard of before like pushing match and Mistborn, but in the end he couldn't focus on anything but the searing pain running through his body as he was crushed by his opponent's steel push. Izuku understood the catch-22 he was in. If he stopped pushing, the coin would be shot at him by the other man's push, and vice versa for him. Neither party could let up on the coin, else they die to a coin shot through their body, and since Izuku was lighter, as the man said, he lost and was being forced into the railing. The metal bar bent again under the force, leaning Izuku even further back and hanging him over the alleyway below. Pain shot through his entire body, and he let out a scream as it dug into his spine. He could feel himself wavering at the edge of consciousness, his body wanting to pass out from how much everything hurt, and pewter not allowing it to. Another creak from the railing. Looks like my time is up for today, the man said. Izuku couldn't even see him anymore, he just kept pushing on the coin to prevent it from being shot into his own body. Remember, kid. Survive. With that, the railing broke, snapping away from its concrete base, dropping Izuku into freefall. He felt the pressure release as the change in angle caused the coin to shoot straight into the air, no longer relaying the forces. Izuku's vision swam with black spots as he fell towards the alleyway below, barely keeping consciousness. Survive. Izuku reached to his belt, grabbing for his coin pouch. He fumbled for a split second, costing himself precious time, so he just opted to flare pewter, breaking the clasp that held the belt on. As the pouches attached to his belt fell from his body, he pushed against them, accelerating their fall. They landed a split second before Izuku himself did, allowing the force from his push being redirected to him, slowing his fall just enough that the crash into the ground didn't break his body. He still landed strong, the broken railing clanging to the ground next to him. Aizawa heard a crash. More specifically, he heard the sound of snapping metal and then a crash a few seconds later. Stopping in his tracks, he turned towards the direction of the sound, his hands flying to his capture bands. The sound came from the alleyway just behind me, he thought, spinning around on the spot. He ran over, ready for any sort of danger. He was still on edge from his run-in with the culprit a few minutes ago, and so he was on guard when he peered into the dark alley, the mist shrouding his vision. Ga-dash, a short groan came from the alley, alongside the sound of shuffling, like someone trying to get up. Someone down there? You all right? He said, his voice slightly coarse from running for the last 15 minutes. He kept his arm on the capture bands, just in case it was some draghead or something along those lines. I'm Dash, the voice was a kid's, being like a middle schooler's. I'm okay. The shuffling noise got louder and Aizawa saw a pale hand grab onto the corner of the dumpster, looking as if they were trying to pull themselves to their feet. Aizawa took a step forwards but stopped when a face appeared from the other side of the dumpster. Disheveled green hair sitting on top of a pale face with dark, heavy bags under his eyes. Izuku recognized him as the kid that had been standing on the roof earlier that day. He winced as he pulled himself up, using the dumpster as a support. Aizawa went to take a step forward to help, since he was obviously injured. The kid walked around the dumpster, and the moment Aizawa got sight of his entire body, he froze, his heart jumping to his throat. On the kid's shoulders, there was a dark gray cloak that split into tassels past the shoulders, fading into gray like it blended into the mist as it got to the bottom. It was a bit dirtier up close, but it was definitely the same cloak he'd seen on the Vigilante minutes earlier. This was him. Aizawa took a jump back, immediately activating his quirk. The boy, who had been leaning on the dumpster for support, wavered, half falling. Aizawa tightened his grip on the Vigilante, ready for a fight. His erasure hadn't worked earlier, but it was a safety precaution to use it anyways, just in case. The kid tried to take a step forward, but stumbled, falling to one knee. He did look injured, Aizawa thought, not letting his guard down. The kid looked up, green eyes meeting Aizawa's own. Then they rolled back in his head, and the kid fell limply to the floor, his body buckling under his weight. He didn't exactly hit the ground softly. Aizawa paused, taking in the new information. Stopping his erasure, he slowly approached the boy, who was face down on the pavement. Carefully, Aizawa checked for a pulse. He was breathing and there was a pulse, but it was obvious that he was out cold. Aizawa stood, looking at the unconscious boy, who also happened to be the Vigilante they'd been looking for, and realized that, since his phone was broken, he had no way to contact anyone else for help. Sheet. When Izuku woke, it was slow, his eyelids heavy. Blinking a few times, he found himself staring at a white ceiling, bright white lights shining straight into his eyes. Yet, it didn't hurt to look at the bright light like it normally would. Everything around him felt numb in a way. He tried to speak, but his voice was coarse, his throat raw. Hello. He tried to turn his head to look around, but his neck was so stiff that it hurt the moment he tried. He let out a little gasp of pain as he grasped around him, his hands finding metal railings. With a heave, he pushed himself into a sitting position, his back protesting the entire time. Only then did he realize that he was in a hospital bed. He reached up to scratch his head, trying to recall what had happened in the moments before he passed out. One moment, he'd been focusing on his breathing, trying to mitigate his pain throughout his body by flaring pewter. The next moment, there was a man at the end of the alley, and the next thing he knew, his metals were completely stripped from him and he passed out almost instantly as a wave of exhaustion hit him like a truck. Metals? Izuku thought with a panic, checking his reserves. For the first time in months, he found nothing. Not a single metal had a reserve. He could feel the spots where there should have been metals, but it was simply vacant. I suppose that should be expected, he thought, noting the pain in his back, neck, and his tea, as well as the fact that he was currently sitting in a hospital bed. Reaching over onto the side of his bed, he fumbled for the button that would notify the doctors that he was awake. He leaned back in his bed, using the control on the side to raise the back a little bit, just enough that he could see the whole room without needing to crane his neck. A few moments later the door creaked open, a man in a white coat stepping in. Midoriya, the man said it loudly, walking straight past Izuku to the blinds, pulling them open, letting the afternoon sunlight shine into the room. Izuku flinched at the sudden brightness for a moment, but his eyes quickly adjusted. "How are we feeling?" Not too great," he croaked truthfully. The doctor nodded, walking over and getting a glass of water from the cooler on the other side of the room. He walked over, handing it to Izuku, who took it and drank. Drinking water never felt so good. "All right, Midoriya, I'm going to have to do some tests on you really quickly before we can get to explaining what all is going on. Is that okay with you?" Izuku nodded silently, trying to prop himself up a little bit, only to be met with minimal success. The doctor ran through a general checkup, testing his eyes, ears, reaction speeds, and breathing as well as prodding at different parts of his body. Eventually, the man stepped away, scribbling on his clipboard. Izuku sat in awkward silence for a moment, trying to comprehend all that was happening. He was pretty sure that he was in the hospital due to his injuries. Even with Pewter's help, he'd barely been holding on after the encounter with the other man, the man that wore a cloak identical to his own and could use metals as well. "Cloak?" Izuku thought, panicking slightly. "Do you know where my clothing is?" he asked, looking around the room for any sign of it. "Confiscated," the doctor said simply, not looking up from his clipboard. He cut himself off. "What do you mean?" "I mean that it was confiscated. It's not up to me when or how you get it back." Izuku's heart sunk in his seat. That cloak was the only memento he had from his past. What did this doctor even mean? He could feel his breathing accelerate slightly. He was already uneasy. The situation he was in wasn't exactly informative, and he didn't have the familiar wells of metals in his stomach to help keep him at ease, so the prospect of losing something so important to him did not sit well. Izuku was torn from his thoughts by the sound of a knock on the door. "Speaking of," the doctor muttered, stepping out of the way as a man wearing all black with long, disheveled black hair and dark bags under his eyes stepped inside. "It's the roof hobo guy." Izuku blurted it out before he could stop himself. A weight dropped in his stomach as the room froze on the spot, both of the other people stopping to stare at Izuku. It was the new guy that broke the silence with a little chuckle. "I'd prefer if you call me Eraserhead." Eraser, if it were possible. Izuku's heart would have fallen out of his I just called the professional hero, Eraserhead, roof hobo guy. That wasn't the bulk of his problem. If there was a professional hero present, considering his act of accidental vigilantism, he could be in for a bad time. Izuku could only sit, shocked shitless, as Eraserhead took a seat in one of the chairs that lined the edge of the room. Izuku was only brought back to reality when the doctor clapped his hands together, grabbing a clipboard from the counter. "Midoriya, I can safely say that you are the single most interesting case I've ever come across as a quirk doctor. The set of circumstances that led up to this point have completely blown us out of the water, and I need to ask you a few questions about your quirk so that we can get everything set away. Is that okay?" Izuku gulped but nodded. "All right then." The doctor turned his eyes to the clipboard. "You were diagnosed as quirkless when you were a child, correct?" "Yes." Izuku's voice came out high-pitched like a bird's chirp. A nervous glance to the side showed Eraserhead had his attention focused on the doctor, which took a little bit of the pressure off of his shoulders. The doctor ticked something on the clipboard at Izuku's response. "Okay, the next thing I'm going to need you to do is give me the rundown of when this quirk started to manifest. Start from the beginning." Please. Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. He knew that treading in deep water, there would be no point in lying to the doctor, it would only mean more trouble. So, he spilled his guts, starting all the way back when he'd started to notice his lux in grade school. He talked about how he came to know there was more to his quirk, and that he'd only started experimenting with it over the last few months. He talked about what metals did what, and how he could control the output. He, however, did not mention the person in the other cloak. If there was one thing that he needed to figure out himself, it would be that. Someone with an identical power set to his own and an identical cloak to his own knew something, and that was information Izuku was going to have to get on his own. Besides, it wasn't important for the doctor to know. As Izuku spoke, the doctor continued to write on the clipboard. When he finally finished speaking, after what felt like an eternity, he reached for the bedside table, taking another drink from his glass of water. Eventually, the doctor clicked his pen, and Izuku turned his attention back to the man. While you were asleep, we ran a few tests, mainly BLD tests and genome tests to try to figure out exactly what was happening. Luckily, you were out for long enough that we were able to come up with a relatively plausible explanation, the doctor explained. Would you care to hear it? Out for long enough? Izuku frowned. Wait, how long was I asleep for? This would be your 8th day with us. If he'd had anything in his hands, he'd have dropped it then and there. 8 days? He'd been asleep for 8 days? Izuku's mind flew to panic mode. Miss Sakura is going to tear me a new one. They must be so worried. Yairozu? I hope she didn't wait for me to walk to school and ended up being late. Midoriya, are you alright? The doctor's voice brought Izuku back to reality. He paused. I'm just a bit shocked is all. I didn't know my injuries were that severe. They weren't, the doctor confirmed, at least not bad enough to keep you asleep for that long. Your body just needed rest, which, from the sound of it, you haven't been giving it. If I were to venture to guess, I'd say that this burning thing you did with pewter was all that was keeping you going. As soon as Eraserhead stopped your quirk from working, your body didn't have the fuel to keep it going, so it just shut down. Yairzu was right, maybe I should have been sleeping. I'm sorry, you can continue. The doctor cleared his throat before starting again. When we ran your genome, we came up with the same thing that the quirk doctor did when you were a kid. There is no quirk factor present, which, based on all current medical knowledge, means that you should not have a quirk. This obviously is wrong. You obviously have quirk-like abilities, so there must be something there. Closer inspection showed that, in the place where your quirk factor should be, there's an entirely different type of genetic structure. It's almost impossible to decipher, but it's more than a simple mutation, it's a change to the entire genome. Izuku was kind of following what he was saying. Before I explain the rest, let me take a step back for a moment. The way that the quirk factor works is like any other DNA strand. It creates a strand of amino acids that are used to form enzymes. In the case of quirks, those enzymes serve a very specific purpose within someone's body, which gives BRH to their quirks. Historically, we've seen that people who are born with compound quirks already put stress on that part of their body, as the enzymes cannot be produced fast enough. Cases of people with 3 or more quirks are incredibly rare, because the stress that is put on the quirk factor is so great that it causes an entire host of other medical issues within the patient. The doctor was beginning to speak faster and faster as he went through his explanation, and Izuku could feel his head start to spin. The best way to explain what is going on with you is that, when you were born, part of your body was predisposed to the fact that you could be developing a compound quirk, and rather than suffering the health problems that came with 3, or in this case, 5 or more quirks, your body preemptively adapted to this fact and modified your genome accordingly. It is truly interesting, but what I think we are witnessing here is a mutation of your quirk factor into a section of the genome that was able to handle your compound quirk. With that, the doctor set down his clipboard, opening his arms as if he were waiting for applause. I think I got most of that. Izuku said. Good enough. We'll take care of the rest of the documentation on our side. The doctor nodded to Eraserhead. I'll be taking my leave now. I'll contact friends and family and tell them that you're awake. As soon as the doctor left, the room fell into an awkward silence. Aizawa hadn't moved from his seat in the corner, and he kept his eyes trained on the ground. He heard the kid, Midoriya Izuku was his name. mumbling to himself under his breath, something indecipherable. Eventually, Aizawa looked up from the floor, his long black hair falling to the sides. He looked at Midoriya, studying him well, his gaze drilling into the boy, searching for any and every single flaw. He didn't see a vigilante. He didn't see a criminal. All he saw was a kid who made a series of extremely stupid decisions that landed him in a hospital bed with a series of injuries. Aizawa was harsh. He liked for people to learn from their mistakes, and hated when they didn't, but he also wasn't cruel. So, he just sighed, slumping his shoulders forward. Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused me over the last few weeks? He made sure his voice was stern and authoritative, but also a bit nonchalant at the same time. Huh. Midoriya sputtered. Aizawa cut him off. You had the entirety of southern Tokyo's underground hero ring on the lookout for you, but it turns out the vigilante that evaded us for a week was just a middle school kid who happened to stop one of the most dangerous drag deals possible. He let out a sigh, running his hands through his hair. Scare him a little, not too much, Aizawa thought. If Midoriya's face was anything to go by, it was working. Tell me what happened on the night you knocked out a cleanser and saved Shinso Hitoshi. Your side of the story. Midoriya took a moment to gather his thoughts, but he nodded and began speaking. I was out in the mists, practicing with my quirk like I had been for the last couple of months. I'd just gotten used to using steel to jump between buildings, so I'd gotten a bit far from home, and was about to head back when I heard talking inside the building that I was on the roof of. I went to a window to check it out and… Midoriya scratched the back of his head. I don't really remember the rest. As soon as I saw that guy pull out a gun, my body just moved on its own. Next thing I knew, he was on the ground and I was inside the warehouse. Aizawa let out a sigh. It was honestly exactly what he was expecting. He was just a middle school kid who got a little in over his head. I didn't mean to break the law. I really didn't. Midoriya continued, I just couldn't stop myself. There was someone that was in trouble and I was able to help, so I did. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. Would you do it again, given the chance? Aizawa asked. Midoriya didn't miss a beat. Yes. Then stop apologizing. Midoriya's face flushed, but he shut his mouth. Aizawa waited a second before he continued. Your little act of heroism could have gotten you hurt, or even worsened the scenario. It's best to leave these things to the professionals. Those laws preventing quirk use exist for a reason. Midoriya silently nodded again, his lips drawn to a thin line. Aizawa stood up, letting his shoulders slump forward a bit. That being said, sometimes heroes aren't there on time. You did a good thing, but laws are laws, and they need to be universally upheld. Then, Aizawa stepped up next to the bed. Next question. Why did you ever think that going out at night and practicing your quirk illegally would ever be a smart idea? At this, Midoriya's face softened. He took a moment to respond, like he was searching for the right words to say what he wanted to say. Eventually, he took another drink of water from the glass and cleared his throat. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to help people, but I never could because I didn't have a quirk. When I learned that I actually do have a quirk, I was already 10 years behind everyone else. If I want to get into a hero school, I'm going to have to get 10 years worth of experience with my quirk in less than 10 months. Aizawa gazed at Midoriya for a moment, taking in the outburst. The boy had started slow, but as he progressed through the sentences, he'd started to ramble. Aizawa also noticed how Midoriya refused to look him in the eye, instead opting to stare down at the hospital sheets. Looking at the boy, Aizawa almost saw another person entirely, someone he knew all too well, a boy with shaggy black hair who couldn't use his quirk without using others as testing dummies, but still wanted to be a hero. We're not letting you off easy, Aizawa said, after a few moments of silence between them. It doesn't matter what your motivations are, the law doesn't care. It's illegal if you don't have a license to use your quirk freely. Midoriya's face sunk, but he nodded. I understand. However, Aizawa mumbled, dropping the tough guy facade and falling back into his normal, lackadaisical self. All of the times that we have on record of you using your quirk, you were still technically classified as quirkless, so quirk use laws technically didn't apply to you. We're getting that fixed, but we technically can't persecute you for illegal quirk use if you didn't legally have a quirk at the time. Midoriya's head shot up from where he'd been staring, finally meeting Aizawa's eyes. Aizawa met them for a moment, and he got the same feeling of familiarity. Then, he stepped away from the bedside and headed for the door. "We're still not letting you off scotch-free. Knowingly not having an up-to-date quirk registry is still a crime, but it's no vigilantism charge. There will be a fine for that, you will need to update your quirk with the registry, and there is also an invoice you'll need to pay for the price of the window you broke at the warehouse, or you can do 20 hours of community service. Next time, do us all a favor and don't be so stupid." Aizawa reached for the door handle, sliding it open and making to leave. Right as he put one foot through the doorway, however, he was stopped. "Eraserhead," Midoriya shouted, "where is somewhere I can practice my quirk legally?" Aizawa stopped, turning back around. "I still want to be a hero, so I want to learn to use my Chu-dash." He paused, tripping on the word, "my quirk. I want to get a lot of experience with it so I can get into Yui, so is there anywhere I can practice using it?" Aizawa studied Midoriya. The entire rest of time he'd been there, Midoriya had a look of emptiness mixed with solemnness plastered on his face. Now, however, he was smiling, a hopeful look in his eyes. The moment he talked about becoming a hero and needing a place to practice his quirk, his entire mood had changed. Aizawa didn't quite know what came over him. Part of it was the memory of how well he'd outmaneuvered Aizawa himself on that rooftop, or his curiosity at how he'd been immune to erasure the first time they'd encountered each other. Maybe part of it was Nizu's constant badgering about finding someone for an apprenticeship, and maybe, just maybe, it was that memory of the socially awkward kid with no resources who had to fight his way tooth and nail up the ladder to get his shot at becoming a hero. It was probably all of that. Before he could second-guess himself, Aizawa pulled a notepad out of his pocket, grabbing a pen from where the doctor had left it on the counter when he'd left. He scribbled the address to one of Yui's off-campus training gyms, and ripped out the paper, handing it to Midoriya. 3 to 5 p.m., Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Don't be late. Aizawa didn't wait to see if Midoriya asked questions, and frankly, he didn't want to stick around any longer. He was tired and his bed was calling to him, so he left. As he exited the room, he saw a group of people collected around the door, waiting to be able to go in. It was mostly small children, which made sense, considering Midoriya was a foster child, but it was the person at the front of the group that made him raise an internal eyebrow. It was a girl wearing a middle school uniform, her hair done up in a ponytail, twirling one of her stray strands of hair around her finger anxiously. She gave Aizawa an expectant gaze as he opened the door all the way. "He's all yours," Aizawa mumbled, turning to leave. He couldn't help but be a little curious as to what she was doing in the middle of a school day, waiting to visit the boy. A girlfriend, maybe? Aizawa wondered for a moment, but quickly decided he didn't care whatsoever. As he was walking down the hallway, he heard the very same girl's voice yell. "Midoriya Izuku, if you weren't concussed, I would beat you over the head with a wooden spoon for being so stupid and not listening to me. Yairozue." Midoriya's yelp was the last thing Aizawa heard before their voices faded into the background. Chapter 10. Transitioning. First off, this took a wee bit longer than 3 weeks, sitting at just under 6 now, but that's mostly due to the fact that I've been writing a lot in the background. I've got 3 fics I'm writing simultaneously, 2 for Kimetsu no Yaiba, plus this one, with another in the planning stages, a complete rehaul of my BNHA X Pokemon FIC. Now that Sword and Shield is almost out and I've got some plans. That being said, I hope you enjoy the chapter. The hospital decided to keep Izuku for another 3 days after he woke up. He was still concussed, and the hospital wanted to run a few tests that ended up being essentially a non-ending stream of tests on him to ensure that everything was working correctly, as well as making sure all of the new documentation regarding his quirk was set up properly. They brought samples of metals that they already knew worked for him to use and ensured that there was no other health effects from him burning it, which had led to an entire day of burning a metal and then sitting around for 2 hours as the doctors ran examinations, before moving on to another metal. Something interesting that he learned during that time was that when it came to metals that were alloys, such as pewter, brass, or steel, minute changes in the composition of the metal could have drastic changes in the efficiency. Using pewter as an example, blends of pewter that were too rich in tin caused the metal to burn quicker, running through his supplies faster. If there was too much copper in it, on the other hand, the metal burned slowly, but the potency of the effects were dulled, and he even started to develop a headache with one of the samples. In the end, they came to find out that the best ratio for pewter was about 12% copper and 88% tin. When she came to visit the day that Izuku woke up, Miss Sakura had given him an earful on how irresponsible he'd been, how he should have told her, the whole 9 yards. It wasn't often that Miss Sakura had outbursts like that, and Izuku knew that he'd messed up, so he accepted the scolding with open arms. The other children of the orphanage were just happy to see him, which warmed Izuku's heart. Yaoyorozu, after her own initial scolding, had apologized to Miss Sakura and the doctors for keeping the secret. Izuku, in turn, apologized for burdening her with his problems, only to get scolded for apologizing. There was a lot of apologizing. Yaoyorozu visited Izuku after she was done with school every day, which was helpful to mitigate his boredom. She talked to his teacher on his behalf and gathered homework from the days he'd missed, which helped him not fall behind. When Izuku had asked why she was going so far to help him, she'd simply said, "It's not like I have anything better to do." On the 4th day after Izuku woke up, he was released from the hospital. He still hurt all over, especially his back, but the doctors had done all of the testing they needed and his injuries had gone down enough that they sent him on his way with a little bit of pain medication and the instructions that he was allowed to use a little bit of pewter to keep his body running, although he was to shut it off before going to bed each night. Despite his close call with a vigilantism charge, recreational quirk use was still legal in most cases. Quirks were like tools, in a way, even if the government liked to act like they didn't exist sometimes. It's not illegal to use a knife to open a box, so it shouldn't be illegal to use a quirk to do the same. The places where it got into more illegal territory was when quirks were used against other people in a way that posed a threat to their safety or for personal monetary gain. After the non-stop insanity of the last few days, Izuku was glad to finally be back to a sense of normalcy. Sure, he couldn't go out at night into the mists anymore, a fact that he was still disappointed about, and wasn't going to push his luck, but it was nice to not have to feel like he was constantly sneaking around. Additionally, he probably wouldn't need to be secretive about burning metals anymore, since it was all out in the open now. At least, it was mostly out in the open. Izuku planned on keeping it a secret from his classmates, at least for the time being. Due to him being a minor, his private information regarding his hospitalization and quirk developments were all kept under wraps. He'd been updated in the quirk registry, but nobody other than himself or legal authorities were allowed to access that information until he was legally an adult. He'd grown up being seen as quirkless, and suddenly turning that on its head would cause a commotion, which was the last thing Izuku wanted. "I'll just keep it a secret for the rest of middle school, and then start fresh in high school," he told himself. All in all, Izuku was feeling good, despite his aching back and throbbing headache. It was going to have to take some getting used to actually going to sleep again, but that was probably better for his health anyways. As it stood, there were only 2 things for him to worry about: the community service hours that he was required to do, and the note that Eraserhead had given him with an address on it. The directions echoed in Izuku's mind: 3 to 5 p.m., Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Don't be late. Today was Sunday, which meant that tomorrow was Monday, the first day of the days that Eraserhead had given Izuku. The hero had given him the address and time when Izuku asked about where he could go to legally train his quirk, and it didn't take a genius to make the connection. He'd been given the address to some sort of quirk training gym. Quirk gyms weren't open to the public, but usually only professional heroes and people that manifested problematic quirks, such as ones that needed a lot of training to rein in, had access to them. For example, he particularly remembered a kid from his elementary school that developed a quirk that caused completely random, uncontrollable, weaponized flatulence. Without some level of training to learn how to control it properly, he'd have had to live with the rest of his life with a rear end that could clear a room. The boy, of course, would later accept his quirk as part of him and properly rename it Explosion. His elementary school classmate aside, the point stands that quirk gyms, and subsequently those who had access to them, were not something to take lightly. If Eraserhead had really invited him to one of said quirk gyms, well, it wasn't exactly an offer he could readily deny. Still, he felt a bit uneasy about the whole situation. Wasn't sure if he was quite ready to face Eraserhead, especially after his series of stupid mistakes that put him in this situation in the first place. Besides, illegal or not, he itched to simply go out at night into the mists and practice his quirk in the freedom of the night, rather than within the confines of a building under strict supervision. The walk to school the next day was certainly something, to say the least. Miss Sakura, having confiscated his medals, sent him to school with only enough pewter to act as a painkiller if he burned it at a simmer for the entire day. He wasn't used to not having tin to enhance his senses, or a reserve of steel to keep an eye on metal sources around him. Plus, everything ached. His legs, even through the pewter, felt stiff, and his back and neck still hurt if he turned his head too much or bent over too quick. He knew without his, albeit minimal, pewter, it would be a lot worse, so he was determined to make it last. He must have shown his uncomfort on his face, because Yaoyorozu cleared her throat. "You look uncomfortable? Tell me about it," Izuku groaned. "It still feels weird. It's like my skin is slightly numb and everything I hear sounds muffled." Yaoyorozu rolled her eyes. "You'll get over it. Welcome to seeing and hearing like the rest of us." Izuku grumbled softly, slumping his shoulders. He and Yaoyorozu walked to school every day, which was normal, but what was not normal was the fact that everyone that passed Izuku paused for a second to look at him. Most just paused a fraction of a moment before they left, but others lingered for long enough to make it awkward. It made sense. Who wouldn't look at the kid who missed school for 2 weeks because he was in the hospital for an undisclosed reason? Nonetheless, the looks made Izuku want to shrink up and hide. Izuku hated the spotlight, and sometimes he wished that he'd been born with a turtle-like quirk so that he could simply retract his head into his body like, well, a turtle retracting its head into its shell. "You know, I think your homeroom teacher actually mentioned something about you to your class when you were hospitalized. I heard a few people around school talking about it." Izuku sunk a little further. "Great, more stairs? You'll be fine," Momo patted him on his back. "Most of the rumors are 100 times more mundane than the truth." Just as silence fell between them, Izuku felt a nudge as he was shoved to the side roughly. He stumbled for a moment, and after regaining his balance, Izuku looked up to see Bakugo walking in a straight line away from Izuku, shoving his way through the crowd. Izuku ought to have at least been irritated. His back was still sore, and Bakugo had practically shoulder-checked him on his way through. Yet, with all the people constantly looking at Izuku, pausing to see the kid who was missing for 2 weeks, Bakugo didn't so much as give him a second glance, and that was refreshing. Izuku looked up to see Yaoyorozu's eyes dart between him and Bakugo, like she was tottering between calling Bakugo out and leaving it alone. She flinched, taking a half-hearted step forwards before Izuku simply put his hand on her arm. "It's not worth it," he said. "You'll just get into another pointless argument with him." Yaoyorozu looked at him for a moment before pausing, letting out a sigh. "You shouldn't let him push you around like that, figuratively and literally." Izuku didn't respond, opting to simply continue his trek towards the school. "It's like being on rations," Izuku complained, picking at his lunch. Miss Sakura had given him a little pouch full of pewter shavings inside his bento of all things. "It's like she thinks I just need to eat the metals like they're normal food." Yaoyorozu stifled a giggle. "Well, you haven't really given her a solid definition of your quirk yet, right? Besides, you said the doctors prescribed you to use pewter as a painkiller additive, so think of it like her putting medication with your lunch." "I wish she'd given me more," Izuku grumbled. "Tin would be awfully helpful to keep me focused in class." "It's not like you need to listen to anything those teachers say anyway." "Yes, but it would be an excuse to have some tin on hand," Izuku bit back the comment, knowing it would only earn him more, albeit light, ridicule. They continued to make small talk, mostly about Izuku's bad metal-consuming habits for the next few minutes. Eventually, when Izuku stuck his hand in his pocket to retrieve his cell phone, his fingers brushed across a slip of paper. He pulled it out to find that it was the slip with the address that Eraserhead had given him. Before he could force it back into his pocket, however, Yaoyorozu saw it and spoke up. "What's that?" Izuku paused, considering coming up with some lie, a believable excuse, but thought better of it. He sighed and told her about the latter half of his conversation with Eraserhead and how he'd given Izuku the address and instructions to show up at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. as in 3 p.m. today? Izuku nodded. I'm still unsure if I want to go. He was cut off. What do you mean you're unsure if you want to go? You're the hero nerd here, so tell me what this whole situation sounds like. Be honest with yourself. Izuku paused. What do you mean? An expression of momentary shock flashed across Yaoyorozu's face. Oh come on. A professional hero offering to train a middle school student? That sounds like a middle school apprenticeship to me. What? Don't tell me the hero nerd doesn't know about middle school apprenticeships. Izuku shook his head. I've heard of high school students doing internships with hero agencies when they're in high school, but never middle schoolers. Can middle schoolers even legally fight villains? Not that type of apprenticeship, Yaoyorozu explained, sticking her chopsticks into a piece of sushi. Apprentices are different from interns. Apprentices are middle school students that heroes take a particular interest in and offer to train in their free time, either with their quirk or just in general. Izuku was dumbfounded. Not only had he never heard of middle school students getting apprenticeships with heroes, but by the sound of it, that was exactly what was happening with Eraserhead. No, that can't be right. Maybe he's just sending me to one of those quirk gyms, Izuku said. I doubt he's trying to take me on as an apprentice. Yaoyorozu shrugged. The only way you can figure out is to go. Izuku flinched a little bit. As intriguing as the idea was, part of him didn't want to go work with someone else to figure out his quirk. He was an independent person and preferred to figure out his issues alone, especially considering how he'd done that so far for much of his quirk. Still, one particular line stuck out to him. Middle school students that heroes take a particular interest in. His mind echoed, does that mean Eraserhead saw promise in me? Izuku bit his bottom lip to ground himself. How do you even know about all of this? The old man offered to pay my way into one of them a few years back. I got it. Izuku didn't push any further. He'd learned over time that old man meant her biological dad, and although she'd opened up to him about her family situation, Izuku knew that anything relating to Yaoyorozu's family was a bit of a soft spot, better left alone. Point is, Yaoyorozu said after a few seconds of awkward silence. You should go. I'd need to leave straight from here after school to get there in time. It's halfway across the prefecture. Then do that. Izuku let out a sigh, a little bit defeated. I'll go. I was probably going to go either way, I was just trying to talk myself out of it. Yaoyorozu smiled. I think you'll like it. Especially with how focused on becoming a hero you are. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lunch party. The second class was out for the day. Izuku made a rush for the door. Classes got out at 2 p.m. and his transit app approximated 40 minutes of train hopping to get to the address he'd been given. Considering the fact that he needed to be there at 3 p.m., he hardly had time to wait around. Izuku pushed through the crowds, getting out of the school before anyone else could, giving a little push of pewter to stave off the soreness in his legs as well as help him walk a little bit faster without tiring. He stopped by home first, walking in the door and dropping off his bag before grabbing the pouches of metal that he'd had attached to his belt previously and leaving again. If he was going to some sort of quirk training facility, he was going to need his fuel. He didn't have any water to wash down anything, so he begrudgingly left the medals in their pouches. As a foster kid without any stable form of transportation outside of free, public means, Izuku was adept in navigating the train system. Around 35 minutes later, Izuku arrived at his last stop, only half of a kilometer away from his destination. Checking the time, he was relieved to see that he wasn't going to be late, and if Eraserhead's warning was anything to go by, if he wasn't on time then he'd have likely lost his opportunity. As Izuku approached, it became apparent that the building he'd been given the address of was a pretty sizable warehouse, standing taller than the buildings surrounded it. Then, Izuku saw the icon above the door. A golden U layered on top of a golden, the symbol of Yui High School, home of the most exclusive hero program in Japan and the producer of consistent top-ranked heroes. Izuku froze, his hand floating above the handle. Yui? Am I at a Yui training facility? Izuku gulped, trying to get rid of the knot forming in his throat. He felt his hand tremble a little bit due to his sudden nervousness. Was Eraserhead somehow affiliated with Yui? Did he go to school there and was using their facilities? It was strong to know for certain, underground heroes were notoriously cryptic about just about everything, including where they went to school. With a deep breath, Izuku closed his eyes, and before he could second-guess himself, he grasped the handle and pulled. The door swung open to reveal a large, open area full to the brim with training equipment, some of which Izuku recognized, some of which he did not. There was traditional fitness equipment tucked away in the corner, stuff like a bench press and large dumbbells. A track looped around the room, and on the inside, where there would normally be a field, there was a bunch of other equipment Izuku didn't recognize, alongside stuff like long jump sandpits and a high jump. About 5 meters from the door, standing on the track, stood Eraserhead, wearing the same outfit he'd been wearing the last time Izuku saw him. All black clothing with a gray, odd-looking scarf wrapped loosely around his neck and shoulders. "Good, you showed up," Eraserhead said. "I'd question my judgment if you hadn't." Izuku didn't say anything, he just nodded in agreement. He still felt a bit awkward, especially after the lecture that Eraserhead had given him last time that they met, but he tried to diffuse the feeling. Eraserhead looked Izuku up and down, before pulling a blue and white track suit out from behind his back, tossing it to the boy. "Go to the changing rooms and put this on. Did you bring some medals with you?" Izuku nodded, pulling out the pouches that he'd bound together. Something flashed across Eraserhead's face for a moment at the sight of the pouches, maybe a little bit of a scowl, but it was gone a moment later. "Get changed, down enough medals for a couple of hours, and then meet me out here in 5 minutes?" Izuku nodded a third time, rushing over to the changing room. The track suit was surprisingly comfortable. Izuku had a lot of space to move around, and it didn't feel like the clothing restricted his movement in any way. He missed the comfortable weight of his tasseled cloak on his back, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Izuku stuffed his school uniform into one of the lockers, as well as his spare pouches of metal. His stomach was comfortably full of iron, steel, pewter, tin, and brass. The metals gave him a sense of familiarity, which helped him relax and calm his nerves, even if just a little. He decided to leave copper, zinc, and bronze in their pouches, since he had no idea what they did yet and didn't want to figure out the strong way. When he left the locker room, the only stuff he had on him was the tracksuit and a small pouch of coins in his pocket. When he got out, Eraserhead was waiting for him, looking at his watch. "Could be quicker, but it could be worse. Remember, this time is for you. Try not to waste it." Izuku gulped and nodded. Eraserhead turned around, waving for Izuku to follow. As they walked, Izuku found it in himself to finally speak up. "Eraserhead, Wadash. Eraserhead is my field name. Here, call me Aizawa." "Aizawa-sensei," Izuku started again, "what exactly are we doing here?" Aizawa let out a sigh, tapping on the outside of his leg impatiently. "I'll give you the short version. In schools, when they have you do physical fitness tests, they don't let you use your quirk. While that helps put everybody on an even playing field, it's dumb. Today, I'm going to get a baseline for where you are in terms of ability, so that I know what to do with you going forward." I see," Izuku muttered, continuing to follow directly behind Aizawa. Eventually, they made it over to the sand pit Izuku had seen when he first walked in. Aizawa cleared his throat. "There's 8 tests: the long jump, the 50-meter sprint, grip strength, the softball throw, and a few others. You're allowed full use of the medals you ate before coming here, and the surroundings. Nothing more." Izuku nodded. "I pulled your test results from the national test from earlier this year. You were below average for every single area." Izuku flinched slightly. To say he wasn't physically fit would be an understatement. He was far from fat. In fact, he was quite a bit underweight, but he had hardly any muscle on his entire body. Furthermore, he was a little bit taller than most boys his age and lanky, hardly more than skin and bones. The fact that he'd never really worked out or trained before was probably a factor on that front. That doesn't matter that much now, does it? I have pewter to help me, he thought. This time, with the help of your quirk, I expect better scores, Aizawa said, tearing Izuku from his thoughts. Izuku locked eyes with the man, clenching his fist. I won't let you down. The hero simply looked back at Izuku with a flat gaze. The first 3 tests were pretty normal, the distance run, standing toe touch, and sit-ups. Izuku blew his scores from earlier that year out of the water in terms of the distance run and sit-ups with the assistance of pewter. He'd basically sprinted the entire 5 kilometers, completing it in an extremely quick 18 minutes, faster than even some professional athletes. The sit-ups had been easy as well, pewter allowing him to not grow tired, as well as helping to clear his mind and mitigate the throbbing headache he still had. The standing toe touch had been a disappointment, since pewter didn't help with his flexibility at all, and so he'd scored about the same as his quirkless counterpart. Maybe marginally better by just a centimeter or two. The ball throw, grip strength, and repeated side steps ended up being about the same, with him relying on pewter to get a little edge, marginally increasing his score. When it finally came time for the last two tests, Izuku was starting to feel nervous. Doubts and fears ran through his mind, taking his focus off of the task at hand. Am I doing all right? What if I'm underperforming? Glancing over at Aizawa didn't help either. The man either had an incredible poker face, or he was just so indifferent that he didn't emote at all. After every test, whether Izuku blew it out of the water, his long-distance run, or not, his standing toe touch score, Aizawa simply typed something on his phone, his face plastered with the same, blank, uncaring expression, before motioning Izuku to the site of the next test and giving him directions. 50-meter sprint? Pretty self-explanatory. When I say go, get across the 50 meters as fast as you can, doesn't matter how. Ready? Yes, Izuku said through gritted teeth, running through strategies in his head. There had to be some other way to make it across the gap faster than just burning pewter. Reflexively, Izuku reached for steel and burned. Blue lines shot out of his ist, some headed to the ceiling, some attaching to equipment and objects around the area. A few in particular attached to different parts of Aizawa himself. A belt buckle, a cluster of coins in his pocket, and metal aglets on his shoes, just to name a few. Izuku shifted his attention to the environment. There weren't many lines that went towards anything he could reasonably use, at least not any that he could see in the few seconds he had before Aizawa made the call to run. He didn't see anything useful until he looked behind him. A blue line connecting him to something in the ground a few meters back. Most likely either some piece of metal that got caught in the ground when the concrete was poured, or it was a piece of rebar there for support. Either way, pushing on it would shoot him at an angle, but it would get him across faster than pewter-infused legs would. It's worth a shot, he thought, tightening his jaw and waiting for the cue. Go! Izuku flared steel as much as he could, shoving everything he had against the line in the ground. Luckily, his assumptions were true and his anchor didn't budge. The force of his push ran through Izuku's body as he was thrown forwards, closing the 50 meters in a single steel jump and a mere few seconds. When he landed, with the help of pewter to retain his balance, he found that he'd actually overshot the end by at least 10 meters. Izuku gave himself a little holler of victory, whipping around to catch Aizawa's reaction, or in this case, lack thereof. Of course, it shouldn't have been a surprise to see Aizawa's complete indifference at the score, but it was still a bit disappointing to watch him just type the score into his phone without a single hint as to what he was thinking. The standing long jump ended with similar results. Izuku practically scored infinity, using the rafters and metal in the roof of the building in combination with iron to essentially keep himself afloat, turning the standing long jump into more of a how far can I go without touching the ground. Turns out that the answer was the complete other side of the warehouse, only stopped by the wall blocking his path. Aizawa's ever-present indifference only served to irritate Izuku further. He couldn't help but think, does he even care? Am I a nuisance to him? Izuku considered using brass, just to get something out of the man, but remembered that brass only served to subdue emotions, which would be counterproductive to his goal. His hesitancy to use the metal was also compounded by the memories of a talk he'd had with Yaoyorozu just a few weeks prior. You should be careful with how much you use that emotion metal, especially outside of situations like calming down a crowd. Most people don't like their emotional state being fiddled with, and if you suppress the wrong thing, you could end up really harming somebody's psyche, she'd said. Izuku shrugged off the thought, jogging back across the warehouse floor to meet back up with Aizawa. What's next? Izuku said, catching his breath with the assistance of a flare of pewter. That's it for today. Same time, same place, Wednesday? Wait, that's it? Huh, was all that escaped Izuku's mouth. Today was meant to get a baseline so that I can fully develop your training regimen. We'll get started properly on Wednesday, Aizawa said, turning away from Izuku. Keep the tracksuit. Change into it each week right when you get here. I'll expect you to be changed and ready to go by 3. Izuku grabbed a handful of clothing, clenching his fists. How'd I do? He blurted out. Aizawa stopped. He looked over his shoulder, long black hair obscuring most of his face. How you did doesn't matter. Today was just to set a baseline, so don't think about it too much. Well, if it doesn't matter, why'd we do it? Izuku shook his head, trying to make sense of the entire situation. When Aizawa turned to walk away this time, Izuku didn't stop him with any more questions, not that he didn't have any. Aizawa's tone just sent the message that he wasn't interested in sticking around for small talk. Don't waste my time, is what his entire demeanor insinuated. Izuku bit his lip, holding back his irritation at the hero's behavior and attitude. Odds were that Aizawa was just that type of person, and Izuku would have to get used to it. He'd have to get used to it. Aizawa's training, which seemed to be along the lines of the apprenticeships that Yaoyorozu had mentioned, was his quickest way to learning how to properly use his quirk and therefore become a hero. He'd just need to tough out the strong bits. Izuku released the tension he'd been holding in his shoulders, heading back to the locker rooms to change. Momo was lying in her bed, staring boredly at the ceiling. The rest of the house was quiet, as her mom was still at the hospital, something that didn't look to be changing any time in the foreseeable future. In fact, the doctors had notified Momo that they might be moving her mother to a more specialized hospital for domestic abuse victims over in the Shizuoka prefecture. It meant that she'd have an ever longer commute when she wanted to visit, but if it meant that her mom could get better sooner, then Momo would be happy to commute an extra hour each way. I wonder how Izuku's training went, she thought, kicking her legs in the air above her in an attempt to be just less bored. She could text him and ask how it went, but he was absolutely horrible at texting back. He left her on read every other time they talked. And even if she did ask, she was going an earful about it on the walk to school the next day anyways, so she figured it wasn't worth it. Ironically, just as she was turning her attention away from her phone, it began to ring. With a sigh, Momo turned over, looking at the caller ID. The second she read who the call was from, she groaned both inwardly and outwardly. Couldn't I just not pick up? She considered, could make the excuse that I forgot my phone at school. She seriously considered not picking up the phone, to just let it ring through and listen to the voicemail a few hours later. In the end, though, she couldn't stop herself from grabbing it and accepting the call. Hello, she said, not caring to keep the annoyance out of her voice. The old man wants to know if you want to meet up with him for your birthday. It's a month out and he's got to plan out his schedule. A girl's voice came from the other end of the line. Momo sighed. Why didn't he call me himself? Hell if I know, didn't care enough to ask. A moment of pause, and then like an impatient child she continued, I don't like this any more than you do, so let's make this quick. Do you want to meet up with him or not? Momo paused. She hadn't even considered that her birthday was coming up. So much had happened recently that she hadn't even taken the time to think about it. Some years, she met up with her biological dad for her birthday, and he took her around the rich parts of Tokyo to window shop. She met up almost every year, not having the heart to turn him down, especially when her mom insisted that she go, and every single time she just came back frustrated and hurt. I don't think so, she eventually said. I've got a lot going on. I'll just tell him you don't want to see his ugly face, the girl said. Momo smiled slightly, a bittersweet one. You're as charming as ever, Ochako Uraraka.